starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Hello, Nami, it's me again. 3 years ago, Sabo recovered his memory with the help of Uehara and Naraku. At that time, when Sabo sent Dadan back to Mount Gorba, he also met Luffy. Now when they met again in Rogue Town, Luffy's face was full of surprise. Sabo, why are you here? I just happened to have something in Rogue Town. Sabo turned his head and glanced at his brother with a refreshing smile on his face. I'll stop him. Hurry up and leave with your companions. This white smoke man is difficult. Don't worry. Sabo smiled and shook his head. His palm slowly made a claw gesture, and the armed color domineering instantly floated on his palm. Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo flashed in front of Smoker. The dark claws grabbed Smoker fiercely. Armed color domineering. The next moment, Smoker flew back with an ugly face. Even so, his clothes were still torn open by the Dragon Claw Fist. Hurry up, Luffy. Sabo smiled and looked at Luffy, chuckled and said, follow the sea breeze that sees you off, and enter the Grand Line. Go and see the most majestic scenery in this world, and become stronger and stronger. You must get the One Piece we promised, and become the Pirate King of this era. Don't worry. Luffy nodded with a chuckle, and flew towards the direction of the pier. His voice spread throughout the square of Rogue Town. I said it a long time ago. I will definitely become the Pirate King. This guy. Sabo chuckled and shook his head helplessly. Sabo was really helpless about his out-of-line brother. Sometimes Sabo even felt that he was infected by Luffy. A burst of white smoke suddenly began to spread again. Smoker's figure reappeared in front of Sabo. He clenched his 10 hands tightly and puffed out a thick smoke from the cigar in his mouth. HMPH, help from Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker waved his 10 hands and rushed towards Sabo again, shouting fiercely, then you two will stay here together. Sabo held the iron pipe in his hand and faced Smoker's 10 hands. His smile gradually became more confident. I absolutely cannot agree to this. The next second, the two started a big battle in the square of Rogue Town. While Sabo and Smoker were fighting fiercely, Monkey D. Luffy and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates had already fled to the dock and hurried to their pirate ship. Wait. Zoro's eyes seemed to see a figure on the Golden Mary in an instant, and he couldn't help but said, hey, there seems to be other people on our ship. How is it possible? Sanji glanced at the people around him. Nami-chan, Luffy the idiot, Usopp, and your green algae-headed idiot. There should be no one on the ship. Anyway, they are not good people. They should be thieves. Let's get on the ship first. Nami saw that the lush orange trees on the Golden Mary disappeared at a glance, and her expression quickly became irritable. Where are my orange trees? I should have left you alone to watch the ship. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. There are 3 Navy officers on the ship. Usopp's eyes were fixed on the figures on the ship. As a sniper, Usopp obviously has the best eyesight. On the Golden Mary, Naraku Uehara sat on the railing of the boat, slowly raised his head to look at the cloudy weather, spread out his palms, and said calmly, Admiral Aokiji, go help our Colonel Smoker. It's so troublesome. Aokiji scratched his hair and flew onto the shore. Dragon is not easy to deal with at all. It doesn't matter. Naraku Uehara glanced at Iron who was flying down and smiled. You just need to delay Dragon so that Iron and CP's reinforcement have enough time to capture Sabo. Yes, Vice Admiral Uehara. Iron nodded seriously and continued. Are we really not going to capture the Straw Hat Pirates? The opportunity is rare. It's useless if we catch them now, right? Uehara Naraku shook his head and rejected Ain's proposal. Now only Straw Hat Luffy has a bounty. Even if he is caught, he will only be locked up for a while. Don't worry, what's more, the person we are going to catch today will make Straw Hat Luffy even more sad. Understood. Ain nodded. It's really bad. Aokiji shook his head. The next second, the two of them ran towards the direction of Rogue Town. When they met the Straw Hat Pirates head on, the two of them did not stop them too much, but dodged and rushed into Rogue Town again. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was still a little surprised. Luffy scratched his head and looked curiously at the two Navy officers running towards Rogue Town. He couldn't help but wonder, aren't they here to catch us? Those two guys are very strong. Zoro's eyes couldn't help but change, and he clenched his Wado Ichimonju tightly. What do they mean? Do they look down on us? Zoro, stop talking. Usopp held his head and looked in the direction of the Golden Mary with a trace of fear on his face. The guy left on the ship seems to be even more terrifying. The next moment, the strong wind suddenly became more violent. This strong wind instantly blew away the dark clouds in the sky, and a ray of sunlight penetrated through the gap in the clouds, illuminating Uehara Naraku, who was sitting on the railing of the Golden Mary. In the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, this scene seemed extremely sacred and solemn, and people couldn't help but admire it. Uehara. Luffy recognized Uehara Naraku's appearance, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He waved his arms excitedly. Wow, long time no see, Uehara. Because the Straw Hat Pirates have been mentioning Uehara Naraku recently, even if Luffy wants to forget Uehara Naraku's appearance, he will always remember it passively. That guy. Sanji's expression couldn't help but change. It's really not easy to make Sanji have a little good impression on Uehara Naraku. He has witnessed Uehara Naraku's bad behavior with his own eyes. Nami's mood is even more complicated. Nami's face gradually showed a trace of anger. She rushed to the side of the Mary angrily, waving her fists angrily. Hey, Uehara Naraku, those orange trees on the Mary that I brought from Kakoja village were stolen by you again. There is no doubt about this. Besides Uehara Naraku in front of him, who else would steal orange trees? Here, I left one for you. Uehara Naraku chuckled and shook his head. He threw a coin in his palm and threw it to Nami, saying, 100 baileys, this is the money to buy the orange tree. What? Nami subconsciously took the coin, and her eyes suddenly changed again. Wait, Uehara Naraku, the money we put on the ship. Well, I saw it. There are still 17,930,000 baileys in the safe. Uehara Naraku spread out his palm and said sincerely, it seems that it must be difficult for you to save so much money. I promise you that I will spend it well. This number is exactly right. Nami's expression became very ugly. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates could see that Nami must be in a bad mood. But this Uehara Naraku is too much. Bang, bang, bang. Nami clenched her fists, slowly raised her head, and looked at Uehara Naraku, as if she would be dominated by anger and curse out loud in the next moment. Obviously, Nami's temper is on the verge of exploding. Over the past few years, Nami has never forgotten what happened after she met Uehara Naraku when she was 15 years old. Now history seems to be repeating itself. This bastard, why does he keep stealing her things? Nami, don't say some things. Uehara Naraku shook his cloak and smiled and said, just to remind you, I'm the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I'm stronger than the Captain Smoker of the Navy headquarters who you are just chasing. Do you think clearly about what you should say? Nami's face rose. Even if Uehara Naraku is not a Vice Admiral of the Navy, Nami has to think carefully before scolding him, because she knows that this guy is actually very stingy. Thinking of the past, Nami's heart was immediately full of grievances. Tears slowly accumulated in her eyes, and she looked up at Uehara Naraku eagerly. You are already a Navy now. Why do you still steal my things? Poor. Aggrieved. This is Nami's usual killing weapon against men. Uehara Naraku tilted his head at Nami's expression, thought for a while, and gave an answer. Maybe I feel that it is my responsibility to help you spend money, because it is not easy for you to earn money. By the way, I also sent someone to take away the jewelry you hid in your room. The grievance on Nami's face immediately turned into despair. Uehara Naraku is still that bad bastard. Even if he became a Navy, why can't he change his nature of bullying a little girl like her? But why can this guy always find her money? And every time he appears, when she is happiest, take away her money, take away her treasure, take away her orange tree. The last time was after Roland was eliminated, when Nami was happiest. Uehara Naraku took away the money she had accumulated for many years. This time, when she just came back from shopping and was about to enter the Grand Line, her money and jewelry were taken away. This guy. Could it be her nightmare? Making a beautiful girl cry is not something a man should do. Sanji's voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears, and his figure quickly jumped towards Uehara Naraku, kicking him in a series of kicks. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm towards Sanji in the air, and a wave of armed color domineering was instantly released from his palm. Sanji's body flew backwards at a faster speed. Idiot. After Oronoazoro cursed Sanji, he suddenly pulled out his 3 swords and rushed towards Uehara Naraku. 3 sword style 3000 worlds. A murderous aura and sword light swept towards Uehara Naraku. The next moment, Uehara Naraku stretched out a finger and flashed to press on one of the swords, blocking the seemingly vigorous attack, causing a drop of cold sweat to appear on Oronoazoro's face instantly. What is going on? What a joke. Last time at the Berity restaurant, Hawky Mihawk was able to break his swordsmanship with just a knife, and this time, Uehara Naraku broke his swordsmanship with just 1 finger. You guy. Oronoazoro stared at Uehara Naraku, feeling that something was not good. Are they going to be captured by the Navy before they even step into the Grand Line? This kind of strength. Even Luffy is far inferior to it. It is really unimaginable how many strong people there are in the Navy, and how many monsters there are in the Grand Line. I won't stop you. Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly, flew down from the railing of the Merry, and said seriously, Luffy, leave here now. You can enter the Grand Line, but you paid a very painful price. First update. Chapter 527. You are a Navy Admiral. The Golden Merry left Rogue Town. Except for Luffy, everyone was in a bad mood. Oronoazoro held his sword, leaned on the railing of the Merry, and asked in a hoarse voice, Hey, curly eyebrows, is that guy Uehara Naraku? This time Zoro was hit harder. Originally, he could bear the defeat at the hands of Hawky Mihawk before, but this time, facing Uehara Naraku, he was defeated by him with just 1 finger. It's really hard to accept. Sanji nodded slowly and smoked a cigarette with a melancholy face. I didn't expect that guy's strength to be so strong. Uehara was originally strong. Luffy's arms suddenly stretched out, jumped to their side, and said with a smile, when I met him 3 years ago, I had no power to fight back. It's the same now. Nami looked at Luffy with a face full of resentment. Just as the atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates was gradually livened up by Luffy, the atmosphere in Rogue Town, after they left, suddenly became tense. Monkey D. Dragon, wearing a green cape, appeared in a corner of the square. He looked at Sabo, who was still fighting fiercely, and called him loudly. Sabo, other people are coming. We should go. Because the strong wind outside Rogue Town stopped, Dragon immediately covered the surroundings with his observation haki and noticed several difficult guys. One of them was the familiar Aokiji. The other few people also made Dragon feel familiar. They were all difficult enemies of their evolutionary army in recent years. Yes, Mr. Dragon. Sabo forced back Smoker's attack with a punch, flew back to Dragon's side, and wanted to leave directly with Dragon. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time. Aokiji and Ion had already appeared at the entrance of the square in Rogue Town, and several masked people also appeared on the roofs around the square in an instant. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, and the natural enemy of the Revolutionary Army, the agents of the CP department. Admiral Aokiji. The moment he saw Aokiji appear, Sabo's face immediately changed, and he immediately looked at Dragon beside him nervously. Mr. Dragon. Sabo clenched his iron pipe and whispered, are the admirals coming from the port? Luffy and the others. Luffy has left safely. Dragon grinned, took off the hood of his cloak, chuckled and said, it seems that Aokiji and these lackeys of the world government are coming for us. Sabo looked at Dragon in disbelief and couldn't help but say, but how do these people know Mr. Dragon? Even within the Revolutionary Army, not many people know Dragon's whereabouts, especially this time they came to Rogue Town to see Luffy off privately. It should be the work of that guy Kabuto Yakushi. Dragon still had a smile on his face. The leader of the Revolutionary Army probably had his own guess in his mind. It should be the new generation of wise General Kabuto Yakushi. Ever since Kabuto Yakushi took over the CP department, the Revolutionary Army has not had a good time. Over the past few years, the struggle between the CP department under Kabuto Yakushi and the Revolutionary Army has never stopped, and almost every time the Revolutionary Army suffers a lot at the hands of Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi has arrested many cadres of the Revolutionary Army. This earned him a high position. Dragon still had a smile on his face, but his eyes gradually became colder. It seems that our old rival should have guessed that I would be here to see Luffy off. Kabuto Yakushi is still so difficult. Well, long time no see, Dragon. Aokiji scratched his hair and looked at Dragon with some doubt. I didn't expect you to be here. Kuzen, it seems that there is nothing you can think of. Dragon looked at Aokiji's expression, still smiling lightly, and said, so it seems that they only arranged you to catch me? This is not easy. Aokiji shook his head, and his eyes slowly fell on Sabo next to Dragon. But, even if we can't catch you, we must have some other games this time. Hey, Kuzen. Smoker's figure turned into a white smoke, and flew to Aokiji's side. He couldn't help, but frowned and looked at Aokiji and said, can't you be a little more motivated? Smoker and Aokiji are old friends. The relationship between the two of them is really good. Therefore, Aokiji did not take Smoker's rudeness to the Admiral to heart. Aokiji even sighed slowly. Well, Smoker, this is not something that can be solved by raising your enthusiasm. Dragon is not that simple. Let's do it. A sturdy CP agent wearing a mask interrupted Aokiji's words with a muffled voice. We don't have so much leisure to listen to you chatting here. These CP agents didn't care about the face of Aokiji, the Admiral of the Navy. As he spoke, the 4 CP agents on the roof also quickly fell down, facing Dragon and Sabo, and they were surrounded. It's you guys. Dragon's eyes gradually darkened. His eyes stared at the 4 CP agents and whispered, thunder, earth, wind, water. Kabuto Yakushi, it seems that he is determined to get my head. The 4 strongest CP agents under Kabuto Yakushi. These are the 4 most terrifying CP agents in recent years. They are fearless in battle, and are also the right-hand men of Kabuto Yakushi in capturing the revolutionary cadres. It's them. Sabo's expression couldn't help but change. Even Sabo, who was always thick-skinned, couldn't help but get a little nervous when he heard the code names of these 4 CP agents, because these guys have planted hatred in the hearts of everyone in the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army Intelligence Officer Terry Kildare. Revolutionary Army Northern Army Commander Karras. Revolutionary Army Western Army Commander Mori. Revolutionary Army Eastern Army Deputy Commander Ahiru. All of them are high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army, but all of them were captured by these CP agents and put into the underwater prison in Pelton under the design of Kabuto Yakushi. To be honest, Sabo now feels that they are in danger. So far, few cadres of the Revolutionary Army have escaped from the hands of these CP agents. Sabo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the price of seeing Luffy off this time was so high that he and Dragon fell into such a dangerous situation. Luffy's younger brother. If I can't become the Pirate King, I'd be so sorry for him. Sabo. Dragon glanced at Rogue Town and lowered his voice. This place is not suitable for a battlefield at all. When the battle starts, I will cover you to break out first. If you get the chance, escape immediately. Remember? Mr. Dragon. Sabo looked at Dragon in disbelief, shook his head hurriedly and said, no, in a while, I will fight with all my strength to pave the way for Mr. Dragon. Baldigo can't lose Mr. Dragon. Sabo. Monkey D. Dragon smiled, shook his head and said, it's not that easy to keep me with just a Navy Admiral and 4 CP agents. The next moment, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, surrounded by a group of people, actually took the lead in grabbing the sturdy CP agent closest to him. The CP agent had already noticed it. When Dorag grabbed him, he dodged and stretched out a finger to pounce on Dorag again. Health Rust One Punch Hand. Dragon Claw Fist. Dorag's palm instantly turned into a claw shape and suddenly collided with the CP agent codenamed Lei. His claws instantly crushed the CP agent's fingers. However, Dorag did not dare to be careless, because in the fights in the past few years, Dorag also vaguely found some intelligence, such as the reason why the 4 CP agents codenamed Lee Hua Fengtu were so fearless was that they would not die at all. It was like a corpse. Just when Dorag wanted to go one step further and directly crush the man's head, a white light stopped his pursuit. The moment this light fell on the ground, the stone slabs on the ground turned into nothingness. Obviously, once an ordinary person touches this white light, it is almost certain to die. Another CP agent's fingers instantly shot out streams of water to attack Dragon, while he said with a chuckle, "Ahahaha, don't be too impulsive, the kid from the land of lightning. This guy's not that easy to deal with." While launching his own attack, the CP agent codenamed Water turned his head and looked at Aokiji and others. "Hey, you guys, how long are you going to stand there?" "Humph." Smoker snorted coldly, waving his 10 hands, and rushed towards Dragon, but before they had even exchanged 2 moves, he was pressed on the head by Dragon's Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon's fingers were wrapped with powerful armed color domineering. As long as he, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, exerted force, he could crush Smoker's head. A ball of cold air attacked Dragon. This ball of ice instantly turned into ice and wrapped Dragon's body. It was the ability of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters that saved Smoker when his friend Smoker was in crisis. Well, this is really troublesome. Aokiji scratched his head, looked at Smoker, who he had saved, and said, "Smoker, go help Ian catch that yellow-haired kid. As for Dragon, leave it to us for the time being." Well, Smoker nodded slowly. The Navy captain couldn't help but look at Dragon, who was imprisoned by ice. Just now, he almost thought he was going to die in Dragon's hands. On the other side, Ian and Sabo also fought. "Mr. Dragon." Sabo couldn't help but look at Dragon imprisoned by ice in amazement. The next moment, Dragon's figure broke out of the seal. The leader of the Revolutionary Army seemed to be unharmed, with a smile still on his lips. The freezing ability is getting more and more terrifying. Admiral Kuzan. "Well, I got some interesting power recently." Aokiji scratched his head and said slowly, "Facing a group of monsters like you, I still feel that I'm a little inadequate." Dragon dodged the attack of a CP agent, waved his hand to control a gust of wind, and forced back the other 3 CP agents. At this moment, Dragon's gaze finally stopped on Aokiji, and his eyes became slightly solemn. "You are too modest. You are an admiral of the Navy." Second update. Chapter 528. Sabo captured by CP agents and the admiral. Aokiji is very strong. Many years ago, Monkey D. Dragon had seen the young Aokiji. At that time, Dragon had not paid much attention to Aokiji, a user of the nature fruit ability, even though Aokiji was called a monster in the 3rd Marine training camp founded by Zephyr. Now that they have just fought, Dragon immediately realized that this youngest admiral of the Navy is indeed a real monster. When facing Aokiji, Dragon could feel that there was a ferocious beast hidden in Aokiji's body. Compared to others, Dragon slowly bent his fingers and turned them into claws again. His eyes became sharp. "You are really becoming more and more like a monster now." "Still the same." Aokiji shook his head slowly and clenched his fists. "Dragon, it's obviously you who are the real monster." The next moment, the 2 men rushed towards each other at the same time. Aokiji was emitting cold air, and he raised his palm and slapped Dragon's body. The biting cold almost froze Dragon's body. A gust of wind suddenly rushed out from Dragon's side, quickly dispelling the cold air from Aokiji, and he still had that confident smile on his lips. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon's claws directly twisted Aokiji's arm. As long as it was a battle of physical skills, Dragon was confident that he would not fall into a disadvantage. Because since he was young, even though Dragon never said it, he knew very well that his father was Monkey D. Garb, a powerful navy who was truly based on physical skills and domineering. As Garb's son, Dragon would not relax his training in physical skills. However, Dragon still had some doubts. After grabbing Aokiji's palm so easily, wouldn't Aokiji also rely only on the power of his fruit? If he doesn't transform into an element at this time, for the sake of his own and Sabo's safety, Dragon will never show mercy to Aokiji and will definitely break Aokiji's wrist. Coral Palm. However, when Dragon grabbed Aokiji's wrist, Aokiji's palm also turned over and grabbed Dragon's wrist. Clusters of corals grew out of Dragon's arm and almost instantly wrapped around Dragon's palm. In an instant, one of Dragon's hands was imprisoned by heavy corals. It was the power of the 3-tailed Isabu in Aokiji's body. Aokiji tore open his palm without changing his expression and calmly watched Dragon's right hand being instantly wrapped by the emerging corals and unable to move. Dragon flew back, clenched his left hand into a fist, and slapped down the clumps of corals with force. His eyes slowly revealed a hint of surprise. What an interesting ability. I thought you would take advantage of the victory. I don't think I can easily get rid of you. Aokiji shook his head calmly, spread his palm and said, it's not so easy to catch you before this town is reduced to ruins. After all, Dragon in front of him is the most dangerous man in the world. Monkey D. Dragon is dangerous, not only because of the ideas he spreads, but also because he has a very strong power. Otherwise, the world government has been hunting him for more than 10 years and has not been able to capture him successfully. Moreover, Aokiji's original mission was just to stop Dragon and buy time for Aion and Smoker to capture Sabo. Dragon glanced at the battle between Sabo, Aion and Smoker next to him, and then glanced at the 4 CP agents who continued to surround him. His figure shuffled among the enemies who were surrounding him like a ghost. A gust of wind drove the dark clouds towards Rogue Town. Amidst the lightning and thunder in the sky, heavy rain fell like a torrential rain. Dragon's voice gradually became a little elusive in the rainstorm. If you don't try, how can you know? The torrential rain did not stop the battle, but made the battle between them become fierce again. This battle to encircle and suppress the leaders and cadres of the Revolutionary Army finally began to be really fierce. However, this is not what Dragon wanted. For Monkey D. Dragon, if the battle is not favorable, he and Sabo may fall into a life and death crisis, and even the cause of the Revolutionary Army will suffer a major setback. A CP agent codenamed 2 suddenly spoke up to remind, be careful, Monkey D. Dragon may take advantage of the weather to escape with that kid. Unfortunately, his reminder was already a step too late. A flash of lightning cut through the dark sky. The torrential rain seemed to gather into a rain curtain and fell down. Everyone's vision was blocked, and they couldn't even see what was happening on the battlefield. A surge of domineering aura burst out in an instant. Everyone frowned involuntarily, and could only rely on their own strength to resist the release of this domineering aura, and had to put away their own observation aura. Just at this moment, Dragon broke through the encirclement of the 4 CP agents and Aokiji in an instant, and appeared beside Sabo, knocking back Ain with one punch, and kicking Smoker away with one kick. Go. Dragon urged in a low voice. After that, Dragon jumped onto the roof, and Sabo flew up without hesitation, to catch up with Dragon's footsteps. 2 figures were running on the roof of Rogue Town in the heavy rain. In this weather, they could disappear in a corner of this town at any time. Even Aokiji could do nothing about it. In such bad weather, who knows where Dragon and Sabo will hide? As long as they can hide, even if the Navy is sent to search Rogue Town, they may not be able to find their traces again. Moreover, Rogue Town is not a small town. The scale of this town is so large that it is even comparable to the capital of a country. By the time the Navy of the Rogue Town branch was dispatched, Dragon and Sabo would have already left the town by boat. Just as Dragon and Sabo were running wildly, they felt a ray of sunlight falling on them, illuminating the way forward for Aokiji and CP agents who were chasing them, and also providing the location of Dragon and Sabo. The sky gradually became brighter. A strong wind blew the dark clouds in the sky, and the sun slowly fell on the streets of Rogue Town. The weather that was just pouring rain suddenly cleared up. This weird weather change is simply indescribable. Even in the unpredictable area of the Grand Line, such a weird weather change is impossible. It was clearly raining heavily the second before. In this way, Sabo and Monkey D. Dragon, who were still running, could no longer hide. Aokiji, Smoker, Aion and the 4 CP agents quickly chased after them. Something's wrong. There are others. Dragon's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the Rogue Town pier. I can actually reverse the weather by myself. Mr. Dragon. Sabo suddenly clenched the iron pipe in his hand, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. The 20-year-old young revolutionary said in a deep voice, Mr. Dragon, this town obviously has more dangerous enemies. Please leave here immediately, and I will cover you. After that, Sabo did not hesitate anymore. Instead of continuing to follow Dragon to escape, Sabo turned around and greeted Aokiji and others. He just wanted to make himself a pawn. Because it was impossible for 2 people to escape. Hey, Sabo, we don't need a brat like you. Dragon didn't even have time to stop Sabo. His face became a little uncertain. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and flew away. If he took Sabo with him, Dragon really didn't think he had a chance to escape. However, if they fought Aokiji and CP agents in Rogue Town, they might not be able to finish the battle in a week. By that time, the reinforcement of the world government would probably arrive, right? Well, as long as Sabo has not been imprisoned in Pelton by the world government, Dragon has plenty of ways to rescue Sabo. And there are precedents of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army being rescued. In the past few years, Yakushi Kabuto has captured quite a few cadres of the Revolutionary Army. However, some of the Revolutionary Army cadres were kidnapped by the Revolutionary Army during the Navy's escort, which made the Navy Marshal Buddha Sengoku very embarrassed in front of the 5 elders. The Revolutionary Army cadres that the CP members had worked so hard to capture were lost during the Navy's escort, but there was no problem when the Navy escorted the pirates. Jealousy. Incompetence. In order to fight for power and profit, he was willing to damage the interests of the world government. These big hats would be put on Buddha Sengoku's head from time to time, making this Navy Marshal very anxious for a while. These old things about the Revolutionary Army are also the reason why many people think that Buddha Sengoku cannot be promoted to the position of World Commander. After Dragon escaped by himself, Sabo, who went to meet Aokiji and CP agents, was directly injured and captured in just a few rounds. A CP agent codenamed Feng even prepared a pair of heavy golden shackles for Sabo and imprisoned this Revolutionary Army cadre. Hey. Sabo's eyes twitched. He raised his palm and looked at the golden shackles on his body speechlessly. You actually use gold to make shackles? You CP people are too extravagant. Don't belittle yourself. A CP member shook his head nonchalantly and whispered, your identity is nothing, even if you use a cage of 1 ton of gold to put it in. Although according to our investigation, your position should have been promoted not long ago, but you can also be regarded as the highest level person we have captured. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. This young man, who is second only to the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, was captured by the CP Department and the Admiral of the Navy after bidding farewell to his brother in Rogue Town. The third update. Chapter 529. Pharmacist Kabuto's Plan. At the dock of Rogue Town, Smoker was holding his cigar with an unhappy look on his face because he saw Uehara Naraku in a Navy uniform, and he also knew that this guy had a higher rank than him. 3 years ago, Uehara Naraku was still a criminal of Baroque works. 3 years later, Uehara Naraku suddenly became a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Not to mention that Smoker didn't understand. Even the prisoner Sabo didn't understand. How did this Uehara Naraku do it? Obviously, this guy was still a small figure 3 years ago, and he was trembling with fear to be a good person under the command of Baroque works. How did he become a Vice Admiral of the Navy now? I really didn't expect it. When Sabo saw Uehara Naraku, a slight smile appeared on his face. We actually met again under this situation, Mr. Uehara. Yeah. Uehara Naraku held a glass of juice in his hand, shook his head and sighed. I didn't think that when we meet again, it would be like this. Aokiji's expression was subtle. Uehara Naraku said this as if he was quite surprised. But wasn't the plan to capture Sabo in Rogue Town made by this guy himself? I'm going to hunt down Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker blew a smoke ring while holding a cigar in his mouth and said casually, that kid Straw Hat Luffy must be a dangerous person. We must not let him go. You are responsible for escorting the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. A naval colonel dared to speak so unscrupulously to the Admiral and Vice Admiral of the Navy. Smoker's thorny nature was undoubtedly exposed. However, Smoker's cognition was not wrong. Because Smoker saw with his own eyes that Monkey D. Luffy even smiled calmly before his death like Gold D. Roger, and didn't care about the life and death crisis at all, and completely handed his life to the sea. Straw Hat Luffy will definitely be a dangerous person when he grows up in the future. Naraku Uehara shook his head slowly and said, Colonel Smoker, you and Admiral Aokiji will be responsible for escorting Mr. Sabo. I will go hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker frowned and looked at Naraku Uehara with some displeasure. Straw Hat Luffy escaped from my jurisdiction. What does it have to do with you? I'm a Vice Admiral. Naraku Uehara took a sip of juice and glanced at Smoker. You're just a Navy colonel stationed in Rogue Town. A Vice Admiral who hid during the battle? Smoker couldn't help revealing a hint of contempt on his face. He already knew that when the battle to capture Dragon and Sabo began. Vice Admiral Naraku Uehara was hiding at the dock of Rogue Town. Smoker ignored the expressions of Aokiji and Ain beside him and continued in a cold voice. Why don't you ask those masters in Marineford when I have ever obeyed the orders of my superiors? Dashiki, prepare the warship to set off immediately. The young Navy swordsman standing next to Smoker couldn't help but hesitate. Is it really okay to disobey orders in front of the Vice Admiral? However, under Smoker's stare, Dashiki could only nod cautiously and was about to notify the Navy soldiers at the base to prepare their warships for sailing. To be honest, Dashiki is still more afraid of Smoker because Uehara Naraku looks like a kind person. Uehara Naraku took a sip of juice and turned to look at the beautiful adjutant beside him, Colonel Smoker of the Rogue Town base and his subordinates. Wait. Aokiji scratched his head, glanced at Smoker, and said in a muffled voice, Smoker, we will be responsible for escorting the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. As for the pursuit of Straw Hat Luffy, leave it to Lieutenant General Uehara Naraku. Smoker looked at Aokiji with surprise. Aokiji rubbed his brows and ordered in a deep voice, compared to the fledgling kid Straw Hat Luffy, the identity of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army is more important. Follow the order, otherwise I can use the name of the general to punish you by military law. This sentence was unprecedentedly harsh. It was not like Aokiji's temperament at all. It was also the first time that Smoker saw Aokiji say such harsh words. After frowning, he finally let go of the dispute with Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku did not pursue the matter further. He took a deep look at Smoker before leaving Rogue Town with his men and slowly chased the Straw Hat Pirates along the way. This demeanor, more like a trip. While Uehara Naraku was still chasing Luffy, the world government had already received news that the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, had been arrested, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, had narrowly escaped. On Judicial Island, Kabuto Yakushi was sitting in his office, holding a dendenmushi in his hand, smiling as he said, I just wanted to try to track down the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, but I didn't expect to succeed this time. Well done. An old man's voice came from the dendenmushi. He praised and continued, it's a pity that this opportunity is rare, but we only captured the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. At this point, the old man in the dendenmushi showed a hint of dissatisfaction again. If you could notify the Navy in advance to cooperate and dispatch enough people together, maybe we could catch that dangerous sky dragon this time. My lords, the 5 Elder Stars, I have already notified them. Kabuto Yakushi continued to explain without changing his expression. After I predicted this news, I immediately notified Navy Marshal Sengoku and hoped that he could dispatch 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters to go together and capture the leader of the Revolutionary Army. When Kabuto Yakushi said this, a hint of regret appeared on his face, but Marshal Sengoku believes that deploying the Navy's highest combat power on an illusory guess is too wasteful for the Admiral's combat power. He is not wrong. If the 5 elders knew about this in advance, they would definitely not agree to transfer the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters to Rogue Town, just for the guess that Dragon might be captured. Because this is too outrageous. As a result, there really are revolutionary soldiers in Rogue Town, and even the top and second in command of the Revolutionary Army. This really makes the 5 elders regret it. If they knew that what would happen today would happen, they should have issued an order directly to Sengoku, and the entire Navy must cooperate unconditionally with the CP department. After all, once the 2 figures, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, are captured, the existence of the Revolutionary Army will be completely unnecessary. The old man in the dendenmushi couldn't help but sighed and said, forget it, Kabuto Yakushi, don't worry about it. If there is a need to transfer the admirals of the Navy headquarters in the future, you can apply to us, and we will give you the power to transfer. Now we will promote you to the position of Chief Inspector of the Navy headquarters on behalf of the world government, and you will have the power to inspect and command all lieutenant generals and generals below at any time. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued to speak to the dendenmushi. I do have a plan recently. This plan is very likely to catch the Revolutionary Army in one fell swoop and show the majesty of the world government to the entire ocean. Tell me about it. The old man in the dendenmashi was a little curious. Public execution. Kabuto Yakushi hooked the corner of his mouth and chuckled, announced to the whole world that the world government publicly executed all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army at the headquarters of Marineford. But this matter is difficult to guarantee that Dragon will be brought out again. According to my understanding of the fights with the Revolutionary Army in the past few years, Dragon is likely to sit back and watch his subordinates sacrifice. This is actually quite difficult, because the Revolutionary Army is actually least afraid of sacrifice. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, has been engaged in the Freedom Revolution for so many years. I wonder how many comrades he has seen sacrificed. Perhaps he has long been accustomed to it. If you want to introduce Dragon and the Revolutionary Army, it is actually quite difficult to just deal with those Revolutionary Army cadres who were captured by CP agents. Even you are not sure. The old man in the dendenmashi couldn't help but hesitate. If we can't lure out Dragon, is the point of doing this just to warn the people on the sea? To be honest, no. Executing the cadres of the Revolutionary Army is only part of the plan. Kabuto Yakushi curled the corners of his mouth and continued slowly. When executing the Revolutionary Army, we will execute important members of another powerful force on the sea, and find a way to force another powerful force on the sea to come and disrupt the execution. When Kabuto Yakushi said this, he chuckled and continued, if the Revolutionary Army thinks they can have an ally to act together, the probability of luring them out is not low at all. The person you want to capture is an important member of the Four Emperors pirate group. The old man in the dendenmashi hesitated slightly. He said in a deep voice, in this case, the world government and the navy are facing a world-class war. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi's voice suddenly became serious. He explained in a low voice, since the beginning of this year, new pirates on the sea have been constantly emerging. As long as we win, we can once again use the name of the world government to intimidate the countries on the sea and demonstrate the military power of the world government. This plan is most beneficial to the world government, and I judge that our chances of winning are not low. This plan. The old man in the dendenmashi was still hesitating. After a long time, the voices of several old men arguing came from the phone. They are the most powerful people in the world and the pinnacle of the world government. After these old men chatted for a while, they finally gave an order to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi, then according to your ideas, start slowly collecting intelligence and find a suitable ally for the Revolutionary Army and Dragon. Yes, I have one more thing here. When Kabuto Yakushi said this, he couldn't help but smile and said, Marshal Sengoku privately promoted a naval colonel to the position of vice admiral, but this vice admiral did not play any role in the Battle of Rogue Town. The first update. Chapter 530. Let Luffy reunite with his brother, Marineford. In the office of the Navy Admiral, Buddha Sengoku put down the dendenmashi in his hand with all his strength. His face was surprisingly ugly, and even a little angry, which made the people around him a little frightened. As the Navy Admiral, Sengoku basically never lost his temper in Marineford, unless he was angry with his old friend Garp. What happened? Vice Admiral Churu showed some worry on his face. Nothing. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and snorted coldly. The little brat Kabuto Yakushi made a small report in front of the old guys of the Five Elders. It's really a childish method. However, this childish method is very effective. In the dendenmashi just now, the Five Elders straightforwardly demanded that Buddha Sengoku and the Navy must unconditionally cooperate with the CP department of Kabuto Yakushi, and accused Buddha Sengoku of wasting his power by wantonly promoting a person with no strength over an Naraku. Zanjiuo clasped his palms together and said with an unpleasant expression, starting tomorrow, Kabuto Yakushi will be relieved of his position as a naval staff officer and will serve as the chief inspector of the naval headquarters. This new chief inspector of the headquarters has the power to dispatch all generals below the rank of vice admiral and can even issue a demon killing order to any country or island in the world. This power is enough to challenge him, the naval marshal. Vice Admiral Churu couldn't help but frown when he heard it. If so, who will those little guys listen to in the future? The Navy has already had different voices. Zanjiuo shook his head and sighed. In the past few years, many people have chosen to support Zairohi, but we thought he was the future of the Navy and didn't see through this ambitious little guy. Kabuto Yakushi did everything he could to gain power. This is also what hurts Zangiuo the most. The fall of a new generation of wise generals means that the future of the Navy may go in an uncertain direction. The most troublesome thing is that this Kabuto Yakushi is likely to become the boss of the entire Navy. Kabuto Yakushi's strength is not very good, but his mind is very smart, so he has become the most useful chess piece in the hands of the five elders. Because once Kabuto Yakushi shows any rebellious momentum, the five elders can easily eliminate him. This kind of person who can bring huge benefits to the world government, but is very easy to control, happens to be the most needed talent by the five elders. Especially this time Kabuto Yakushi's design. Although the leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, escaped the pursuit due to the lack of cooperation from the Navy, it also caused the world government to suffer a great loss in the pursuit of the number one criminal, and even abandoned the second in command of the revolutionary army, and fled in embarrassment. This is good. The Navy was held accountable, but Kabuto Yakushi was promoted. That's not the case, actually. Vice Admiral Churu sighed quietly, trying to calm his old friend. Kabuto's temper isn't that bad. At least what he didn't violate justice, and he's worked hard for the Navy in the past few years. Zangiuo was speechless for a moment. Indeed, there was nothing to criticize about what Kabuto Yakushi had done in the past few years, and that's why Zangiuo felt even more miserable. He couldn't find any problems with Kabuto Yakushi. Obviously everyone knew that Kabuto Yakushi had changed. But when they really wanted to blame Kabuto Yakushi, they found that there was nothing wrong with him, not even a little tail that was being held by others. Every time Zangiuo confronted Kabuto Yakushi, it always made people feel that he was attacking his political enemies in order to be promoted to the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Obviously he was doing it for the future of the Navy. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Sengoku picked up a document on the table and fed it to the little goat at hand, sighed and said, "Tomorrow, Kabuto Yakushi will come to Marineford and we will hold a secret meeting. The five elders hope that we will cooperate with CP and take the initiative to launch a world war to encircle and suppress the four emperors pirates and the revolutionary army. Take the initiative to launch a world war against the four emperors pirates." Vice Admiral Churu frowned. Those five old guys are crazy. The sea is barely maintaining balance now. Little Churu. Sengoku shook his head. His expression gradually became heavy. This kind of balance has never been what the Navy wants. We always have only one goal. To end the great pirate era opened by Goldo Roger and let justice reign over the world. Just as the two old men in Marineford were discussing the orders of the five elders with a heavy face, it was too energy consuming for the two of them, and Kabuto Yakushi, who proposed to start a world war, was still drinking afternoon tea leisurely on Judicial Island. Judicial Island. In the office of the highest commander, Kabuto Yakushi and Nico Robin are playing chess. In the past few years, Nico Robin has been staying in Judicial Island, helping Kabuto Yakushi to gradually clear out all the non-direct agents of the CP department, and slowly insert the Anbu ninjas from Wano country, occupy the Magpie's Nest. The members of Akatsuki seem to be very good at this trick. "Miss Robin, you lost." Kabuto Yakushi put down the chess piece in his hand and pushed his glasses calmly. "What a pity. We will never be able to play chess leisurely like we do now." "Yeah." Nico Robin nodded slowly and said softly, "I will rush to the sea area at the entrance of the Grand Line tomorrow." Kabuto Yakushi looked up at Nico Robin. "I heard that Lord Naraku ordered you to go to the sea area at the entrance of the Grand Line and find a way to join the Straw Hat Pirates." "Yes." Nico Robin nodded and said softly, "According to Mr. Uehara's orders, I will guide them step by step to be enemies with the world until the pirate Straw Hat Luffy is qualified to be publicly executed by the Navy. Is that so?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and curled the corners of his mouth. "I can give you some good suggestions. A world war will soon start in our hands. It's best to speed up and don't let him miss this feast." There was some confusion in Nico Robin's eyes. Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, chuckled and continued, "According to my plan, to be implemented in the future, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, will be included in the list of public executions. During this period, Portgas, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, has entered the first half of the Grand Line. According to my calculations, he has also become a chess piece that fell into our trap. Kabuto Yakushi grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and slowly held it in his hand, with a strange smile on his lips. I heard that Straw Hat Luffy is the sworn brother of the two of them. I want the three brothers to reunite in Pelton and on the execution platform so that their brotherhood will not be in vain. Miss Robin, what do you think? A drop of cold sweat appeared on Nico Robin's forehead. This kind of thing, it's too cruel to talk about it, right? How can three brothers reunite on the execution platform? To be honest, as Nico Robin spent more and more time with Kabuto Yakushi, she gradually discovered how terrifying this top general under Uehara Naraku was. Even Nico Robin was occasionally afraid of Kabuto Yakushi's methods. I'll try my best. Nico Robin nodded slowly. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Nico Robin and continued with a smile. If there is anything you need, the CP department is all our people. You can ask them to cooperate at any time. Among them, the agents of CP9 are your old subordinates and have been obeying your orders. Yes. Nico Robin nodded and said softly, I know. When I meet Straw Hat Luffy, I will ask them to cooperate with me. Actually, this kind of thing is not that complicated. Kabuto Yakushi slowly loosened his palm and put the chess piece on the chessboard again. Let Straw Hat Luffy kill a celestial dragon. This crime must be enough. Nico Robin's expression was subtle. This Kabuto Yakushi talked about killing celestial dragons, as if he was talking about slaughtering livestock, and he didn't take the identity of celestial dragons into consideration at all. Even Nico Robin didn't dare to ignore those world nobles now. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Nico Robin's expression, smiled and pushed the frame on his nose, and whispered, there's nothing surprising about this, right? They are world nobles. Nico Robin frowned and said, even if they are just attacked or even frightened, there will be admirals from the Navy headquarters rushing to help. Well, it seems that there is really nothing to be surprised. Because the admirals of the Navy headquarters are all members of their Akatsuki. The lives of the celestial dragons are indeed important to the world government. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and continued with a smile, because the only use of these celestial dragons is to use their lives. To use the artifact of the Holy Land Mirajoa. Unfortunately, Akatsuki does not need the artifact of Mirajoa. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes gradually revealed a glimmer of light. Now the world is about to undergo drastic changes, and after this world drastic change, it is the new world that Akatsuki wants. When he said this, Kabuto Yakushi's eyes became dark again. Before the new world appears, everything in the old world will be cleared. Before these celestial dragons are executed by Lord Naraku, Miss Robin might as well use their lives as waste. Nico Robin still frowned. She slowly shook her head and whispered, let's wait until I see the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. I don't like this. You can't just remotely control the fate of others before you even see them. At least you have to see who Straw Hat Luffy and his companions are, so that there are no innocent people like Uehara. Don't you like it this way? Kabuto Yakushi touched his chin and chuckled. That's right. Maybe they are also a good group of partners for Miss Robin. After that, Kabuto Yakushi smiled and continued. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. You may need me to remind you. Understand your identity. Don't get too deeply involved like Sasuke-kun, so that you can't tell the truth from the false. Uchiha Sasuke is the opposite of an undercover. It was obviously asked for Uchiha Sasuke to be an undercover in the Whitebeard Pirates, but this guy actually integrated perfectly into the Whitebeard Pirates and sometimes even forgot his own identity. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke was standing in a very high position, but this guy chose to jump into the quagmire on his own. Forget it, maybe I said too much. Kabuto Yakushi tapped the chessboard with his fingers and smiled. Miss Robin is a chess player. She shouldn't think of jumping into the chessboard and becoming a chess piece controlled by others. Second update. Chapter 531 Marshal D. Teach, who wants to find a backer. Grand Line, Cape Gemini. The voice of Labu the whale echoed on the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates had just come here through the rising current of the Upside Down Mountain. Luffy and Labu the whale agreed to say goodbye and then left Cape Gemini, officially entering the Grand Line. Crocus sat on the lighthouse of Cape Gemini, looked up at the golden Mary that was gradually going away, and rubbed his glasses. Straw Hat Luffy, he is really a lively little guy. I feel that he can toss around on the sea more than that kid Shanks. Just when Crocus was still reminiscing about the past, a warship rushed down along the waves of the Upside Down Mountain, and was about to hit Labu the whale head on. A figure suddenly flew out of the warship. The figure kicked Labu hard, kicking the huge whale directly out. This scene made Crocus frown. This scene seems a little familiar. 3 years ago, it seems that a guy kicked Labu the whale away. Although this behavior was rather bad, it also made Labu the whale afraid of humans during that period, and dared not easily surface and hit the Red Earth continent. On the warship, Ain looked at Uehara Naraku with more and more subtle eyes. Uehara Naraku took the juice from Ain's hand and said slowly, "Let's go. Let's ask the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse if he has seen the Straw Hat Pirates." Twin Cape, under the lighthouse. Crocus sat on the chair, looking at Uehara Naraku, who was walking towards him with a strange look. Isn't this the guy who kicked Labu away 3 years ago? Now he is the one who kicked Labu away again. Is this guy a Navy now? Is this Navy crazy? Obviously, Navy warships can freely pass through the Calm Belt and enter the Grand Line, but they have to go through the Upside Down Mountain to come in. Uehara Naraku sipped the juice slowly, looked at Crocus and said, "Old man, have you seen the Straw Hat Pirates in front of us? Which route are they taking?" Crocus shook his head in silence. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, looked at Crocus and continued, "I don't know, or do you simply don't want to say?" Crocus still shook his head in silence, pointed his finger at his mouth, indicating that he was a mute. Uehara Naraku's expression was subtle. This Crocus thought he was humorous? Forget it. Anyway, Uehara Naraku himself was just here to find an excuse to arrest Crocus, catch him and put him in Impelton. Uehara Naraku's words made Crocus want to curse. Just when Crocus wanted to say something, a group of Navy men pointed guns at his body and took Crocus to the warship. Vice Admiral Uehara. Ian's expression was a little confused. The beautiful lieutenant didn't quite understand why Uehara Naraku wanted to capture an innocent lighthouse keeper like Crocus. Uehara Naraku shook his head and didn't explain too much. The identity of the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape was not that simple. He was a great helper for Goldie Roger to become the Pirate King and bought enough life for Roger to become the Pirate King. Uehara Naraku just wanted to use Crocus, the ship doctor of Roger's pirate group, to try to attract Pluto Rayleigh to join the war on the top in the future. Just when Uehara Naraku took the keeper of Gemini Cape away, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't know about Crocus. They, a group of noobs who entered the Grand Line, had just begun to face the wind and rain of the Grand Line. But with the help of Nami, the navigator, the Straw Hat Pirates still broke out safely and entered a route, which was the Whiskey Peak pointed to by the magnetic pointer obtained from Crocus. Even though the Baroque works had disappeared, the pirate hunters gathered at Whiskey Peak were still maintaining their business of robbing pirates. Things had changed a little bit. The supporter behind the pirate hunters at Whiskey Peak was now King Cobra of Alabasta. After all, only by cutting off the source of pirates from Whiskey Peak could Alabasta avoid more pirate invasions, because Alabasta did not have Crocodile, the national hero, to help them clean up foreign pirates. Unfortunately, the Straw Hat Pirates were a tough guy. Early the next morning, the Straw Hat Pirates took Princess Vivi away from the Whiskey Peak patrol because they were going to Alabasta to defeat King Cobra. The development of this matter, it made Uehara Naraku scratch his head. Especially what the Straw Hat Pirates encountered at the second stop of their route, the ancient island, made King Cobra seem like a big villain. The ancient island was completely razed to the ground by Uehara Naraku. Now the island has become a natural super arena. No matter which pirates want to fight in this super arena, the island has also become the Duel Island, a place that induces pirates to kill each other. The people who now rule the Duel Arena of the ancient island are the giant pirates who returned from Elbaf. They are almost invincible here. And because this place is naturally suitable for giants to fight, the giant pirates have no other ideas and don't go out to plunder. These giants just guard the Duel Arena of the ancient island steadily and even help deal with some arrogant and bloodthirsty pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates made a big fuss on the ancient island. Monkey D. Luffy desperately defeated a giant who was chasing them and fled the ancient island with the Straw Hat Pirates with his seriously injured body. When Uehara Naraku arrived here, he reported to Marineford and helped to increase the bounty of Straw Hat Luffy to 130 million baileys. This matter was not done very well. Since he was dragging a seriously injured body, he naturally needed a ship doctor. Fortunately, Princess Vivi showed them the way and led them to the medical powerhouse Drum Kingdom. Along the way, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates also learned from Princess Vivi that Cobra was a king who loved his people like his own children and put aside their disputes. Drum Kingdom. Because the civilians of the Drum Kingdom were forced to raise 1 million baileys to kill the previous brutal King Walpo, their lives have gradually become prosperous in the past few years. When the new King Dalton saw the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates, he did not intend to attack them. Instead, he eagerly led them to find Dr. Kiliha. As they were heading to Dr. Kiliha's house, Nami looked at Dalton with a hint of suspicion. These guys, don't they have any conspiracy? Don't worry. Dalton smiled very brightly. Mr. Luffy is Mr. Ace's younger brother, right? We just want to repay Luffy's brother Portgas D. Ace for his kindness. Last week, our country was invaded by Marshal D. Teach of the Blackbird Pirates. Fortunately, Ace and Mr. Uchiha Sasuke helped us drive him away. I have a letter that Ace left for Mr. Luffy. This matter is really fate. Last week, Marshal D. Teach led his newly established Blackbird Pirates to the Drum Kingdom. Before they had stayed here for a day, Uchiha Sasuke and Ace chased after them, and Marshal D. Teach had to flee in a hurry. At this time, Teach didn't want to run into Uchiha Sasuke at all. Even if he was brave, he would not gamble on something that would definitely kill him. However, Marshal D. Teach did not gain nothing. On the island of the Drum Kingdom, Teach was able to confirm his own body and also develop the ambition to obtain the power of the Trema fruit. On the raft of the Blackbird Pirates, this newly established pirate group does not have many people, and they don't even have their own big ship. They just rely on this raft for navigation temporarily. Marshal D. Teach's face no longer has the confidence before, and he is a little worried. If we continue like this, I feel that sooner or later we will be caught up by Uchiha Sasuke. If we fight Sasuke at this time, I'm not sure. Then try to divert the trouble. Black Zetsu's voice appeared in Teach's ears sinisterly. Marshal D. Teach really has no idea in his mind. If it weren't for Black Zetsu who has been secretly threatening and obstructing Uchiha Sasuke with words, Teach would have been chopped in half by Sasuke long ago. Black Zetsu's body emerged from Teach's arm, and he continued in a grim voice. The strongest in the first half of the Grand Line are the Shichibuke in the Navy. Let them help get rid of Sasuke and Ace. Haha, this is not easy to do. Marshal D. Teach couldn't help laughing. There are not many people in the first half of the entire Grand Line who can defeat Sasuke. Sasuke, that guy, is a monster. That is enough to overthrow the 4 emperors. It's terrible. The doctor of the Blackbird Pirates said weakly. I didn't expect that I would face the pursuit of Red Eye Sasuke and Fire Fist Ace just after joining your pirate group. I think we should divide the supplies on the ship immediately and disband here. Poison Q. There are some things that can't be said casually. Another new member of the Blackbird Pirates smiled and said softly, "Ha, doesn't this just show that our captain is not a simple person? Not everyone is qualified to be looked up to by the monsters of the new world, not to mention that our captain is still being hunted down by the former super rookie pirate. Laffit, you are really not afraid of death." Blackbird's ship doctor, Poison Q, reached out and took out an apple from his basket and tremblingly handed it to Laffit who was speaking. "Why don't you try and see if you can survive after eating the apple? If you can survive, we will continue to move forward. If you die, we will have one less person to share the supplies." Ha 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 ha. Okay. Blackbird stopped the dispute between his crew members, and he still had a confident smile on his face. Now what we have to do is to find a way to get in touch with the Navy. It would be best if we can get rid of one of the 7 warlords of the sea and let me take this position. Speaking of which, I did receive some information. Black Zetsu's body swam slowly, and his hoarse voice fell into the ears of everyone. A white Zetsu lurking in Marineford sent a piece of information. It is said that the most powerful person in the Navy now is a guy named Kabuto Yakushi. Ha 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 ha. I remember it very clearly. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach nodded hurriedly, the smile on his face almost uncontrollably. We must find a way to get in touch with Kabuto Yakushi, because the last time we and Sasuke were in the most embarrassing situation, it was Kabuto Yakushi who framed us. The third update. Chapter 532. It's Uehara's fault. The Blackbeard pirates really want to use Kabuto Yakushi, hoping that he can intervene to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke and Ace, the two people who are chasing them. But Kabuto Yakushi certainly looks down on them. There is almost no one in the whole ocean who does not know the name of Kabuto Yakushi. This former new generation of wise generals of the Navy has now become a high-ranking official with great power in the world government. The CP department under his command is all over the ocean, and his shadow is everywhere on the ocean. Many pirates are even more afraid of Kabuto Yakushi than the admirals. When Kabuto Yakushi just came to power, he had been arresting cadres and pirates of the Revolutionary Army to consolidate his position in the world government. Some countries on the ocean are also trembling with fear of Kabuto Yakushi, and after Kabuto Yakushi joined the world government, the number of member countries of the world government has increased by more than 30 in the past few years. To put it bluntly, Kabuto Yakushi is a man who truly holds great power. Compared with Kabuto Yakushi, the Blackbeard pirates are actually just thieves. How can they have the opportunity to get in touch with Kabuto Yakushi? Then we must show our value. Black Zetsu floated on Marshall D. Teach's body and said sinisterly, it just so happens that our people have found out information that the newly appointed Chief Inspector of the Navy headquarters, Kabuto Yakushi, seems to want to take action against a Four Emperors pirate group. Are you kidding? Marshall D. Teach couldn't help but clench his fist and said with a chuckle, that guy is still as courageous as ever. Yeah. Black Zetsu's smile gradually became weird. That guy Kabuto Yakushi wants to capture an important person for public execution, force the Four Emperors pirate group and the Navy to take the initiative to go to war, and want to stain his official position red with the blood of pirates. In name, this is the information sent by White Zetsu. In fact, the real source of the information was told to White Zetsu by Kabuto Yakushi himself. Anyway, Marshall D. Teach couldn't find any loopholes. Since this guy got Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, he has fallen into an inexplicable self-confidence. This guy really thought that fate had chosen him. The idea of Kabuto Yakushi is exactly the same as the plan we discussed before. Marshall D. Teach clenched his fists and said with a chuckle, we can cooperate with him and give him a reason to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. Whether it is to capture Ace or Sasuke, Dad will definitely not ignore it. Thief hahaha. Obviously the body can't hold on, but still holding on to naive ideas. For us, this opportunity is really the best. Black Zetsu looked at Teach and smiled sinisterly. It just so happens that we take advantage of the fact that we are being hunted by Uchiha Sasuke and Ace, and set a trap with Kabuto Yakushi to catch them together. To put it bluntly, in fact, it is to let Teach be used as bait for fishing. But now at least he is qualified to be a bait. If he is caught by Uchiha Sasuke, they will have little chance of survival. In short, this is to find a way out in a desperate situation. Therefore, after discussing it, the Blackbeard pirates sent Laffit to secretly rush to Marineford, hoping that they could reach a cooperation with Kabuto Yakushi. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Portgas D. Ace were still on the way to track down Marshall D. Teach. The two of them almost turned the first half of the Grand Line upside down, because the deadline given by the Akatsuki organization was only 2 months. Now it is almost a month, and they have not killed Teach, and they also know that Teach ate the dark fruit. The most important thing is, Uchiha Sasuke discovered that Black Zetsu was lurking beside Marshall D. Teach, which means that Teach has become a pawn of Akatsuki, and the Whitebeard pirates have no way to hand over the dark fruit to the Akatsuki organization. What agreement on the dark fruit? Uehara and Naraku didn't care about this so-called agreement at all, but just kept playing tricks on them. This is the big trouble. Perhaps the only good news is that Portgas D. Ace also saw the news about Luffy's trouble on the ancient island. It just so happens that the Straw Hat Pirates are on the same route as them, so maybe they will meet at the next stop. Luffy's bounty is increasing very quickly. Ace looked at the bounty order in his hand. It was the latest bounty of Straw Hat Luffy that had exceeded 100 million. Ace handed the bounty to his companions in a show-off manner. "Hey, Sasuke, take a look at Luffy's new bounty. He will definitely become this year's supernova, just like when we were there." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head speechlessly. Is there really nothing wrong with this Ace's brain? Kakuzu, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the first half of the Grand Line, likes these little pirates with soaring bounties the most. The bounty has increased. Kakuzu will definitely be targeted by him. Yesterday, Uchiha Sasuke and Kakuzu talked on Dendenmushi. Kakuzu was still obsessed with making money and asked Sasuke if he wanted to cooperate. What the hell time is now? How can Kakuzu still think about making money when the Akatsuki organization is about to set off a huge wave on the sea? Kakuzu now has 4 carefully selected devil fruit abilities in his body, including 1 natural fruit ability, and the other abilities are unknown for the time being. According to Kakuzu's personality, the abilities he took away must not be ordinary. Once the Straw Hat Pirates are targeted by Kakuzu, facing the combination of Kakuzu and Hidden, the little guys of the Straw Hat Pirates will definitely be packed up in exchange for bounties. If the Straw Hat Pirates are not targeted by Kakuzu, that would be the real danger. Because someone must have told Kakuzu, a guy who loves to make money, that Straw Hat Luffy has a greater use for his bounty. Or maybe it is also possible that Kakuzu has recently targeted the 2 of them. Uchiha Sasuke knows how high his and Ace's bounties are. If he can catch them, Kakuzu will be able to make a living for 3 years. Now the bounties of Uchiha Sasuke and Ace combined are higher than Whitebeard's bounty. Bloop. 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 Just when Uchiha Sasuke was still thinking about Kakuzu, Kakuzu's routine Dendenmushi greeting had come. Ever since Sasuke and Ace entered the first half of the Grand Line, Kakuzu would call the Dendenmushi almost every day to ask about his location. This fucking made Sasuke really want to hit someone. Sasuke. After Kakuzu's Dendenmushi dialed the number, he went straight to the point. Where are you now? It's a rare opportunity for you to come to the first half of the paradise, so shouldn't I show some hospitality? That's not necessary. Uchiha Sasuke rubbed his forehead, his face showing obvious impatience. Ace, that idiot, likes to eat and free meals. What a bad character. Kakuzu's voice in the Dendenmushi was a little unhappy. Fooling and free meals is unforgivable. Let me send him to Impelton to reflect on himself. I'll take good care of him. Uchiha Sasuke flipped through the bounty in his hand and suddenly said, by the way, there's a newcomer in the Grand Line. Straw Hat Luffy. The bounty has exceeded 100 million berries not long after entering the Grand Line. Aren't you eyeing his head? 100 million berries is indeed a considerable bounty. Kakuzu's voice in the Dendenmushi was a little hoarse, and he continued slowly, but I can't get any of that money, because the person who is chasing the Straw Hat Pirates is a Vice Admiral named Naraku. When Monkey D. Luffy entered the Grand Line, especially after the news of the chaos in the Teiku Island duel arena came out, Kakuzu actually set his sights on Luffy's head. Unfortunately, Kakuzu also learned about Naraku's pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates through the world government's channels. After contacting Naraku once, he had no choice but to give up Luffy's head. That guy. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but hold his Dendenmushi tightly. No wonder Kakuzu didn't go to catch Luffy. Was it really Naraku who personally came forward to mess with the Straw Hat Pirates? If Naraku targeted Luffy, Luffy might as well be caught by Kakuzu in exchange for the bounty. On the Drum Island, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't know all this yet. Led by Dalton, they rushed to Dr. Killia's home, but met an unexpected person here. Ms. Nico Robin. Sanji looked at Nico Robin in disbelief, because he remembered that Nico Robin was the vice president of Baroque Works 3 years ago. As an old acquaintance of Baroque Works, Nami was also surprised when she saw Nico Robin. Why is Sister Robin here? Mr. Sanji, Nami, and Luffy. Nico Robin stroked a little reindeer beside her and said with a smile, it's been a long time. Why are you here? Luffy was seriously injured. Sanji couldn't help but took out a cigarette and explained slowly, we rushed here from the ancient island. Where is Miss Robin? I heard that Baroque Works has been disbanded. Yeah. Nico Robin nodded, with a look of disappointment on her face. After the disbandment of Baroque Works, Crocodile was also imprisoned. Later, I started to return to my wandering days. Recently, I want to see the cherry blossoms, so I plan to stay on Drum Island for a while. I also want to make up for those who have been hurt by Baroque works. It's not Robin's fault. The reindeer at Nico Robin's feet suddenly raised its head, pouted and said, "It's obviously the fault of that bastard Uehara Naraku. Chopper, don't talk nonsense." Nico Robin smiled and rubbed the reindeer's head. Sanji also showed a smile on his face and said slowly, "What this raccoon cat said is not wrong. It was originally that guy's fault. I'm a reindeer with horns." Just as they were greeting each other, Usopp slowly approached Nami and asked carefully, "Hey, who is this woman? She looks very kind. She used to be the vice president of Baroque Works." Nami glanced at Nico Robin and whispered to Usopp, "In short, this is a very scary person. Don't offend her. I remember the last time I saw her bounty, it seemed to have risen to 290 million baileys." Hiss. Usopp gasped in fear. Nico Robin's bounty is much higher than Luffy's. A bounty of 290 million baileys. How terrifying is this woman? First update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Sasuke, your mission is over. Nico Robin's personality is very easy to get along with. Even if Usopp thinks he has a strong observation ability, it is difficult to tell from Robin's current performance that she is a woman with a bounty of 290 million baileys. When they were together on the island admiring the cherry blossoms, a team suddenly appeared and attacked them, launching an assassination attempt on Robin. As combat members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro and Sanji naturally had no choice but to help. As a result, the two of them were almost beaten to death. One of the white-haired enemies was particularly sharp in swordsmanship, and Zoro was no match for him at all. The other enemy, who was wearing a green tights, fought 2 or 3 moves, and directly kicked Sanji away. It was not until Nico and Robin took action together that these people were finally repelled by the group of them. Nico Robin glanced at the somewhat messy cherry blossom forest, shook her head and sighed. "It seems that we can't stay here any longer, Ms. Robin." Sanji sat on the chair with the support of Chopper and bandaged his wound. "What's going on? Why do those guys want to kill you? They are CP agents of the world government." Nico Robin shook her head and showed a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. "Because I'm a survivor of the former academic island Uehara, CP agents have been secretly hunting me since 20 years ago, and I have long been accustomed to it." 20 years. Nami's expression was a little dull. She knew Nico Robin before. In Nami's impression, Nico Robin's status should be very noble. After all, her subordinates are so powerful. "I didn't expect this woman to be hunted for 20 years. And after the dissolution of Baroque Works, Nico Robin, the former vice president, actually lived so miserably, even worse than that little minion Uehara Naraku." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates chatted with Nico Robin for a while, and finally learned about Nico Robin's life experience, and why she was hunted by CP agents. "This woman is actually quite pitiful." Zoro bent his fingers, and couldn't help showing a crazy smile on his face. "If we protect you for a while, wouldn't we always have the opportunity to fight with that white-haired swordsman?" "Arsehole, what nonsense are you talking about?" Sanji couldn't help but curse. Zoro turned his head and looked at Nico Robin with admiration. "Robin, please allow me to be your knight." The two of them agreed to protect Nico Robin, but no one mentioned inviting Nico Robin on board. Only the captain invited others on board. When Luffy woke up, this guy didn't care about the past at all. In addition to actively inviting Nico Robin to join the Straw Hat Pirates, he also invited Chopper to be their ship's doctor and reserve food to sail together. Because they received a letter from Ace, which contained the life sheet Ace left for him, and it happened to point to the next stop of the Straw Hat Pirates, Alabasta. When the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at this desert kingdom, the warships that had been slowly chasing them behind also arrived here. Uehara Naraku got off the boat with a glass of juice in his left hand and a Dendenmushi receiver in his right hand. Iron followed him and helped him hold the Den Mushi. Our Portgusty Ace and Sasuke in Alabasta. Uehara and Naraku took a sip of juice and continued slowly. But will Ace's journey end here? It will hurt Luffy too much. Speaking of which, it's really unfair to Luffy. When Luffy went out to sea in Rogue Town, Luffy's brother Sabo was captured. When leaving Alabasta, will Luffy's other brother Ace also be captured? There's nothing we can do about it. Kabuto Yakushi in the Den Mushi explained with a chuckle. If we don't stop Sasuke, he might kill Teach soon. Then let's do it in Alabasta. Uehara Naraku nodded, sighed and said, that's it. But at least let the brothers meet first. Otherwise, the next time they meet is in Pelton prison, which is too cruel, right? Fire Fist. Just as Uehara Naraku was still talking to Kabuto Yakushi on the phone slowly, a flame suddenly flew out from the dock of Alabasta, and the overwhelming flame suddenly hit the warship anchored at the dock. This scene stunned everyone. Uehara Naraku turned around in surprise, and saw that his warship was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. What the hell was going on? While people on the dock were scrambling to put out the fire, several figures quickly rushed out of the dock area and rushed into the city, disappearing into the crowd. Uehara Naraku has seen several familiar figures, none other than Uchiha Sasuke, Portgusty Ace and the guys from the Straw Hat Pirates. Ace and Luffy have reunited. As an elder brother caring for his younger brother, Portgusty Ace's actions were indeed extraordinary, and he directly burned the warship that had chased all the way from Rogue Town. In fact, this was indeed Ace's original intention. Ever since Ace knew that the Straw Hat Pirates were being chased by a warship of a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he has been worried about Luffy's safety. After seeing Uehara Naraku's warship at the port of Alabasta, he immediately destroyed the warship. Even if Uchiha Sasuke wanted to stop him, he was too late. Sasuke didn't know what he was feeling. Hey, Ace. Uchiha Sasuke finally realized the reality. He grabbed Ace's collar, and his anger could hardly be suppressed. Do you know what you have done? Ha 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 ha. Ace slapped Sasuke's palm with a giggle, and lowered his voice. Hey, Sasuke, let go quickly. Luffy and the others are still following us. I'm Luffy's brother. Of course I have to help him solve some small troubles, you idiot. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but loosen his palm and rubbed his forehead. Directly burning Uehara Naraku's ship is also called solving a small trouble. When they were in the Spade Pirates, facing the pursuit of a female lieutenant of the Navy, Portgusty Ace ran faster than anyone else. Now facing Uehara Naraku, who is nominally a Vice Admiral of the Navy, Ace is much braver. Damn, this is clearly an idiot. A true idiot will never bully someone you can kill with one punch, but will provoke those who can kill you with one punch. Except for Uchiha Sasuke. Nico Robin, who just joined the Straw Hat Pirates not long ago, had cold sweat on her forehead, and her face was faintly speechless. Portgusty Ace is worthy of being the strongest super rookie pirate in history. He actually dared to challenge Uehara Naraku head on. Hurry up, those marines are catching up. Portgusty Ace waved at the Straw Hat Pirates with a giggle, and continued loudly, ha 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 ha. Luffy, Sasuke, you go first, I'll stop him. You go first. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku and a group of marines chasing after him, shook his head with an ugly look and said, let me stop him. Hey, Sasuke. Ace was still a little reluctant. Shut up. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted him, drew out his Kusanagi sword, and said without question, now, go as far as you can, and never look back. I will find you, after I have sorted out the matter here. After seeing Uchiha Sasuke staying voluntarily, Zoro could not help but look at Ace and asked, hey, Luffy's brother, is it okay to leave only your companions to stop the Navy? That Uehara Naraku is not that easy to deal with. Uehara Naraku can block his 3 swords with just one finger. Because Zoro has not seen much of the world, from Zoro's perception, Uehara Naraku's strength should be at the same level as Hawky Mihawk. Ace shook his head and said seriously, don't worry, in this world, no one except Dad can be Sasuke's opponent. Ah, so powerful? A flash of surprise flashed across Chopper's face, and he shook his head in disbelief. That man is now a Vice Admiral of the Navy. It doesn't matter. Ace squinted his eyes, and smiled and continued to shake his head. He was just a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Uchiha Sasuke could easily defeat the Admiral of the Navy 3 years ago. Nico Robin still had cold sweat on her forehead. She looked at Ace with a strange look. How could this guy still be so calm now? Ace acted very calm because he himself didn't have much pressure facing the Vice Admiral of the Navy. It was just a hard battle. Just when Ace trusted his companions very much, Uchiha Sasuke was not in a good mood because after 3 years, he finally met Uehara Naraku again. What a formidable enemy. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to stop the pursuit of a group of Navy, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and couldn't help but smile. Uchiha Sasuke of the Whitebird Pirates, what are you trying to do by stopping me here? Uchiha Sasuke fell silent, gritted his teeth with an unsightly expression, and his mood gradually became complicated as he looked at Uehara Naraku's smile. This guy is still the same, as if he is just an ordinary person. Uchiha Sasuke knows very well that when Uehara Naraku smiles, it proves that everything is under his control, because he has been using a smile to cover up his arrogance. I'm not here to do anything. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, put away his Kusanagi sword, bowed earnestly and apologized. I'm sorry, Ace was too impulsive this time. I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope you can forgive that idiot. You are pirates, we are the Navy. Uehara Naraku shook his head, spread his palms, smiled calmly. It is normal for a pirate to burn a Navy ship, and it is the duty of the Navy to capture and kill pirates. It seems that there is no need to pay attention to these etiquettes between us, right? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. Things seem to have gotten bigger. Uehara Naraku actually spoke in a nice voice. If you really want to apologize. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, chuckled and said, then bring them a bidectomy, and let Portugasti Ace Bernard personally to apologize to me. Is this request not too much? This condition is unlikely. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. No member of the Whitebird Pirates would agree to such a condition. It was obvious that Uehara Naraku deliberately asked to embarrass him. Uehara Naraku curled his lips, smiled and nodded and continued, since it is unlikely, then forget it. Since Mr. Sasuke has come forward, I'm just a Vice Admiral of the Navy, so I naturally dare not take action against Portugasti Ace. At this point, Uehara Naraku smiled and spread out his palms and continued, but as the price of a fair trade, if I don't take action against Portugasti Ace, Sasuke will not take action in Alabasta, right? Uchiha Sasuke's expression was a little confused, and the next moment his expression suddenly changed. He asked in a low voice with an ugly look, you mean, the Navy? No, it should be Akatsuki, are going to take action against Ace? Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, walked towards Uchiha Sasuke step by step, and his voice suddenly became gentle. Thank you for your hard work, Sasuke. From this moment on, your undercover mission in the Whitebird Pirates is over. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly fell into a sluggish state. Second update. Chapter 534, The Man with a 4 Billion Bounty, The Surprised Straw Hat Pirates. Alabasta, a port city. In a corner of the city, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered around Luffy and Ace, curiously looking at the reunited brothers. Ace did not chat with Luffy first, but bowed solemnly to the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and looked at them with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Luffy's brother Portugasti Ace. Thank you for taking care of my brother during this period of time. Ace once learned etiquette from Makino. Especially after he met Uchiha Itachi, he learned a lot from Uchiha Itachi, such as how to greet his brother's companions. This polite appearance made the entire Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but marvel. Their unreliable captain actually has such a polite brother? Sanji couldn't help but take out a cigarette, slowly shook his head and said, it's hard to imagine that such a polite person is Luffy's brother. Yeah. Nami's expression was also very subtle. Ace lit up Sanji's cigarette and continued with a smile. I know Luffy's personality. He must have caused a lot of trouble for everyone. I'm sorry that you have been bearing his willfulness. No, not too much. Nami waved her hands hastily with an embarrassed look. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but wave their hands, because in front of Ace, it was really difficult for these people to slander Luffy. Zoro held his sword, closed his eyes and spoke in a muffled voice. Luffy is our captain, and he is still very reliable in some things. Everyone present nodded in agreement with Zoro's words. Really? Ace had a smile on his lips, turned around and patted Luffy on the shoulder, and smiled and praised. It seems that Luffy has really grown up, and has become a qualified captain. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates turned their heads to the side. In fact, it was just a little politeness just now. In most cases, Luffy, the captain, is not reliable at all. If the Straw Hat Pirates are in danger, then Luffy is the most reliable person. If the Straw Hat Pirates are not in danger, in fact, Luffy is the one who brings danger to them. Just as they were about to exchange pleasantries, Nami suddenly thought of something and looked at Ace with some doubt. Port Gusty Ace, the strongest supernova pirate in history 3 years ago, the bounty in the first year exceeded 1 billion berries. Port Gusty Ace is indeed famous because Uchiha Sasuke defeated Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates. Many people thought that Ace had the potential to become one of the 4 emperors of the New World, but after his defeat, he directly joined the Whitebeard Pirates. This matter was reported in the news because Port Gusty Ace can be regarded as the strongest pirate to come out of the East China Sea in recent years, and was once widely reported in the news in the East China Sea. It is not surprising that Nami has heard about him. The faces of the entire Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but look at Ace with some amazement. Luffy's polite brother, his identity is really extraordinary. Actually I'm not that strong. Ace couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, stretched out his finger, and tapped Luffy's forehead, and continued softly, besides, those things have long passed. Now I'm just the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates. Nami clenched her palms suddenly, frowned, and said, is it that, the strongest pirate group in the world, the Whitebeard Pirates? Yes. A flash of confidence flashed across Ace's face. Nami's hand grasped closer and closer, her face gradually became ugly, and slowly opened her mouth, and continued to ask, is there a person named Jinbei in your pirate group? Yes. Do you know him? Ace looked at Nami curiously, smiled and said, Jinbei is the captain of our 8th division. I have a good relationship with him. Do you need me to help give him greetings? The original captain of the 8th division was the Fishman Mama. Ever since Jinbei was driven out of Fishman Island by Hoshigaki Kisame, he led the Fishman Pirates to join the Whitebeard Pirates, and Nami took the initiative to give up his captain position to Jinbei. Because Jinbei's character is generous and loyal, Ace and Jinbei have similar interests, and the relationship between the two is indeed very good. No need. Nami shook her head anxiously. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates saw Nami's thoughts. Because when Zoro and Sanji were visiting Kokoja village, they learned about the past of the Arlong Pirates from Nami's sister Najiko. Nami joined the Straw Hat Pirates to defeat Jinbei. Ace, tell me something. Luffy clenched his fists and looked at his brother seriously. Tell that guy named Jinbei that I will definitely defeat him. Ace couldn't help but flash a string of question marks on his face. He adjusted his hat and asked in surprise, did Jinbei do anything wrong? His personality. Luffy clenched his fists and continued, in addition to that Jinbei, there is also that guy named Whitebeard. I will defeat them all. This is a promise to Nami. Because Nami has always been trapped in the fear of Jinbei and the Whitebeard Pirates, especially after the dissolution of Baroque Works, this emotion has become more and more serious. Until now, Nami is still worried about Jinbei's revenge for Arlong. Ace's face became even more curious, with a hint of smile on his lips. It's exactly the same as I was in the past. Luffy, do you also want to directly challenge the strongest man in the sea? This is more difficult than you can imagine. Luffy shook his head, with unprecedented persistence on his face. No matter what, no matter how difficult it is, I will defeat him. But you can't even beat me. Ace stretched out his 2 fingers, tapped Luffy's forehead, and chuckled. Forget it, then wait for you to get stronger slowly. When you want to challenge your dad in the future, you have to get past me first. This difficulty is not low at all. Even the current Ace is not a match for the entire Straw Hat Pirates. He is a famous pirate in the new world full of monsters. Zoro frowned, took a look at the somewhat awkward atmosphere, and couldn't help asking, by the way, will your companions really be okay? That guy named Uehara Naraku is a very strong man. No. Ace shook his head, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He believed in his companions more than anyone else. Even the Admiral of the Navy can't defeat Sasuke. It probably won't take long for him to come and find us. Ace's eyes moved slightly, and he saw Uchiha Sasuke walking towards them in the distance. He waved his palm and shouted, "Hey, Sasuke, this way." Uchiha Sasuke looked at the young man waving his palm in silence. The next moment, Sasuke's figure instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, and in an instant he appeared directly beside everyone. This move surprised everyone present. Wow 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 wow. When Luffy and Chopper saw Uchiha Sasuke, their eyes almost lit up. Was that teleportation just now? So handsome. I didn't see any movement at all. Zoro looked at Uchiha Sasuke's appearance, his eyes slightly surprised. He actually came here from such a far place in an instant. Why did it take so long? When Ace saw Uchiha Sasuke coming back, his expression was still a little puzzled. "Sasuke, is that Navy Vice Admiral very difficult?" "He is not a difficult problem." Sasuke couldn't help but frown and shook his head. How confident was this Ace to think that Uehara Naraku was just a difficult guy? And Uehara Naraku gave him an order and announced that the undercover mission had ended. Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative to propose to continue the mission and assist Akatsuki in monitoring the situation of the Whitebird pirates. In the past few years, Uchiha Sasuke has become accustomed to everything in the Whitebird pirates. If possible, Uchiha Sasuke would not even mind living on the Moby Dick for the rest of his life. It's a pity that all this is just a dream. Now, the dream is about to end. When Sasuke slowly shook his head and sighed, he saw Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Pirates from the corner of his eye, which changed his expression again. Nico Robin, this woman. The Straw Hat Pirates have also been planted with undercover agents. Ace. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Portgas Ace and said in a deep voice, "If there is nothing else, let's find a place to talk." Huh. Ace looked at Sasuke in surprise. While Ace and Uchiha Sasuke were discussing things on the other side, the Straw Hat Pirates were still looking at Uchiha Sasuke. Nami looked at Uchiha Sasuke and couldn't help but praise him. "Sister Robin, that Uchiha Sasuke is so handsome." Not only is he handsome, Robin's mouth curled up and she chuckled and said, "And Uchiha Sasuke is also very powerful. Last year, his bounty exceeded 4 billion baileys, which is enough to rival the emperors who rule the new world. 4 billion. This number really scared everyone present. Nico Robin shook her head calmly and continued in a low voice. "Uchiha Sasuke is considered by the world government to be the most dangerous monster of this era. It is said that he likes to call himself the Evil Eye and has incredible power." Evil Eye. Everyone looked at Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke didn't know what he talked about with Ace and revealed a scarlet light, which made people shudder. It seems the eyes are really fierce. Zoro's mouth showed a smile with a hint of eagerness on his face. "Robin, that Sasuke is a swordsman, right?" "Maybe." Nico Robin nodded slowly and whispered, "But the world government has specially published a news report on Uchiha Sasuke. The sword on Uchiha Sasuke should be the Kusanagi sword, one of the 12 supreme swords. Another supreme sword." Zoro's face showed a hint of fighting spirit. "A super pirate with a bounty of more than 4 billion. This super pirate is also a great swordsman holding a supreme sword." Even though Zoro knew he couldn't win, he couldn't help but want to ask Uchiha Sasuke for advice. Nico Robin saw the fighting spirit on Zoro's face and continued calmly, "If you want to challenge him, it's best not to choose this time, because I feel that he should not be in a good mood now." The third update. Chapter 535. The person who captures Portgas Ace. Uchiha Sasuke was in a bad mood indeed. Because in the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, Uchiha Sasuke was chatting with Portgas Ace, and suddenly he punched Ace against the wall. The Straw Hat Pirates almost dropped their jaws. Uchiha Sasuke, who had a bounty of 4 billion berries, was too fierce. After a long time, Portgas Ace and Uchiha Sasuke had finished chatting, or he was beaten up by Uchiha Sasuke unilaterally with his fists. Portgas Ace had a big bump on his head and walked towards the Straw Hat Pirates, smiling and saying, "Okay, we're finished chatting." The Straw Hat Pirates looked at Ace speechlessly. It was obviously you who was beaten up unilaterally. If you ignore the bump on Ace's head, this person is still Luffy's cultured, polite, and very reliable brother. Luffy looked at his brother and couldn't help asking, "Ace, what's going on? Why did this guy hit you?" "We just had some disagreements." Ace glanced at Uchiha Sasuke next to him. smiled and waved his hand and continued, "It's just a little problem. I've solved it. The way to solve it was to be beaten by Sasuke. As for the dispute between Uchiha Sasuke and Portgasti Ace just now, it was of course about Martial D Teach. Uchiha Sasuke hoped that Ace would stop chasing Teach and sneak back to the new world. Because Uchiha Sasuke couldn't take the initiative to take Ace away. At least on the surface, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't openly betray Akatsuki, and Uehara and Naraku would definitely not let them go, and might even make things worse for Ace. Now, Uchiha Sasuke can only hope that White But Edward Newgate is so powerful that he can protect Ace. He has no way to continue to protect Ace. Unfortunately, Portgasti Ace is more stubborn than expected, and Uchiha Sasuke can only continue to follow Ace with a headache. At least if Sasuke is there, Ace can still survive Uehara and Naraku's plan. The Straw Hat Pirates, Portgasti Ace, and Uchiha Sasuke did not stay in Alabasta for too long. They dispersed and left because Ace found out about Martial D Teach and the Blackbird Pirates. This time when the Straw Hat Pirates left, Uehara and Naraku, who had been following them, did not move with them. He still stayed in Alabasta. Because what we have to do next is serious business. Alabasta, the center of the desert. Uchiha Sasuke and Portgasti Ace tracked the Blackbird Pirates along the way and chased them all the way to the center of the desert. Fortunately, they finally met Martial D Teach. Ha 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 ha, you guys finally caught up with us. When Martial D Teach saw Ace and Sasuke, his face was not horrified, but full of joy. Join my side. Ace, Dad is too old. Only I can lead you into a new era. Martial D Teach's voice was full of temptation, and his eyes were full of covetousness for Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, when I was on the Moby Dick, I had already chosen my vice captain, and there is no one more suitable than you. Martial D Teach spread out his palms, and his expression gradually became sincere. Now I have eaten the dark fruit, and obtained the most precious treasure in the world. Sasuke, as long as we can work together, this sea is under our control. Teach said this very seriously. Ever since Martial D Teach saw Uchiha Sasuke defeat Kado, he has been coveting Uchiha Sasuke. Teach had long thought that after he got the powerful fruit ability, he must win over Sasuke to be his vice captain. This guy is strong and has super self-discipline. To be honest, Portgasti Ace's Spade Pirates were really weird. If Ace hadn't challenged Whitebeard so early, but instead slowly fought for territory and gathered subordinates in the new world, he would have become the new four emperors. Not everyone is lucky enough to get Uchiha Sasuke, the all-powerful vice captain, and those who got it didn't cherish it. It was really a great waste. It's better to stop daydreaming there. Ace slowly adjusted his hat, a flash of rage on his face. You, who hurt Thatch, still have the nerve to slander your father? Ace suddenly spread out his palms, and a flame suddenly shot out from his palms. Stop dreaming, Teach. I originally just wanted to capture you and bring you back to be punished, but we don't have much time left. I can only kill you here. Only by killing Martial D Teach can the dark fruit be reborn, and only then will there be hope of fulfilling the agreement between Akatsuki and the Whitebeard Pirates. Want to kill me? Teach's palm gradually turned dark, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ace, have you never thought about why I was caught by you? Thief, ha 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 ha. Teach's face showed a crazy smile. He looked up at the silent and vast desert and said loudly, Our Lord Kabuto, I have helped you lead the people here. The next thing is left to your navy, right? Okay. A coffin emerged from the desert at some point. When the coffin appeared, a domineering aura slowly emerged in the desert, and the powerful domineering aura was almost unconcealed. Even Ace, who also had the domineering aura, couldn't help but feel frightened by the sudden appearance of the domineering aura. This domineering aura suddenly appeared on the sand sea, raising endless sand waves, forcing everyone present to cover their eyes. This domineering aura is not inferior to Uchiha Sasuke. Ha 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 ha, it's really scary. Martial D Teach couldn't help laughing wildly when he looked at the coffin. I didn't expect the world government to have such a powerful person. If it's just used to deal with Sasuke, it seems that there is no problem. All the people in the Blackbird Pirates nodded involuntarily. Just this domineering aura that soared into the sky was far stronger than Martial D Teach. Although the Blackbird pirates have not seen who is stronger between Uchiha Sasuke and the person in the coffin, at least this battle is not easy to resolve. At least, they have one more day to escape easily. The figure of Black Zetsu slowly floated out from Teach's body, and its smile gradually became a little weird. Hehe. It seems that he is indeed a powerful person. Especially this person. It's an old acquaintance of Black Zetsu. After sensing who was in the coffin, Black Zetsu immediately floated back to Marshall D. Teach's body secretly. It doesn't want to see that person playing tricks. Ace's domineering haki suddenly erupted, resisting the domineering haki released by the person in the coffin, and barely able to hold on in this domineering haki collision. The collision of the two domineering hakis was almost incomparable. The domineering haki suddenly erupted from the person in the coffin, and instantly defeated Ace's haki, and in the blink of an eye, an endless wave of sand swept towards Ace. Pop pop pop. Ace spit out a mouthful of sand, turned his head to look at Uchiha Sasuke, and wanted to say something, but only saw his companion staring at the coffin with astonishment. Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of disbelief. In addition to the person in the coffin, it was also, because of the haki, that the guy in the coffin now possessed. He was obviously just a puppet of the impure world reincarnation, and he obviously only got some of Indra and Ashura's chakra. He was obviously just a failed previous life. Why could that guy actually become so strong in this sea? That guy. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, his face gradually darkened and he said, huh, as expected, no matter where he goes, that guy can become a powerful monster? Now Uchiha Sasuke had to admit, the Conqueror's haki in that guy seemed to be stronger than him. But this matter seemed to be no exception, because the man in the coffin was indeed the man who was most likely to awaken the Conqueror's haki, and the person who was most likely to improve the Conqueror's haki. Even if he was dead. Even if his body was only resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. If he could live in flesh and blood, even if there were countless powerful enemies in this world, that man would still be able to step by step towards the pinnacle of this world. Even Uehara Naraku, after his death, did everything he could to find a part of his body and use the impure world reincarnation to make him a collection. This is also very normal. In addition to the impure world reincarnation bodies of the four Hokage, Uehara Naraku also has the impure world reincarnation bodies of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, so naturally he would not miss that guy. Bang! The man in the coffin kicked the coffin board away. A hand suddenly stretched out and slowly rested on the back of the coffin. Everyone couldn't help but look at the coffin, staring at the man who came out of the coffin, the man who made people hold their breath. A man in red armor walked out of the coffin. From his clothes, he looked like an ancient warrior. The man's face was full of tiny cracks, like a burnt pottery figurine, but even so, it was still difficult to hide his arrogance. This guy seemed to not take everything in this world seriously. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but grit his teeth. Even Sasuke didn't expect that Uehara Naraku would let Uchiha Madara be responsible for dealing with Ace. Even Sasuke knew how difficult Uchiha Madara was. Even the current Uchiha Sasuke, before he really fought with the current Uchiha Madara, he didn't think he had the confidence to win against Uchiha Madara. Who knows how much Uchiha Madara has strengthened in this sea. Just talking about the Conqueror haki just now, Uchiha Madara definitely did not stop improving. Even with the existence of the impure world reincarnation, he found an opportunity to become stronger. HMPH. Uchiha Madara looked at Portgas Ace and Uchiha Sasuke and couldn't help but grin, revealing a sarcastic smile. It seems that there are many old acquaintances here. Sasuke, you are really living a bad life now. First update. The flame fruit naturally requires the strongest fire escape to deal with it. Recommend a book My Player Can Become a God. Chapter 536. Then I will help send all of you brothers to the execution platform. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Everyone in the Alabaster Desert felt a shudder in their hearts when they actually saw the man who appeared in the coffin. Sasuke, do you know him? A drop of cold sweat broke out on Portgas Ace's forehead. He glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and then at the man who walked out of the coffin. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slowly, tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword at his waist, and his face became extremely serious. Well, I guess I know him. Even now, when I face him, I dare not take it lightly. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara couldn't help laughing loudly, and his laughter echoed in the desert, as if he had heard something ridiculous. After a long time, Uchiha Madara's laughter slowly subsided. He slowly bent his fingers and sneered, "Sasuke, it seems that you have become much stronger in this sea. Unfortunately, I also feel that I have become a lot stronger." If the timing was not inappropriate, Uchiha Madara really wanted to have a big fight with Uchiha Sasuke. After all, an opponent like Uchiha Sasuke, in a sense, has the same combat value as Senju Hashirama, and even has greater significance than fighting Senju Hashirama. Samsurai, Manjaki Sharingan, complete Susanoo, Uchiha style swordsmanship, physical skills and illusions, plus the domineering power obtained from the sea. Once the battle between the two of them begins, it is actually a bit like fighting with a mirror image of yourself. The feeling of defeating yourself is the most wonderful. The only weird thing is that Uchiha Sasuke has the same face as Uchiha Raizuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, which reminds Uchiha Madara of the Warring States period, when he and his brother learned from each other and grew up together as brothers. Just when Uchiha Madara was still reminiscing about the past, a group of navy appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was none other than Uehara Naraku, who had been chasing closely behind. It hasn't started yet. Uehara Naraku held a glass of iced juice in his hand, watching the situation in the desert with interest, and pointed at Ace. "Hey, Senior Madara, someone burned my warship. Help me catch him. It's better to be quick. I'm busy here." "You guy." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his eyes fell on Ace, and slowly raised his finger. "Do you need me to help you kill him? It's better to be alive." Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly and said softly, "If he dies, it will be of no value." "What a trouble." Uchiha Madara frowned, his eyes suddenly became cold, and his sharp voice echoed in the desert, "Then beat him half to death." Uchiha Madara's eye sockets instantly turned into Samsurai eyes, and the eyes that were very similar to Uchiha Sasuke's left eye made Ace's face change drastically. "Be careful," Uchiha Sasuke reminded loudly. However, Sasuke now doesn't know how he should intervene. As the price Portgas Ace paid for burning Uehara Naraku's warship, this battle was unavoidable for Ace, and Uchiha Sasuke had no way to intervene. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke knew very well the purpose of Uehara Naraku's coming, which was to stop him from intervening in this battle. Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke, and he slowly narrowed his eyes, with a kind smile on his lips. While Uchiha Sasuke and Uehara Naraku were looking at each other, the battle between Portgas Ace and Uchiha Madara had already begun. Wheel grave hell. A ray of light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The next moment, Portgas Ace flew backwards inexplicably, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily came out of the corner of his mouth. "What's going on?" Ace covered his chest in disbelief. He didn't see any signs of attack at all, and was hit by a strange attack. That was the shadow of the wheel grave. Except for Uchiha Sasuke and Uehara Naraku, who could see in outline, no one present could see the shadow of the wheel tomb. Continuous attacks fell on Ace. Flamed Tsuna. This pirate, who was famous in the New World, had no power to fight back at this moment. He just waved his fists weakly and released a wall of fire to try to block the inexplicable attack. Unfortunately, it was in vain after all. The next moment, Ace was knocked to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little cold in their hearts. They didn't see Uchiha Madara make any moves, and Ace was defeated by him. That guy. Martial D teacher's expression became a little terrified, and he slowly clenched his fists. Is that the ability of the transparent fruit? No, absolutely not. Even Haki didn't detect any traces of fighting. Teach, who had seen the devil fruit illustrations, was also a little scared at this moment. After seeing Uchiha Madara's ability, there was no attack at all. How should people avoid it? The entire Black Bat pirates were also uneasy. Black Zetsu's voice appeared in Martial D Teacher's ear in a sinister voice. "Teach, the danger of Uchiha Sasuke and Portgas Ace chasing us has been resolved. Let's leave here first." Teacher's expression was dull for a second, and then he suddenly grinned and said, "But the next battle should be the highlight. I want to see how strong the person who even Sasuke is afraid of is." Yes, the next battle is the highlight. It's done. After Uchiha Madara defeated Ace, his eyes stopped on Uehara Naraku, and he said coldly, "Next is free time. Please." Uehara Naraku smiled and waved his hand. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed a light, and his eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke. Then let me loosen my body. A shadow of a wheel grave suddenly attacked Uchiha Sasuke. This shadow was knocked away by Sasuke waving his Kusanagi sword. Madara, I don't want to fight you now. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. This is not up to you. The shadows of the wheel tomb suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, kicking Sasuke one after another, and finally kicked Uchiha Sasuke out. This also completely angered Sasuke. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly opened Susanoo, and suddenly pulled out the ninja sword of Susanoo. The huge slash directly cut a sandstorm in the desert. Everyone present was a little terrified. In recent years, a new legend has been circulating on the sea. It is said that when Uchiha and Susanoo appear, it means disaster and destruction. The next moment, a blue Susanoo also suddenly rose from the ground. It was Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, the fourth member of the Uchiha clan on the sea, who finally appeared at this moment, but this person stood on the side of the navy. Uchiha Madara controlled his Susanoo, wielding a huge ninja sword, to chop at Sasuke's purple Susanoo, and the two Susanoo warriors collided with each other with their ninja swords. The shock wave generated by the collision of the Susanoo swept across the desert in an instant, raising endless sand waves in the desert. Captain Poison Q approached, Teach cautiously and slowly suggested, this level of battle is not something we can participate in now. I feel that, if we don't leave, we might have bad luck. The next moment, a slash suddenly fell on their side. The entire Blackbird pirates were directly chopped away by the aftermath of this slash. Those two guys. Marshal D. Teach spit out a mouthful of sand. This man who thought he had found a shortcut to realize his ambitions and dreams not long ago, and thought he would soon be among the top strong men, realized his weakness. If they don't leave, they will die here. Marshal D. Teach's expression flashed with fear, and he quickly fled to the depths of the desert. Everyone, leave here immediately. The Blackbird pirates retreated like birds. These ambitious people scrambled to flee to the depths of the desert of Alabasta. This Susanoo war was not something they could participate in, because Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara would subconsciously avoid disturbing Uehara Naraku, but this did not mean that they had to take into account the life and death of the Blackbird pirates. If a member of the Blackbird pirates was killed by mistake, then they would have died here in vain. Just as the navy was gradually retreating from the battlefield of Susanoo, Uehara Naraku walked towards Ace step by step, slowly crouched in front of Ace. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly reached out to help Ace wipe the sand off his face, and chuckled and said, Port Gusty Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebird Pirates, do you know me? A trace of confusion flashed across Ace's face. The next moment, when Ace looked at Uehara Naraku, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Ha, I remember now. I remember you are the Vice Admiral who has been chasing Luffy, right? But now you can't catch Luffy. Isn't this guy too careless? He is still thinking about his brother at this time. Shouldn't he take a good look at his own situation? He is on a battlefield, where he may die at any time. Now he has been captured by the Navy. After Ace smiled, he suddenly apologized seriously, but I'm still very sorry. I was worried that the idiot Luffy would be caught by you, so I accidentally burned your warship. I hope you don't mind and forgive my previous impulse. No, it's not accidental. Uehara Naraku shook his head and reached out to help Ace put on his hat. Sir Ace, you burned my warship on purpose. Yes, I'm sorry. Ace showed a shy smile on his face. He didn't care about his situation at all. He even said with a smile, but your navy is so rich, you shouldn't care about a warship, right? Makes sense. Uehara Naraku nodded and touched his chin. Not long ago, I captured a revolutionary named Sabo. I heard that he is your younger brother. Mr. Ace, you have 2 younger brothers. You should not mind if I send one of your brothers to the execution platform, right? Sabo. A look of astonishment flashed across Ace's face. In the past few years, Ace has known that Sabo is still alive and has joined the Revolutionary Army and has been wanted by the world government. But because Sabo has been very busy, the brothers have never met. Ace did not expect that when he heard about Sabo again, Sabo had been caught by the Navy and was even going to be sent to the execution platform. Ace clenched his teeth, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. Arsehole, of course I would mind sending Sabo to the execution platform. But I only have 2 younger brothers. Is that so? Uehara Naraku touched his chin and nodded seriously. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Since you don't want Sabo to go to the execution platform by himself, then I will help catch all 3 of you brothers and send you to the execution platform together. Second update. There is a fan title event in the comment area. Everyone remember to participate. Chapter 537. The first step of the plan begins. Ace's eyes were somewhat gloomy. Once he mentioned his brothers, Ace's personality would gradually become stable. When he heard that Uehara Naraku wanted to arrest all 3 brothers, Ace's expression became extremely ugly. The Vice Admiral was very serious when he spoke. This also meant that he really wanted to catch the 3 brothers and send all 3 brothers to the execution platform for execution. He might even have caught 2 of them now. You guy. A heavy look flashed across Ace's face, and his voice was almost squeezed out from his teeth. Did you really catch Sabo? I'm not lying to you. Uehara Naraku fumbled in his pocket, took out a photo, and put it in front of Ace, and said softly, "This is the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army." This photo was actually not taken very well. From the photo, it is indeed a photo of a Vice Admiral and a yellow-haired young man. When Ace saw the photo, he recognized Sabo at a glance. Sabo in the photo was wearing a pair of handcuffs, but Sabo's smile was a bit disappointed. Obviously Sabo was also captured, but Sabo's smile was not too depressed, because after Sabo was captured by the Navy, he just knew the news that Monkey D. Luffy escaped from Rogue Town, and also knew the escape of Monkey D. Dragon. To be honest, Sabo was not in a bad mood when he was captured. After all, he fulfilled his responsibilities as a brother and the chief of the Revolutionary Army. But Ace didn't think so. As the eldest brother of Sabo and Luffy, all 3 of their brothers cannot be missing, and everyone must walk on the road of pursuing their dreams. Whether Luffy or Sabo was captured, Ace would definitely do his best to save them. But now he was also captured. The situation has indeed become awkward. Portgusty Ace's eyes fell on Uehara Naraku. This Vice Admiral was still fiddling with people to help take pictures. How could there be such a navy in the world? Even worse than his grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. Take a cool picture. Uehara Naraku held the juice in his left hand and raised his right hand to the camera. Aang, you must take a cooler picture than the one in Rogue Town. The beautiful adjutant looked at Uehara Naraku in confusion. Is this boss checking in at the scenic spot here? Who taught this boss to raise his hand when taking pictures? How can this be taken to look cool? Moreover, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was not captured by them. Is this a way to get a war criminal? Uehara Naraku saw the flash, nodded with satisfaction, and ordered loudly, "Put this guy in a cage." Yes. Aang looked down at the camera in her hand, with a little hesitation on her face. In fact, she really didn't think she could take any good-looking photos. The photo taken by Uehara Naraku and Portgusty Ace is probably not as good as the photo taken after the capture of Sabo. Hey, wait. Portgusty Ace tried hard to stand up, looking at Uehara Naraku angrily. You, tell me where Sabo is. This guy must know Sabo's whereabouts. Uehara Naraku approached Ace again and whispered, "Don't worry, you will see him soon. I will arrange for someone to prepare a luxurious cell for you 3 brothers." In fact, Sabo was not in Pelton. Now Sabo was secretly imprisoned on Judicial Island. Portgusty Ace was quickly put into a Seaston cage by several Navy officers, and the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division would also be sent to Judicial Island. Vice Admiral Uehara, over there. Ian glanced at the 2 tall Sasanus who were still fighting, and whispered, "Vice Admiral Uehara, shouldn't we go to help?" "No, a little bit." Uehara Naraku shook his head, chuckled and said, "The battle between them is not something we can intervene in. I guess it will only be possible if the general comes. This battle is indeed not something that ordinary people can intervene in. Even Marshal Dietrich had already fled for fear of being affected. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku still being here, these Navy officers would have been reluctant to be ordinary spectators on the battlefield between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke." "Yes." Ian nodded and asked with some doubts, "Is the man fighting with Uchiha Sasuke a subordinate of Kabuto? A man who can compete with Uchiha Sasuke? No matter what, he can't be unknown on the sea." "No." Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth and shook his head slowly. "That guy, at best, He can only be called an ally found by Kabuto. In name, that guy should belong to the CP battle sequence. Uchiha Madara belongs to the CP department, codenamed Madara. In the past few years, the CP department's contribution to the world government has even exceeded that of the past few decades, but the losses are also far greater than in the past. In order to make up for the lack of combat power in the CP department, Kabuto Yakushi even recruited strong people from all over the world. Uchiha Madara was nominally recruited by Kabuto Yakushi. Let's go. Uehara and Naraku glanced at the two Susanus that were still fighting, and chuckled. They will probably have to fight for a while. Anyway, it's not something we can intervene. After that, Uehara and Naraku glanced at Ace, who was put into a cage by the Navy, and continued softly. Also, help me tell Kabuto that the plan he has formulated can be started. And now the first news. To warm up the sea can be released. Grand Line. New World. Baldigo. A group of cadres of the Revolutionary Army sat together. Everyone's face was a little heavy, and they had the same newspaper in front of them. The headlines on the newspaper were all about the arrest of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. The last sentence of this news was a line of terrifying words. The world government will publicly execute the cadres of the Revolutionary Army at an appropriate time. Sabo. Curler, one of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, grabbed the newspaper in his hand. Tears slowly accumulated in his eyes, and looked at the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army with a face full of grievance. Mr. Dragon, didn't you say you would go to save him? When can we go to save Sabo? We haven't found out Sabo's location yet. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head, slowly clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, we can't act rashly. The public execution of the world government may be good news for us. In addition to Sabo, there are other cadres who may be rescued together. When he said this, Monkey D. Dragon's expression became a little gloomy again, but based on our previous confrontations with Kabuto Yakushi and his CP, this matter may also be a conspiracy of Kabuto Yakushi. Once it involves Kabuto Yakushi and CP, there is no doubt that it will be connected with conspiracy and intrigue. In the past few years, the Revolutionary Army has suffered a lot of losses at the hands of Kabuto Yakushi, making every Revolutionary Army extremely afraid of Kabuto Yakushi, and Monkey D. Dragon dare not be careless. A bold woman with a cigarette in her mouth, her face full of impatience. Even if it is a conspiracy, we can't miss the opportunity to save them. It was Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Because the deputy commander of the Eastern Army, Ahiru, fell into the hands of the CP department, Bello Betty applied to Dragon many times for rescue, but due to the lack of intelligence, she never received a response. If the world government wants to publicly execute all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, perhaps they can find a chance to rescue them. Don't be too rash, Bello Betty. Dragon shook his head, put down the newspaper at hand, and said in a deep voice, I will send people to slowly continue to investigate the place where they are imprisoned before the public execution. When Dragon said this, his face was a little heavy, because according to the news from Bear, the underwater prison in Pelton has no information about them. The 7 warlords of the sea. Bartholomew Bear is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. After Sabo was arrested, Monkey D. Dragon asked Bear to help find out whether Sabo was imprisoned in the prison in Pelton, but Bear did not get any news. Could it be Mirajoa? Curler gritted her teeth, and a flash of pain suddenly flashed across her face. Why don't I sneak into Mirajoa and see if I can? Curler. Dragon interrupted Curler coldly. He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, I will continue to investigate. During this period of time, you will help to sort out Sabo's work. As one of the slaves of the Celestial Dragons, even though Curler gradually began to walk out of the haze of the past, her fear of Mirajoa still lingered in her heart. Dragon would not let Curler take the risk of returning to Mirajoa. What's more, the news in this newspaper is more like a declaration of war from Kabuto Yakushi to the Revolutionary Army than a statement from the world government. The insidious and cunning Kabuto Yakushi would never just send a symbolic news and end it there. He would definitely continue to stimulate the Revolutionary Army until the world government completely announced the execution location and date. At that time, it was the time when Kabuto Yakushi completely revealed his conspiracy and trap, and it was also the time when the Revolutionary Army and Kabuto Yakushi really confronted each other. At that time, it will be a real secret war. Before that moment, everything said in the newspapers was just irritating the Revolutionary Army and undermining the confidence of the Revolutionary Army around the world. It is even possible that Kabuto Yakushi was fishing by the way. No matter whether it is a big fish, a small fish or even a shrimp, it is an unexpected harvest for Kabuto Yakushi. Starting tomorrow. Dragon clenched his fists and looked at everyone present with a serious face. All Kadas suspend their actions and transfer them back to Bald Ego. No one can attack without authorization. Dragon? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but be a little confused. Monkey D. Dragon did not answer, but said in a deep voice, the news tomorrow or the day after tomorrow may be even more excessive. Don't vent your anger before finding a solution. It will only let the enemy find our flaws. Make up for yesterday's update. Chapter 538, The Missionary of Mogu Town. Feeden appears. Monkey D. Dragon's guess was not wrong. In the next half month, the news will report about the Revolutionary Army every day. The resume of each arrested Revolutionary Army cadre will be reported. The mistakes they have made have been written about in great detail, and they have been directly labeled as villains by the world government. If it were not for the news from the world government, even the Revolutionary Army would never have realized that so many people had been arrested by the CP department in the past few years. At least 1/3 of the high-ranking officials of the entire Revolutionary Army have fallen into the hands of the world government. Even Ivankov, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Grand Line G Army and the Demon King who was imprisoned at the bottom of the Impelton prison, has been revealed by the world government. The true identity. Many cadres of the Revolutionary Army are ready to move and want to launch a large-scale attack around the world as a counterattack against the world government because they know that the news in the newspapers is slander. However, due to Dragon's dispatch order, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army restrained themselves and all accepted Dragon's transfer order. All cadres, big and small, rushed to Bald Ego. Monkey D. Dragon was still trying to secretly investigate the place where Sabo and others were being held, but he did not find out where Sabo was being held. Instead, he found out that Ace had been captured. This news has not been exposed yet. Sabo. Port Gusty Ace. Monkey D. Dragon muttered the name. If he had not come into contact with them, there would seem to be no connection between the two, but Monkey D. Dragon knew the relationship between Ace and Sabo. Therefore, Dragon also knew the true background of Ace. Ace is the son of Pirate King Goldie Roger. According to the cunningness of Kabuto Yakushi, it is impossible for him not to find out Ace's background. Therefore, Kabuto Yakushi took the risk of angering the Whitebird pirates to capture Ace. It is impossible that he just locked him up in Impelton. Monkey D. Dragon frowned, reached out and grabbed the latest bounty on the table, and his face suddenly became heavy. Luffy. According to the time when Port Gusty Ace was arrested, that was exactly when Luffy left Alabasta. According to the time when Sabo was arrested, that was exactly when Luffy left Rogue Town. That guy Kabuto Yakushi. Maybe he was secretly using Luffy to capture his two sworn brothers. Monkey D. Dragon slowly clenched his palms. According to the route, their next stop should be Longring Island, right? The first half of the Grand Line. The Straw Hat Pirates have not received the latest news of Sabo's arrest, and the route of the Straw Hat Pirates is simply unexpected. They are not rushing to the next stop Longring Island as Dragon guessed, but Sky Island. Because in the voyage not long ago, their navigation needle pointed to the sky, and Luffy proposed to go to the legendary Sky Island. In order to get information about Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at a nearby place called Gare Island, where a pirate town called Magic Valley was built. Gare Island, Magic Valley Town. When Monkey D. Luffy, Zoro and Nami got off the ship and entered the town of Mogu to gather intelligence, they were somewhat surprised to find that this town full of pirates was actually quite harmonious. The whole street was crowded with people, and almost everywhere was full of drunken pirates, but no pirates dared to cause trouble on the street. The only exception was a silver-haired man. This man carried a long sickle. Everyone on the street couldn't help but make way for him, and even when they saw him, their faces were full of fear and uneasiness, as if they were afraid of being stared at by him. That guy looks so cool. Monkey D. Luffy looked at the silver-haired man walking on the street and couldn't help but compliment him. his face full of surprise and admiration. Although he looks cool, Nami nodded slowly and punched Luffy on the head, but he is obviously a guy who is not easy to mess with. Don't you see that others are avoiding him? What? He doesn't seem that scary. Luffy pouted his mouth in dissatisfaction. He seemed to have seen something interesting and said with a giggle, "Look, Nami, he seems to be a very polite guy." In Luffy's field of vision, the silver-haired man took out a strange pendant from his chest and said to a passerby on the street with a smile on his face, "Hey, do you want to believe in the evil god? The evil god will protect you." "No, don't." "Hey, this is too disrespectful, isn't it?" The silver-haired man's face suddenly became bitter. The passers-by on the street saw his expression and couldn't help but stammered, "Master Fei, Master Fedon, I'm still young. We are almost the same age." The silver-haired man smiled and spread his palms, inviting sincerely, "As long as you pass the test of Master Evil God, you don't have to pay the protection fee this month. Money is too dirty for us, the followers of Master Evil God." "No, it's okay." The passers-by on the street stammered and waved their hands and hurriedly fled from the silver-haired man, as if they were afraid that they would be entangled by this man again. Others also hurried on their way, avoiding the sight of the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. He couldn't help but mutter, "What a bunch of guys without faith." Just when the silver-haired man wanted to turn around and leave, he saw Monkey D. Luffy and Zoro and his group. He smiled again and said enthusiastically, "I don't think I've seen you before. Hey, are you new to Magic Valley Town?" "Yes." Monkey D. Luffy nodded and asked with a smile, "We came here to inquire about the news of Sky Island." "Ha ha ha ha. You can ask anything." The silver-haired man's face became more enthusiastic, and he smiled and asked, "But after you came here, have you paid protection fees?" "What? Protection fees?" Monkey D. Luffy couldn't help but tilt his head. Because they had just arrived in Magic Valley Town, they didn't know the situation in Magic Valley Town. However, the atmosphere of Magic Valley Town on Gear Island was different. Although this town was full of pirates, there were very few pirates making trouble here. Moreover, it is not the case that whoever has a high bounty can become arrogant in this town, and whoever has a low bounty can live a more comfortable life. Because this Mogu town is now occupied by Kakuzu, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At the beginning, Kakuzu wanted to clear out the pirates in this town and capture them all in exchange for the Navy's bounty, but this would only cause the town of Mogu to fall completely. Therefore, Kakuzu changed a new way. Kakuzu occupied this Mogu town and announced that every pirate entrenched in Mogu town must pay him money, and the amount of money paid every month must be based on their bounty. As the price of the tribute, Kakuzu will guarantee their safety in Mogu town and will not hunt them down on the sea. In this way, those pirates with bounties of up to 40 or 50 million can't come up with much money, and even pirates with bounties of over 100 million dare not appear in the area of Mogu town, because 100 million baileys is not something that pirates can easily come up with. But if the bounty is over 100 million, it is easy for Kakuzu to target them. Any pirate who wants to sail in the first half of the Grand Line and survive Kakuzu's hunting must go to Magic Valley Town and pay enough money. This makes Magic Valley Town prosperous again. Because once the money is paid, Kakuzu will not arrest people on the sea, and these pirates can even use Magic Valley Town as a safe base. Therefore, the pirates really love and hate Magic Valley Town. As long as they are still active in the first half of the Grand Line, they must come to Magic Valley Town to pay money. If the money is not enough, they need to go on an expedition to plunder, and the bounty will be increased by the Navy. And once the bounty is increased, more money needs to be paid to Kakuzu, and they have to go on an expedition to plunder more money, and the bounty will increase further. This is a dead cycle. Until one day, the pirates' bounty will be raised by the Navy to a number that is impossible to plunder anyway, and the pirate will not be able to pay enough money to Kakuzu, and will eventually be killed by Kakuzu's companions, and handed over to the Navy in exchange for the bounty, because of insufficient supply. This Kakuzu is really good at making money. If the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are unwilling to enter the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, they will be exhausted to death by Kakuzu sooner or later. Some small pirates with very low bounties have discovered business opportunities. These small pirates simply stopped plundering and started their own business in Mogu Town. Paying a little bit of Bailey every month can ensure that they are not threatened by others. In addition, there is another way to be exempted from protection fees. That is, pirates can also choose to join Fidu's evil god cult. As long as they can become evil god believers, they can be exempted from Kakuzu's protection fee. However, if you want to join the evil god cult, you must pass the so-called evil god test, but so far no pirate has passed the evil god test. Because the evil god test is to be beheaded by Fidu and still survive. What kind of test is this? Nowadays, the pirates in Mogu Town are afraid of Hidden's preaching. They would rather be charged protection fees by Kakuzu than be invited by Hidden to join the evil god cult. In the past, many pirates chose to join Hidden's evil god cult for the sake of small profits. They were all beheaded by Hidden on the spot. The silver-haired man who is now spreading the evil god cult to the Straw Hat Pirates is none other than Hidden. He has been preaching in this sea for several years, but so far he is the only believer in the evil god cult. Hidden looked at Luffy and the other two newcomers with shining eyes, and said with a smile, "Ha ha 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 ha. Let's find a place to have a good chat first. As long as you are willing to believe in the evil god, I will tell you any news you want to know." The first update. Chapter 539. Encounter between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Undead Duo. Tavern in Magic Valley Town. When Hidden and the three members of the Straw Hat Pirates came in, the pirates in the tavern couldn't help showing a trace of fear on their faces when they saw Hidden. It's that guy Hidden again. He's not going to preach to us again. Where is Lord Kakuzu? Didn't he promise to take good care of Hidden? Why is this guy out again? It seems like he wants to preach to those three newcomers. A group of pirates hugged their bottles of wine and hurriedly hid to the side, fearing that they would attract Hidden's attention. They carefully looked at Hidden and the Straw Hat Pirates who came in. These pirates were not strong. They were just pirates living in the safe town of Magic Valley Town. Since they had seen Kakuzu's power and Hidden's strange and terrifying methods, these people never thought of challenging Kakuzu and Hidden's authority again. Nami looked sideways at the many frightened pirates and couldn't help but frowning. "Hey, Zoro, do you feel something is wrong? Really?" Zoro turned his head and glanced at the people around him, shook his head nonchalantly and said, "I don't feel anything is wrong." Zoro just felt that the pirates around him might be in awe of Hidden, but he didn't care about it. No matter where you go, it is natural for the weak to fear the strong. Nami slowly turned her head and glanced at Hidden who was still greeting Luffy enthusiastically, and her vigilance in her heart became more and more. This guy's identity here seems to be very unusual. At least in this small town, where pirates are entrenched, no one seems to dare to provoke him. "My name is Hidden, and I'm a loyal believer of the evil god." Hidden reached out to take the juice handed to him by the tavern owner, smiled and said, "Ha, since you came to Mogu Town not to pay protection fees, you must want to become a believer of the evil god, right?" "Ah, no." Luffy scratched his head, looked at Hidden with a puzzled look, and said bluntly, "We just came here to inquire about the news about Sky Island." "What evil god? I'm actually not interested in it at all." "No, no, no." Seeing that Hidden's face was gradually becoming gloomy, Nami hurriedly reached out to cover Luffy's mouth, smiled and nodded to Hidden. "Yes, yes, yes. In fact, we want to understand the protection fee of this town and the evil god first." After Nami finished speaking to Hidden, she suddenly turned her head and stared at Luffy. "Idiot, stabilize this guy first. Is that so?" Hidden's smile returned to his face. He slowly sucked the juice, spread out his palm and chuckled. "The evil god is the most powerful god in the world. He will protect every believer in this world and prevent them from suffering any harm." Hidden leaned over Luffy, clenched his palm and said, "Hey, as long as you are willing to believe in the evil god now and offer your loyalty to the evil god, you can get real immortality." Nami and Zoro looked strange. "It's so easy to get immortality? Why does it sound like a joke? This is really an evil god cult. No wonder this guy is trying to attract other people to join the cult on the side of the road. It's obviously a lie. It would be a miracle if anyone is willing to believe it." "Really?" Luffy's face was filled with surprise. He twisted his head and asked curiously, just like that guy Buggy, he can't be killed no matter what? Who is Buggy? Hidden tilted his head like Luffy, with a look of obvious curiosity in his eyes. There are other people like me. That person is also a believer of the evil god, right? I don't know. Luffy straightened his head, shook his head and said, forget it, you'll know when you meet him in the future. Luffy shook his head and got down to business. His face was obviously full of curiosity and yearning. By the way, Hidden, do you know how to get to Sky Island? Do you want to go to Sky Island? Hidden had just written down the name Buggy, and when he wanted to continue preaching, he heard Luffy's question and couldn't help but think of something. Hidden raised a finger and pointed upwards. Just fly up. I remember that Sky Island is about 10,000 meters in the sky. Hidden rubbed his forehead, took out a Dendenmushi and muttered, wait a minute, I'll call a Dendenmushi to ask Kakuzu to come over. He seems to have been to Sky Island once before, and brought back a lot of gold from that place. Yes, please. Luffy clasped his hands together to thank him. While Fiden and his companions were talking on the phone, Nami couldn't help but twitch her lips. Hey, it's obviously fake, right? How can a person fly? Why do I always feel that this person seems unreliable? No, it's true. The tavern owner said carefully beside him. The owner of this Magic Valley town, Kakuzu, once personally boarded the Sky Island and brought down a lot of gold from it. You have heard of the story of the Great Liar Orlando, right? The Great Liar Orlando? That's right. The tavern owner nodded and said in a deep voice, Rolando, a fairy tale liar known to everyone in the North Sea, is said to have found a mountain of gold on the island when he first came to Gare Island, but he did not find the Golden Country when he came the second time and was executed by his king. He was also named the Great Liar Orlando. However, the Golden Country does exist. The place full of gold was washed up into the sky by the rising current and thus became a floating sky island. When some ships sailed in the waters near Gare Island, the navigation compass would point to the sky because of this. This matter was discovered by Lord Kakuzu. When the tavern owner said this, his voice slowly lowered. Last year, Lord Kakuzu flew to the sky and found the golden city that was washed up to the sky by the rising current on the sky island tens of thousands of meters above the sky. He was seriously injured after returning from there, but he also brought back a lot of gold. Kakuzu. Nami frowned and thought about this name. The next moment, her expression suddenly changed. Wait, is it the 7 warlords of the sea Kakuzu? Don't you know? The tavern owner's expression suddenly became very strange. He shook his head and sighed. Forget it, but it doesn't matter. You little guys shouldn't have any rewards, and you don't have to pay any protection fees. This straw hat. No, this straw hat was given to him by someone else. There's nothing surprising about it. Nami waved her hand hurriedly, looked at the tavern owner with a smile and asked, by the way, can that person tell us what the protection fee is? Is there anyone collecting protection fees here? You don't know about protection fees? The tavern owner's expression was even more strange, as if he was looking at someone from another world. How could a pirate sailing in the first half of the Grand Line not know the protection fee of Demon Valley Town? Well, he must be a small pirate from some small place. Yes, yes, yes. Nami nodded desperately. The tavern owner shook his head, sighed and said, the protection fee of Magic Valley Town is the fee that all pirates with a bounty on them in the first half of the Grand Line must pay to Kakuzu, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The protection fee of Magic Valley Town must be paid once a month in Magic Valley Town, and each fee is the amount of the bounty. If someone does not pay, unless he escapes to the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, he will be targeted by Lord Kakuzu and killed in exchange for the bounty. After saying this, the tavern owner slowly said, but it's still worth paying the protection fee. You can continue to move around in the first half, and you can also enjoy a peaceful life in Magic Valley Town. Lord Kakuzu will not want to catch you in exchange for a bounty. Then, Nami glanced at Luffy and continued to ask, what if the bounty on the pirate is too high and there is no money to pay enough protection fee? Even if you have money, you can't waste it to this extent. The tavern owner shook his head and said in a deep voice, then he will definitely be caught by Kakuzu-sama in exchange for the bounty. Many pirates did not have enough money to offer because their bounties were getting higher and higher, but they were still lucky enough to sail in the first half. In the end, they were all killed by Kakuzu-sama or sent to the big prison in Purton. Nami was silent for a second and then asked again, even if these pirates did not stay in Mogo Town, would they be caught or killed by Kakuzu? Yes. The tavern owner nodded seriously and continued in a deep voice, never underestimate the power of Kakuzu-sama. It is said that, as long as he wants, he can reach any island in the first half of the Grand Line from Gare Island within one day. No one can escape his pursuit. The tavern owner seemed to feel that this was not convincing enough and added, the truth may be even more exaggerated than you imagined. Kakuzu-sama's whereabouts are unpredictable. He can appear anywhere in the Grand Line. Nami was silent again. The next moment, Nami grabbed Luffy and Zoro's shoulders and whispered, Luffy, Zoro, how much is the bounty on both of you? If I remember correctly, Luffy and Zoro are the only two people in the Straw Hat Pirates who have bounties, but the bounties on these two people seem to be quite high. No, that's not right. There's also Nico Robin. Robin's bounty is 290 million berries. This means that they may face an attack from Ishichibukai at any time, especially since they are still on Kakuzu's territory. 130 million berries. Luffy scratched the back of his head. 60 million berries. Zoro closed his eyes carelessly. Let me calculate. Nami's face turned pale, and she almost collapsed in an instant. If you don't want to face an enemy of the Shichibukai, you have to pay 480 million berries. This is too much money. No matter what, you can't pay it. Instead of wasting this money, it would be better to let Luffy and the others fight hard to defeat Kakuzu, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What's more, they simply can't gather all the money. If it was only 50 or 100 baileys, perhaps Nami would still think it's worth considering. This is 480 million baileys. Even if all the belongings of the entire Straw Hat Pirates were sold, they couldn't raise this money. Especially since they were robbed once by Uehara and Naraku in Rogue Town. To put it mildly, the Straw Hat Pirates have been relying on self-reliance to replenish supplies recently. However, to defeat a 7 warlords of the sea, just thinking about it makes Nami feel numb. At this moment, Feeden hung up the phone and said in a nagging voice, what do you mean you'll be back soon? What I hate most is waiting for people. Squeak. The door of the tavern was suddenly opened. A man slowly walked in from the shadows, holding a stack of bounty warrants in his hand. He looked up at all the pirates present, and his eyes slowly fell on the Straw Hat Pirates, making Luffy and Zoro look nervous instantly. Second update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. If you want to save Ace and Sabo, just wait. A dark atmosphere swept the entire tavern. The pirates in the entire tavern couldn't help but shudder. Just when they looked nervous, they saw the man who walked into the tavern, and everyone's expression instantly relaxed. Kakuzu-sama. Is Kakuzu-sama back? Kakuzu-sama, would you like a glass of juice? The entire tavern became lively again after Kakuzu walked in. Although they were squeezed for money by Kakuzu every month, Kakuzu was honest and fair in his work, and was very friendly to some loyal customers. To be honest, if Kakuzu was willing to give up being a pirate, with his persistence in money and his attitude towards people, he would definitely be a successful businessman. No, I have something to take care of first. After nodding to the pirates present, Kakuzu's eyes fell on the 3 people of the Straw Hat Pirates, and he slowly frowned. Straw Hat Luffy, bounty of 130 million baileys. Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 60 million baileys. Obviously, the Straw Hat Pirates have never paid. When Luffy and Zoro saw Kakuzu coming in, their nerves instantly tensed up, because they knew that Kakuzu in front of them had a dangerous aura. A danger that could not be ignored at all. Just when Nami was trembling with fear at the sight of Kakuzu coming in, thinking that he was here to cause trouble for Luffy and Zoro, she heard Kakuzu's heavy question. Is Nami from the Straw Hat Pirates here? Nami's expression was confused, and a drop of cold sweat instantly flowed down her face. I don't have any bounty on me. No, I'm not looking for Nami. Luffy raised his thumb upside down, pointed at Nami beside him, and greeted casually, "Hey, Nami, someone is looking for you." Shut up, idiot. Nami punched Luffy on the head, and was so angry that she was shaking all over. It must be not a good thing for this Shichibuke named Kakuzu to come to her. She is just a navigator, and a woman who is powerless. Don't worry. Kakuzu slowly spread out his palms and explained calmly, "I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I remember you know a man named Uehara Naraku. It just so happens that I have a good relationship with him. He asked me to take care of you without collecting protection fees from your Straw Hat Pirates." Uehara, Hiden's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as Hiden was about to say something, Kakuzu's palm suddenly burst out with a bunch of resentment, sealing his mouth directly. Uehara Naraku. Nami's expression suddenly froze. That guy is really her mortal enemy. Every time Nami met Uehara Naraku, nothing good happened. Now she didn't expect that guy to let a Shichibuke take care of her. That guy. Does he still have a conscience? But it seems that the guy's name can be borrowed. Just a word from Uehara Naraku. It can actually save Luffy's 130 million Baileys, Zoro's 60 million Baileys and Mako Robin's 290 million Baileys. I didn't expect Uehara Naraku to have such a big face. If they don't need to pay such a high protection fee to Kakuzu, this will avoid the conflict between them and Kakuzu. As a pragmatist, Nami will certainly not miss this opportunity. That's right. Nami nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. A sunny smile instantly appeared on her face, and she said with some nostalgia, "Uehara Naraku and I have known each other for many years, and we have been good friends for many years. I didn't expect that he also knew Mr. Kakuzu. Well, I have already promised him." Kakuzu nodded and spoke slowly. "It just so happened that he told me that you have always been poor, and you even owe him 10 billion berries. You can't afford the protection fee at all. So since your Straw Hat Pirates entered the Grand Line, out of consideration for his face, I have no intention of collecting protection fees from you." Yes. Nami nodded seriously, and her expression gradually relaxed. "I'm the financial manager of the Straw Hat Pirates. We are indeed very poor and still owe him money." Although Nami didn't know why Uehara Naraku said that she owed 10 billion berries, this reason was enough for Kakuzu to give up collecting protection fees from their Straw Hat Pirates, not having to offend a Shichibuke. For Nami, it was really great. Kakuzu looked at Nami, nodded slowly, and suddenly changed the subject and said coldly, "But half a month ago, Uehara Naraku made me lose 1 billion Baileys. Tell me, let me come to you directly to ask for this money." This matter was not made up by Kakuzu, because half a month ago, Uehara Naraku captured Portgas d'Ace, directly causing Kakuzu to lose 1 billion Baileys in bounties. According to Kakuzu's theory, the bounties of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line should belong to him. And Kakuzu questioned Uehara Naraku, thinking that Uehara Naraku was wasting money, and Uehara Naraku also gave Kakuzu away to compensate for the loss. But this method doesn't seem to be very friendly to Nami. Nami's face turned pale. These guys are actually devils. Why did she rush to admit that she and Uehara Naraku were friends just now? Why did she accept the reason Kakuzu gave her just now? 1 billion Baileys. Why ask her for it? Even if Luffy, Zoro, and Robin were combined into a bounty, it wouldn't be enough to pay half of it. That bastard Uehara Naraku is not a man with a conscience. He is clearly a demon in disguise. Wait. Let me explain. Nami shook her head frantically and explained sincerely, "Actually, I don't know Uehara Naraku at all, and I have never borrowed money from him. Aren't you friends?" Kakuzu frowned and said in a muffled voice, "I will verify this matter with him in the future. Since you are not friends, before that, let's settle the protection fee of the Straw Hat Pirates this month. The total is 480 million Baileys." Nami shook her head hurriedly and looked at Kakuzu sincerely again. "No, Uehara Naraku and I are good friends, but I have never borrowed money from him." Kakuzu frowned a little unhappily and said in a deep voice, "Then trouble you to wait here for a while. Wait until Uehara Naraku comes down from Sky Island." Uehara, on Sky Island? A trace of confusion flashed across Nami's face. Wait, why can't Uehara Naraku be on Sky Island? Sky Island was once the land of gold. Based on Uehara Naraku's personality, he must have gone to Sky Island to look for gold. Then let's go to Sky Island too. Luffy clenched his fists and showed a hearty smile on his face. Since Uehara has already gone up, we can't fall too far behind. Nami, Zoro, let's go. You can't leave yet. Kakuzu suddenly stretched out his arm, blocking their way, and said in a hoarse voice, Straw Hat Luffy, Uehara Naraku also asked me to tell you a news. Kakuzu stared at Luffy and continued calmly, your brothers Portgusty Ace and Sabo have been captured by the Navy. Are you kidding? A look of astonishment flashed across Luffy's face, and the next moment his expression became unprecedentedly ugly and gloomy. I just parted with Ace and Sabo not long ago. Kakuzu interrupted Luffy's words coldly, and continued to explain calmly. 2 months ago, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo was arrested in Rogue Town. This is a recent news headline. Half a month ago, Portgusty Ace was arrested in Alabasta. This was the headline of the news just published today. It seems to be the case. A pirate opened his eyes drunkenly and echoed, I don't know about that Ace, but it seems that a big shot of the Revolutionary Army was indeed arrested. Is Lord Kakuzu also paying attention to this matter? Luffy's fist suddenly clenched. The next moment, when Luffy was about to rush out of the tavern, Nami hurriedly stopped Luffy. Hey, Luffy, if you leave now, you don't know what's going on, right? Nami turned her head and looked at Kakuzu and hurriedly asked, hey, what's the purpose of telling us this news? No, what's the purpose of that guy Uehara Naraku? I'm not sure yet. Kakuzu calmly looked at the 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates whose faces changed drastically, shook his head and said, Uehara Naraku just asked me to stop you and tell you that if you want to know how to rescue Portgusty Ace and Sabo, stay in Mogu Town and wait for him. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he slowly made way for himself and said in a deep voice, if you still want to leave after I finish speaking, then you can leave at will. Luffy sat down calmly. Zoro and Nami looked at each other and slowly sat next to Luffy. Just at this time, Usopp and Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates rushed into the tavern and took a look at all the pirates present. When Usopp and Sanji saw Luffy and the other 2, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they must have come to see these people for something urgent. Usopp, Sanji, what happened? The latest newspaper from the newsbird in Magic Valley Town. Usopp hurriedly waved the newspaper in his hand and shouted with an ugly look, Luffy, something big is going to happen. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had been sailing on the sea all the way, finally learned the use of ordering the newsbird, which is to know the news happening on the sea at any time. It happened that when the Straw Hat Pirates saw the newsbird, the headlines on the sea had just ended the special topic of the Revolutionary Army and published a more important news. 15 days of fierce fighting, the war ushered in the end day, Uchiha Sasuke was repelled. The world's most evil bloodline Portgusty Ace was arrested. The third update. Chapter 541, the eve of the big event, Pluto Rayleigh's response. Portgusty Ace was arrested. The latest headline published by the world government was like a bomb. After the newspapers were sent to all parts of the world, they immediately caused a huge explosion on the entire ocean. Everyone who received the newspaper and saw the headlines realized that this was very likely a major event that could change the direction of the world. Portgusty Ace. No one can ignore the impact of this man's arrest. The world government has made a big fuss about Portgusty Ace's life experience, telling the whole world the details of Portgusty Ace's birth, as if they didn't care at all about how much impact the blood of Pirate King Goldie Roger would have on the world. But this is too shocking. Especially in the news of the world government, Ace is praised without reservation, and the meaning of the words is that Portgusty Ace is simply the real chosen one. If he hadn't been arrested, he would definitely be the next Pirate King. From the Spade Pirates to the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgusty Ace seemed to have become Whitebeard's subordinate, but in fact he did not lose anything, because Ace would definitely carry the blood of Goldie Roger and the will of Edward Newgate, and be crowned as the new Pirate King. The world government did not skimp on words, and even exaggeratedly claimed that Portgusty Ace, who carried the fate of the great pirate era, would definitely become the new Pirate King with the support of Whitebeard, just like his real father. They were simply praising Ace to the sky. However, one sentence could turn the news around. Ace, who was going to become the new Pirate King, was arrested by the world government, and the danger was nipped in the bud. This is first praise and then suppression. No, it should be said that this is a raging fire. Obviously, the person who wrote this article must be extraordinary. At the end of the news, the name of world government official Kabuto Yakushi was hung on it. Kabuto Yakushi, a man who makes the sea change color, left the last paragraph lightly. 1 month later, Portgusty Ace, the remnant of Pirate King Goldie Roger, and Crocus, the ship doctor of Roger's pirate group, will be publicly executed at a selected date. Their execution will mark the beginning of the world government's end of the Great Pirate Era. Sabaody Archipelago, Area 13, Shaka's Blackmail Bar. An old man wearing glasses sat at the bar of the tavern, lowering his head to read the newspaper attentively, and pouring a sip of rum into his mouth from time to time. Even though the old man's face was already grey, his body still looked strong and his spirit was quite energetic. It was the vice captain of Roger's pirate group, Pluto Rayleigh. As the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh had witnessed the truth of the great secret treasure. He had long since retired, and no longer cared about anything on the sea. Today, his expression was obviously a little bit wrong. What's wrong? The tavern owner, Zayaki, was lying on the bar, holding a cigarette, and puffing out a circle of smoke. She asked softly, seeing that Roger's son is going to be executed, you finally can't sit still? No. Pluto Rayleigh shook his head, his eyes fell on the last line of words. His voice was a little loud. Little Ace is a crew member of the Whitebird Pirates. We can't interfere with the things on Newgate's ship. This is the iron law of the sea. In fact, Rayleigh has long stopped paying attention to Ace. Since Portgusty Ace went to sea, Pluto Rayleigh has paid attention to Ace's growth and wanted to help in the Sabaody Archipelago. However, when Rayleigh witnessed Uchiha Sasuke being invited to join the Spade Pirates, he was completely relieved about Ace's going to sea. Pluto Rayleigh was once shocked by Uchiha Sasuke's strength. At that moment, he even thought that history has never been conventional, and history may repeat itself in their descendants. Even though Rayleigh had witnessed the great secret treasure and many prophecies, he couldn't help but think at that time that Portgusty Ace would be like Goldie Roger, finding more and more partners until he defeated all the strong men on this sea, reach the top of Raftel, and become the new Pirate King. Especially after Uchiha Sasuke, the vice captain of the Spade Pirates, defeated Beckman. Even red-haired Shanks was helpless against them, and Rayleigh once thought that history might repeat itself. Rayleigh was actually very happy in private. The old man no longer believed in the so-called prophecy. Rayleigh even calculated with interest that Portgusty Ace might be like them, and it would take more than a year to reach Raftel, and that time point would just be 20 years after the opening of the Great Pirate Era. At that time, Rayleigh's expectations for Ace were simply beyond measure. Goldie Roger ascended to the top and became the Pirate King and opened the Great Pirate Era. 20 years after Roger's death, his son, 18-year-old Portgusty Ace, ascended to the top again, and a new era began again. It just felt strange. Unfortunately, everything in the Spade Pirates had changed. Portgusty Ace did not break the prophecy and history to become the new Pirate King as Rayleigh expected, but was infected by Whitebird Edward Newgate and joined the warm family of the Whitebird Pirates. From then on, Rayleigh completely gave up on Portgusty Ace. Obviously Portgusty Ace was very young, and he had a powerful vice captain like Uchiha Sasuke by his side. Compared with the start of Roger's pirates, he was so many times stronger, but he ended up falling into a gentle place. Maybe this is the bad fate. Back then, Goldie Roger borrowed Kazuki Oden, the captain of the 2nd Division, from the Whitebird Pirates. Because Kazuki Oden did not fulfill the agreement, Roger's son returned to Whitebird's ship to pay off the debt. According to the rules of the sea, if Ace joined the Whitebird Pirates, Portgusty Ace would obey Whitebird's orders from then on. Even if Pluto Rayleigh was of an extraordinary status, he would not interfere in the family affairs of the Whitebird Pirates, not to mention that he had already retired. Really don't want to interfere? Zayaki looked at Pluto Rayleigh, curiously dragging her cheek and said, but it seems that you seem to want to intervene. That's not because of little Ace. Rayleigh shook his head slowly, stretched out his hand to support his glasses, and sighed. I just pay more attention to Crocus. The doctor on our ship is innocent. Yes. Rayleigh really shouldn't interfere in Ace's affairs. However, Crocus, the former ship doctor of Roger Pirates, is truly innocent. As the former vice captain, it is hard for Pluto Rayleigh to turn a blind eye to Crocus. Yeah. Zayaki nodded slowly and continued softly. Crocus, the retired ship doctor, was also arrested. The world government should not let the vice captain of One Piece go, right? That's right. Pluto Rayleigh nodded and said in a deep voice, in the past few years, the actions of the world government have become more and more large. It is hard to understand what they want to do. Maybe they also want to use Crocus to make me, an old guy, fall into the trap. This is not groundless speculation. Instead, Pluto Rayleigh deduced it through the actions of the world government in recent times. He always feels that the world government wants to catch all the enemies on the sea in one fell swoop. No, or rather, it is the strongest part of them. At least from the current perspective, the Whitebird pirates will definitely not let go of the opportunity to rescue Portgas d'Ace. These old guys are unlikely to miss this big event even for the sake of their own retirement life. The Revolutionary Army was originally hesitant about whether to rescue the Carters, but after seeing the conflict between the Whitebird pirates and the world government, the probability of their fate will definitely increase greatly. It's really interesting. Pluto Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand and showed a relieved smile. A major event that will inevitably change the world and may even overthrow the order of this world. The great pirate era created by Roger will either end in this war or it will become more prosperous in this war. Does it interest you? Zayaki slowly took a puff of cigarette and said softly, it looks like you won't miss it. It's a pity that I haven't found out where Ace is being held. There will be other people checking. Rayleigh waved his hand indifferently, raised his head, and took a sip of wine. Besides, the world government has made such a big move recently. If they want to publicly execute Ace and Crocus, they will definitely publicize it at that time. When he said this, Rayleigh picked up the wine on the table and was about to leave. Just as he was about to push the door, he suddenly turned around and said, there is one more thing. Zayaki, if someone is trying to get information from you, tell them my attitude. I've already told them. Zayaki took a puff of smoke, blew out a puff of smoke, and continued slowly. The Revolutionary Army got the news of Ace's arrest earlier, and Garp's restless son has been looking for allies he can find. Recently, the Revolutionary Army seems to be very quiet. However, in private, Monkey D. Dragon is constantly connecting, using the intelligence advantage at hand, to find candidates who may be introduced as foreign aid. This time, it may be a great opportunity to overthrow the world government. Zayaki blew out another puff of smoke and continued softly. Yesterday, before the headlines of Ace's news were announced, the Revolutionary Army had already sold me this information and asked about your whereabouts and attitude. I have given him an accurate reply. As long as something happens to Crocus, you old guy will not stand idly by. At the end, Zayaki looked deeply at Rayleigh. The two of them knew each other very well, and Zayaki was also clear about Rayleigh's choice, so she helped Rayleigh respond early. Ha 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 ha. Pluto Rayleigh couldn't help but burst into laughter. He shook the bottle of wine in his hand and said loudly, sorry to trouble you, Zayaki. I'm leaving first. Is there any coating work today? Not coating. Rayleigh smiled and shook his head, laughed loudly and continued, I sold myself for 100,000 baileys yesterday. Let's see if I can sell myself for 200,000 baileys today. TSK. Zayaki waved her hands at Rayleigh in disdain and couldn't help saying, you old guy better be careful. The Chabayoti archipelago is not so peaceful. Maybe one day you old guy may capsize in the gutter. First update. Chapter 542. The eve of the big event, Uchiha Sasuke returns to the Moby Dick. Sabayodi Archipelago, Area 51. This area is mostly a ship coating factory. It just so happened that a large ship with a dragon head was coated by the ship workers, and the ship slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Monkey D. Dragon stood on the deck of the ship, holding a small piece of paper in his hand, on which were written a series of well-known names. It was a list that terrified everyone. If Pluto Rayleigh will appear, Monkey D. Dragon slowly clenched the list in his hand, looked up at his ship falling into the sea, and his expression gradually became serious. Next, we will visit the strongest man in the world. This is the most difficult. There is no doubt that with the pride of Whitebird Edward Newgate, he would never think of joining forces with anyone, because he himself has the power to pry the world. Besides, it is not easy for the Revolutionary Army to directly join forces with the pirates to overthrow the world government. Monkey D. Dragon went to visit Edward Newgate, Whitebird, hoping that they could reach a tacit cooperation, such as going out at the same time, so as not to be accidentally defeated by the world government. In name, they still save their own people. The Revolutionary Army wants to rescue their chief of staff and a group of cadres who were executed by the world government at the same time, and the Whitebird pirates go to rescue their 2nd Division Captain Ace. With a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, Bello Betty slowly said, will the Whitebird pirates really go out together to rescue Port Gusty Ace? They will definitely go. Monkey D. Dragon nodded solemnly, his face becoming extremely solemn. The Navy is ready. Bear has received a tough call-up order from the Navy. It is estimated that the other 7 warlords of the sea have also received the same call-up order. At this point, Monkey D. Dragon continued in a deep voice, the Navy is ready to deal with the Whitebird pirates. The whole world is waiting for Whitebird's response. With his pride, he will never be absent on such an occasion. Everyone knows, no one can hurt members of the Whitebird pirates. Otherwise, they will face the fierce revenge of the world's strongest man. Even in the past, every action of the Navy against the Whitebird pirates was carefully calculated by Kabuto Yakushi and Vice Admiral Jiro. Even many times the Navy had to act carefully to avoid overly touching Whitebird's nerves, and it was only by using another 4 Emperor's pirate group, the Beast's Pirates, to compete with the Whitebird pirates, that the world's balance was barely maintained. Now, this balance was broken by the Navy's initiative. The world government has captured Port Gusty Ace and will publicly execute him at a later date. There is no doubt that they have taken the initiative to declare war on the Whitebird pirates. This is a real declaration of war. The Whitebird pirates have never been cowardly to refuse to fight. Just as Monkey D. Dragon rushed to the Whitebird Sea to visit the world's strongest man, Whitebird Edward Newgate finally received Uchiha Sasuke, who rushed back to the Moby Dick from the first half of the Grand Line. Since the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara in Alabasta ended, the news of Port Gusty Ace's arrest was immediately conveyed to the Whitebird pirates, which was a few days earlier than the news from the world government. Whitebird did not blame Uchiha Sasuke, but immediately ordered the Moby Dick to rush to meet Uchiha Sasuke to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from being captured by the Navy. On the Moby Dick, the tall Susanoo spread its wings and landed on the ship. The Susanoo on Uchiha Sasuke turned into a phantom and dissipated. His body fell weakly on the deck, and a group of captains hurriedly surrounded him. Hey, Sasuke, are you okay? Marco reached out and supported Sasuke's shoulders, letting Sasuke slowly sit on the ground. He couldn't help but frowned. You are injured. You should find a place to wait for us to pick you up. Why are you still so stubborn? It's okay. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, tore off the clothes on his shoulders, and said in a deep voice, it's just that I'm a little exhausted after forcing myself to fly across the Red Earth continent to rush back. Marco, help me bandage it first. Well, Marco nodded slowly. Because Uchiha Sasuke's shoulders and chest were covered with white cloth, he had done it himself. The bandage was very rough, and blood was slowly seeping out. Sasuke, what happened? Diamond Jaws clenched his fist and said angrily, which bastard hurt you like this? And, was Ace really captured? Yeah, what happened? Flower Sword Vista also surrounded him with a worried look on his face. Since they met Uchiha Sasuke, they have never seen Sasuke in such a state of embarrassment. Even when Sasuke fought against the 4 emperors, this situation never happened. Jinbei squatted next to Marco, helping to treat Sasuke's wounds, and asked, Sasuke, did you meet the leader of Akatsuki? Has Akatsuki cooperated with the world government? The power of Uchiha Sasuke was seen by the entire Whitebird pirates. If there is anyone in this world who can make Sasuke fall into such an embarrassing situation, there are only a few people in the whole sea, unless the high-ranking Navy officers collectively attack and besiege him. Or it could be the leader of the most mysterious Akatsuki organization in the legend. No. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, nodded, gritted his teeth and said, "A troublesome guy, the former patriarch of our Uchiha clan. This former patriarch is also a terrifying lunatic." In fact, the two of them did not fight for half a month, but after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, Alabasta could no longer withstand their battle. The desert of Alabasta has been completely changed. Now the desert of Alabasta has become an oasis. In addition to the dense forests, there are also countless deep pits and canyons in the oasis. A single attack of the complete Susanoo is enough to change the terrain. What's more, it's a battle between two complete Susanuos. The two experienced the Susanoo War and almost divided Alabasta into countless islands. They ended the Susanoo War and started a battle of physical skills and domineering. Every move was fatal, as if they wanted to defend their last pride. A battle between the past and the future. Perhaps it is also a legacy of Uchiha's will. Until the last moment, Uchiha Sasuke wielded the supreme sword Kusanagi to cut off the black stick in Uchiha Madara's hand and shattered Uchiha Madara's body. This battle lost its meaning. In fact, this can't be called a victory. Uchiha Madara is not really in peak condition. And Uchiha Madara also has a body of impure world reincarnation. And Uchiha Sasuke can't kill Uchiha Madara. The two left tacitly. Uchiha Sasuke still couldn't help but feel a little frightened. If Uchiha Madara is really resurrected, if this guy has life, he may become stronger in this sea. He is a madman who is really good at fighting. The power of this world truly gave Uchiha Madara the possibility to break through his limits. No wonder Uehara Naraku tried so hard to make Uchiha Madara a collection. Uchiha Sasuke actually had a moment when he wanted to revive Uchiha Madara to see if this guy could overturn Uehara Naraku's order. When they parted, Uchiha Madara acknowledged Uchiha Sasuke's efforts. According to the power system of this world, Uchiha Sasuke himself also had the possibility of breaking through the shackles. 10 days ago, the desert of Alabasta, Uchiha Madara's impure world body gradually recovered from being broken. The man hugged his shoulders carelessly and looked at the last living Uchiha in the world. Uchiha Sasuke, don't let Indra's chakra limit your power. Uchiha Madara looked a little indifferent and even had some disdain in his voice. Sasuke, our souls are independent existences. Are you still living in the shadow of the past? Coming to this world, haven't you realized it yet? You are not powerful because you have Indra's chakra and Sharingan, but because you are Uchiha Sasuke. Think about that guy Uehara Naraku. His chakra is obviously only a part of the chakra reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, but his power is far greater than that of the Six Paths Sage. You guys don't think you have a limit. Even though Uchiha Sasuke has always had a bad impression of Uchiha Madara, now Sasuke still feels a little shocked when he thinks of what Uchiha Madara said when they parted. To be honest, Uchiha Madara's will is much stronger than his. Moby Dick. A group of captains stood quietly beside Uchiha Sasuke, listening to Sasuke slowly talking about what happened to them in Alabasta. When we were chasing Teach, we fell into the trap of the Navy and CP. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the wound bandaged by Marco, frowned and continued. After Uchiha Madara defeated Ace instantly with the power of the Rinnegan, he immediately activated Susanoo to fight me. A vice admiral took the opportunity to capture Ace. Arsehole. When Joz heard this, a flash of anger flashed across his face. He clenched his fists suddenly and said with a gloomy face, "What's the name of that vice admiral? I'm going to tear his head off." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Joz speechlessly. Why is this guy still talking about something else? Fortunately, at this time, Whitebeard Edward Newgate spoke in a muffled voice to stop Joz. "Joz, don't interrupt Sasuke. Before we take Ace back, now is not the time to settle accounts with the Navy. Now, it's not the time to anger the Navy. Wait until the day when the war really starts, and let the Navy realize the mistakes they have made." While the Whitebeard pirates were still chatting, a sentry pirate in charge of lookout shouted, "Hey, everyone, there is a ship coming towards us." "Is it a Navy ship?" Marco couldn't help but ask loudly. "No." The pirate in charge of sentry opened the telescope and carefully looked at the pirate ship coming. When he saw the flag on the ship clearly, his face couldn't help but become extremely nervous. "That seems to be a pirate ship. That logo is Red Hair." The voice of the sentry pirate echoed throughout the Moby Dick. "That ship is the Red Hair Pirates' Red Force. The Red Force is the main ship of the Red Hair Pirates. The appearance of the Red Force means that Red Hair Shanks has arrived in person. Second update. Chapter 543. The eve of the big event. Red-haired Shanks' actions. Red-haired Shanks, the youngest of the 4 emperors in the New World, personally rushed to Whitebird Sea area and boarded the Whitebird Pirates flagship, the Moby Dick. At this sensitive time, when Port Gus d'Ace was captured by the world government, the move of red-haired Shanks to come to the Whitebird Pirates must be enough to shock the world. No matter what red-haired Shanks wants to say to Whitebird Edward Newgate, even if it is a declaration of war or a declaration of alliance, it will change the direction of this world. Moby Dick. The moment red-haired Shanks stepped onto the Moby Dick, he directly released his domineering aura, and the strong domineering aura made it difficult for people to breathe. The deck of the Moby Dick was also shattered inch by inch. Shanks now is completely different from the optimistic pirate in the past. Now his expression has become solemn. At this moment, red-haired Shanks finally posed the posture that a Sea Emperor of the New World should have. Stand back, this guy's domineering aura is not something you can handle. Marco frowned and noticed a group of Whitebird Pirates members who were shaky or even fainted under the impact of Shanks' domineering aura. Marco turned to look at red-haired Shanks and said coldly, "Hey, red-haired, are you guys trying to demonstrate here?" "No, I just want to talk to you about something." Shanks' expression gradually eased up. Looking at Marco spreading his palm, he chuckled and said, "By the way, Marco, do you want to get on my ship?" "I'm not interested." Marco was too lazy to pay attention to red-haired's recruitment. Red-haired Shanks was not the first person to recruit Marco. Over the years, all the 4 emperors Marco met would invite him without exception. Big Mom and Kaido had both tried to recruit him. No matter how much these 4 emperors lowered their status and valued Marco's value, Marco would never betray Whitebird. What these people did was always in vain. Shanks could only shake his head helplessly. The next moment, Shanks' eyes slowly moved and fell on Uchiha Sasuke, who had just bandaged his wound, and his expression gradually became solemn. To be honest, Shanks had never seen Uchiha Sasuke so embarrassed. Even when Uchiha Sasuke defeated Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, when he was in the Spade Pirates, he did not suffer any injuries in that battle. In the past few years, the Whitebird Pirates and the other 4 Emperors Pirates have had frictions from time to time. It is said that except for Uzumaki Naruto of the Beast's Pirates, basically no one in the other 4 Emperors Pirates is taken seriously by Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke is back too. Red-haired Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes fixed on the gauze on Uchiha Sasuke's body, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that the enemy you met is more troublesome than I thought." Red-haired Shanks knew the whole story very well. When Uchiha Sasuke and Port Gus d'Ace were hunting down Marshal D. Teach, red-haired Shanks had sent a message to Uchiha Sasuke, hoping that he would be careful with Teach, but he did not stop them from hunting down Teach. As a result, Ace was arrested and even publicly executed. And red-haired Shanks received the news earlier than the news, so he was able to meet Whitebird so quickly. Shanks himself had some secret channels to get some inside information about the world government. But when Shanks received the news, he was also a little surprised. The Yakushi Kabuto, who made the pirates and the revolutionary army hate him so much, actually developed the CP department to such an extent that he recruited agents who could hurt Uchiha Sasuke. "You don't have to worry about it." Uchiha Sasuke looked at red-haired Shanks coldly, stretched out his hand to tighten the gauze straps on his body, and slowly picked up the Kusanagi sword beside him. "If you want to ridicule me, it's not your turn." Facing red-haired Shanks, Uchiha Sasuke never backs down. Even if Sasuke is injured now, he still doesn't feel that he has any disadvantages because red-haired Shanks broke an arm many years ago. Even if they fight now, it can probably be considered a balance. "Sasuke, this is not sarcasm." Red-haired Shanks slowly shook his head and said with a serious face, "After all, we are friends. After we finish talking, I will go to Kaido's sea area to visit Naruto. He has always cared about you." Uchiha Sasuke's expression is subtle. Although the friction between the 4 emperors has never stopped, in the past few years, red-haired Shanks has become good friends with Uzumaki Naruto, who joined the Beast Pirates. These idiots. It seems that they are very sensitive when they find their own kind. But this is also normal. According to Uzumaki Naruto's personality, facing a man with a cheerful personality like red-haired Shanks, even if the two of them are still enemies, it does not prevent them from slowly becoming friends. And red-haired Shanks' attitude towards Uzumaki Naruto is simply unusually friendly, and he even hopes that Uzumaki Naruto can join his pirate group more than once. Uzumaki Naruto has the support of the Akatsuki organization, so he naturally refused. As their friendship gradually deepened, red-haired Shanks gradually discovered the characteristics of Uzumaki Naruto. He believed that Uzumaki Naruto had a charm similar to that of the Pirate King Goldie Roger. This charm will surely attract many people to gather around him. Red-haired Shanks even mentioned to Kaido in front of many people that if Kaido was willing to let Uzumaki Naruto leave the Beast's pirates, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely be able to become a captain as good as the Pirate King Goldie Roger. Although red-haired Shanks always believed that he was telling the truth. But these words always seemed to be a sedition to sow discord among the Beast's pirates. After all, no one in the red-haired pirates could defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Obviously, red-haired Shanks was plotting something. The entire Beast's pirates were becoming more and more hostile to red-haired Shanks. However, as one of the 4 emperors with a high status and the freest pirate on this sea, red-haired Shanks naturally did what he wanted, talking to himself and not caring about other people's opinions. On the Moby Dick, red-haired Shanks still hasn't changed his opinion. After Shanks mentioned Uzumaki Naruto, he couldn't help but continue. By the way, Sasuke, weren't you and Naruto companions before? If you two could form a pirate group. Shut up. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted red-haired Shanks and said coldly, you don't have to worry about me and him. What a pity. Red-haired Shanks shook his head and sighed with some regret. He really believed in the combination of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Okay, red-haired kid. Whitebird Edward Newgate interrupted their communication and said in a muffled voice, what are you doing here? We don't have time to receive guests. Because of the arrest of Portgas the Ace, the atmosphere on the Moby Dick was a little depressed. Whitebird wanted to discuss with his sons about rescuing Ace. Now, Whitebird didn't want to entertain anyone. I'm sorry, please allow me to explain my purpose first. Red-haired Shanks walked towards Whitebird, his expression gradually becoming serious. I'm here to assist you in rescuing Portgas the Ace. No need. Whitebird lowered his head with displeasure on his face and looked at red-haired Shanks coldly. Ace is my son, I will go to save him, and no one else needs to intervene. No, only this time may be an exception. Red-haired Shanks shook his head and said in a deep voice, I know I shouldn't interfere in this matter. Although Ace is Captain Roger's son, after he joined the Whitebird Pirates, everything should be decided by you, the captain. When he came to this, red-haired Shanks changed the subject and his expression became more serious. I'm sorry, but this time is an exception. I have received definite news that Ace's arrest this time was premeditated. Red-haired Shanks raised his head and looked at Whitebird's expression. His voice suddenly became heavy. This is a conspiracy against the world. It was the hand of Marshal D. Teach, or Blackbird. According to the information obtained by red-haired Shanks, the capture of Portgas the Ace was indeed a conspiracy of Marshal D. Teach, and the purpose was to provoke a war between the Whitebird pirates and the Navy. Of course, Teach's conspiracy was just a coincidence, because the world government did have a corresponding plan against the 4 Emperors pirates. This matter was fully in the hands of the Navy Headquarters Chief Inspector and the Supreme Commander of the CP Department, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi's main purpose was to target the Revolutionary Army and to lure a powerful force to move out in order to encourage the weak Revolutionary Army to take the initiative to join the game. It happened that Teach found Kabuto Yakushi and claimed to assist the Navy in capturing Ace. Teach's shadow was everywhere in this matter. The secret version circulated within the world government was the same. Kabuto Yakushi had not yet decided which pirate group to choose for his conspiracy plan, but Marshal D. Teach took the initiative to find him, forcing Kabuto Yakushi to send the CP department to attack Ace. After the Navy caught Ace, the world government had to start urging Kabuto Yakushi to push the big event step by step. The Navy was also mobilizing troops to prepare for a world war. Oh. Whitebird's face still did not change. Whitebird had thought about this matter a long time ago. He didn't care who the conspiracy was, even if the conspiracy was against him. So what? In other words, Whitebird had no other choice. Moreover, Whitebird would definitely not have any other choice. He would definitely save Ace no matter what. How could a father ignore his son who was in deep danger? If you go to save Ace, you will definitely fall into Teacher's conspiracy. I don't know what he wants to do, but I know he must be hiding in the dark, and hiding his fangs. Red-haired Shanks looked at Whitebird, who was still calm, and slowly made his request. In order to avoid a war that can destroy the world, I hope you can temporarily hold your troops to prevent the situation from further deteriorating. When red-haired Shanks said this, his speech speed gradually became faster. Before Ace is publicly executed, I will find a way to help you bring Ace back. The third update. Chapter 544. The actions of Akatsuki organization. The gathering of 100,000 coalition forces. Whitebird seemed to have no reason to refuse Shanks. In this situation, it seems that red-haired Shanks is helping the Whitebird pirates to take the initiative to rescue Ace. If the Whitebird pirates accept red-haired Shanks' proposal now, they don't have to pay the price of war. They just need to stay in their own waters and wait quietly for Shanks to rescue Ace. No matter how you look at it, this matter seems to be beneficial to the Whitebird pirates. If Shanks can really rescue Ace safely, the Whitebird pirates will probably owe red-haired Shanks a big favor. This kind of favor is difficult to repay on the sea. Port Gusty Ace will also owe Shanks a life. But there is another problem with this matter. In order to avoid the situation from worsening, the Whitebird pirates have been waiting for news from Shanks, which makes them seem too useless. And once Shanks fails, they are equivalent to wasting time in vain. Whitebird doesn't think red-haired Shanks can rescue Ace. This is a world war that is about to start. It is also the first war that the world government and the navy want to eliminate pirates. No one can stop the war from happening. Even red-haired Shanks is no exception. Ace is my son. Whitebird narrowed his eyes slightly and rejected Shanks' kindness in a cold voice. I will save him myself, without anyone's intervention. It's not good to reject me so bluntly. Red-haired Shanks' smile slowly converged. His eyes gradually turned cold, and his palm gently grasped his rapier. I don't have any other ideas. I just want to stop a world war that may kill many people. Red-haired kid, who do you think you are? Whitebird suddenly stretched out his palm and pulled out the infusion tube on his arm, suddenly picked up the Kurakumo Kairi beside him and chopped it towards the red-haired head. Along with Whitebird's actions, a surge of domineering color swept out, and Whitebird waved Kurakumo Kairi to split red-haired Shanks in two. Clang! Red-haired Shanks suddenly drew out his rapier and blocked the handle of Kyusuke Mokuri, stopping Whitebird's attack at the critical moment. The clouds in the sky gradually surged upwards under the domineering power of the two four emperors. The domineering power of Whitebird and Shanks was like substance, flashing with lightning in the air, and the tyrannical suppression force continued to spread around. People dared not look directly. The members of the Whitebird pirates involuntarily stepped back a few steps under the collision of the two four emperors, looking up at the clouds in the sky that were splitting and surging upwards. The sky is cracked again. This thing often happens in the Whitebird Sea. In the past, the entire Whitebird pirates had three people with domineering power: Whitebird Edward Newgate, Uchiha Sasuke, and Port Gusty Ace. When Uchiha Sasuke was helping Ace to train his conqueror's haki, Whitebird would occasionally show off his skills to show the two little guys his remaining power. Whenever the haki of Whitebird and Uchiha Sasuke clashed, the sky would slowly crack in the collision of their haki. The members of the Whitebird pirates had really seen a lot. Ace is my son. Whitebird clenched the Kyusakomikiri sword in his hand and pressed it down fiercely, forcing red-haired Shanks' face to change suddenly. This huge force showed no mercy at all. Whitebird looked at the expression of red-haired Shanks, slowly retracted the strength in his hands, waved Kyusakomikiri to force Shanks back, and said indifferently, I'm Whitebird. I will never put the hope of saving my son on others. After that, Whitebird turned around nonchalantly, holding a big knife, and walked back to his seat step by step. Let's go. You don't need to worry about the things on this ship. Sasuke, Mako, help me see the guests off. But, red-haired Shanks opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, the figure of Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of him, and the Scarlet Sharingan and the weird samurai stared at red-haired Shanks coldly. Let's go. Don't force the old man to get angry, otherwise I can't stop him. Red-haired Shanks was silent for a while, shook his head and sighed. Okay, but I brought the fine wine from my hometown West Sea. Huh. Whitebud's footsteps paused slightly. Just as Whitebud turned his head to look at Shanks again, Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Shanks coldly. The old man has quit drinking in the past few years. After that, a flash of lightning flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's fingertips, and he directly smashed the wine jar that Shanks brought up with the Chidori sharp gun. The aroma of fine wine drifted on the deck. Shanks watched this scene speechlessly, shook his head helplessly, but when he turned to leave, he suddenly said, "But I won't give up. Let's see who of us moves faster. Then I advise you not to waste your time." Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes, slowly lowered his head, and his voice gradually became smaller and smaller. "The world government is no longer the same as it was in the past. If you still want to intervene, then be prepared to be sucked into the vortex." When Uchiha Sasuke said this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Shanks' back. His eyes seemed to reveal a substantial edge. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice suddenly became extremely cold. "Forget it. No one can escape this whirlpool anyway. I just remind you, don't let Kabuto Yakushi catch your flaws. Otherwise, perhaps before the war even starts, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates will appear on the list of public executions, and no one will save you at that time." Red-haired Shanks stopped his steps, turned back and chuckled. "Then I'll return what you just said." Red-haired Shanks' eyes suddenly became cold, and his attitude was extremely tough. "The Red Hair Pirates don't need you to point fingers at what they want to do." After saying that, red-haired Shanks left the Moby Dick. Red-haired Shanks did not achieve his goal when he came to the Whitebird Pirates, but he would not give up, and Shanks happened to have a reason to intervene. Crocus, the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates. Red Force. When red-haired Shanks returned to his ship, Ben Beckman bit a juice straw and said slowly, "They didn't agree." "Yeah." Shanks shook his head and sighed softly. "You guessed right, Beckman. But we don't have to pay attention to them, just do what we want to do next." "Yeah." Ben Beckman nodded and suddenly asked, "Then where are we going now? Should we go to the world government at this time? Although we haven't united with the Whitebird Pirates yet, as long as we pretend to assist the Whitebird Pirates in front of them, we should be able to force them to release Portgas d'Ace." This was the original plan of the red-haired pirates. If Whitebird agreed to Red-haired's request this time, red-haired Shanks could force the world government to release Ace under the banner of an offensive and defensive alliance. However, after Shanks saw Uchiha Sasuke's physical condition, he realized the seriousness of the matter. What was said in the newspaper was actually true. Uchiha Sasuke was really repelled by the world government. It's hard to say now. Shanks shook his head seriously and continued in a deep voice, "I don't know when the CP department of the world government has a powerful member. The man named Kabuto Yakushi really can't be underestimated. Maybe he is really sure of this war. No more people can come in. Now we go to the Sea of Beasts first to test the attitudes of Kaido and Naruto. At least we can't let them cause trouble at this time. Is that so?" Ben Beckman frowned and sighed. "Kaido, the beast, never seems to listen to others' advice. And now the beast's pirates hate the red hair pirates the most. Kaido, the beast, is very stubborn. No matter what anyone says, he doesn't seem to listen. Of course, the red hair Shanks is actually the same. No matter what anyone says, Shanks will continue to do what he wants to do." The Red Force slowly turned, left the Whitebird Sea area, and drove quickly towards the sea area of the Beast's pirates. Red Hair Shanks didn't know. Even if he could rush to the Sea of Beasts now, he would definitely not be able to see Kaido and Naruto Uzumaki, because these two people were participating in a terrifying expedition ceremony in Wano country. Kiri in Wano country. Kiri is different from the headquarters of Flower Capital. Because Kiri is wide and close to the inland seaport, a group of Akatsuki members gathered in Kiri, including various affiliated armed forces under the Akatsuki organization. In the past few years, the number of ninjas stationed in Wano country has doubled. Now the ninja troops of Wano country have exceeded 60,000. Wano country also has samurai troops with uneven strength and more than 20,000 people. The main group and affiliated pirate groups under the Beast's pirates have more than 20,000 pirates in terms of number alone, not to mention that the Beast's pirates also have a large number of combat members with animal type fruit abilities. Just the peripheral forces of Akatsuki. It is definitely a huge army that has the ability to change the direction of any pirate war. Now, this super armed force has gathered in Jiuli. Whether in terms of strength or numbers, it is enough to easily flatten any country in the world. Even Big Mom's 1GUO is no problem. Standing at the forefront of these teams are all the captains or captains of these troops. The top leaders of the Beast Pirates: Kaido, Naruto Uzumaki, Jack the Drought, Quinn the Plague, Jin the Flame, Yamato and others. The top leaders of the Ninja Alliance: Shikamaru Nera, Huang Tu, Temari, the 5th Mizukage Meditaromi, Jiraiya, the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee and others are on the list. The top leaders of the Samurai of Wano country, Mifune, the general of the Ninja World Iron country, temporarily replaced them. Behind them, there are more than 100,000 joined forces composed of ninjas, samurai and pirates. The dense figures make it impossible to see the edge at a glance. At the end of this coalition, there are many giants and demons over tens of meters tall, who stand at the end of the team obediently. It's just an expedition. Is it necessary to bring so many people? Kaido, the king of beasts, took a sip of wine, burped loudly, and said drunkenly, "I can get rid of that old guy White but with just my own ship." Brother Kaido. Queen the Plague shook her head, grinned, chuckled and said, "This time we are on an expedition to completely conquer the world." Ah. Kaido rubbed his head, took another sip of wine. "Where's Ling Ling? Aren't you taking her with you? I owed her a favor back then." Brother Kaido, "You'll see her soon." Jin the Flame Disaster stood nearby and shook his head, whispering, "The first place for the 100,000 people standing here to attack is Big Mom's Totland Island of the world. I hope that old woman can be sensible." First update. Chapter 545. What is the leader of Akatsuki doing? A week ago, just when the news about Portgas d'Ace had not yet come out, Akatsuki proposed to Big Mom that she could be formally invited to join Akatsuki. The conditions proposed by Akatsuki were actually quite generous. In addition to the fact that Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, could become a formal member of Akatsuki, she would also be given 6 additional formal membership spots. This was a proposal made by the Akatsuki General Meeting, based on the comprehensive evaluation of the Big Mom Pirates by Uchiha Itachi's report. Because each formal member of Akatsuki has the power to vote on certain matters when they dominate the world in the future. So far, the official members of the Beast's Pirates who have joined Akatsuki, in addition to Kaido himself and the 3 Calamities, only 3 of the Flying 6 are eligible to join, plus Kaido's daughter Yamato. The entire Beast's Pirates only occupy a total of 8 spots. Akatsuki's conditions are really generous. As expected, Charlotte Linlin rejected the invitation of Akatsuki and even felt that this mysterious organization on the sea was a bit ungrateful. When did a small organization dare to invite a 4 emperor to join them? Charlotte Linlin tore up the invitation letter of Akatsuki on the spot and announced that if the leader of Akatsuki rushed to Totland Island to apologize to her and led the entire Akatsuki organization to join the Big Mom Pirates, there would be a chance to get the forgiveness of a 4 emperor. This is really unexpected. In response to the Big Mom Pirates, the Supreme Council of Akatsuki announced on the spot that Akatsuki would launch a war against the Big Mom Pirates. This was exactly what they had planned. Therefore, Kabuto Yakushi took this opportunity to report to the world government that the alliance of the Beast's Pirates and Akatsuki would launch a war against the Big Mom Pirates. In this case, the world government and the navy don't have to worry about the participation of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates. They only need to face the Whitebird Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. According to Kabuto Yakushi's plan, the combat power is enough. As for the Red Hair Pirates, this pirate group is also between being able to be eliminated and not being eliminated. The world government is not worried at all whether Red Hair Shanks will participate in the war. If Shanks stands aside, the world government will let him go. If Shanks wants to form an alliance with the Whitebird Pirates, then he will risk losses and eliminate the 2 4 Emperor's pirates in one fell swoop. The Akatsuki organization led the Beast's pirates to declare war on the Big Mom pirates. On the one hand, it is also a strategic deception of the world government, and on the other hand, it really wants to solve the troubles of the Big Mom pirates. Moreover, the war between the Akatsuki organization and the Big Mom pirates is just a trial run. After solving Big Mom, they will rush to the first half of the Grand Line, ready to participate in the final battle of this world at any time. Wano country. The seaside of Kuri. The 100,000 strong coalition army has finally assembled completely. Drought Jack glanced around, frowned, and had a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Brother Kado, are we going to continue waiting here now? Yes, we have to wait for Grandma Kaguya. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly and answered Drought Jack's question softly. The 100,000 strong coalition army is not a small number. If that guy's not here, the best way is to use Grandma Kaguya's time and space technique to take us all away. This is the war method of the Akatsuki organization. When the Akatsuki organization attacked Wano country 3 years ago, Uehara and Naraku used a space ability to directly teleport the entire ninja coalition army to Wano country, greatly reducing the consumption of war preparations and gaining rich rewards. The coalition staff officer Narashikaku adopted Uehara and Naraku's approach. Using Kaguya's Yomi Hirasaka and American English no Gochu space, the current 100,000 coalition troops and the necessary supplies are all teleported to the space of the beginning. In this way, Kaguya only needs to rush to the location of the war, and it can also greatly reduce the time required for the 100,000 strong coalition army to march. A flash of surprise flashed across Plague Queen's face, and he widened his glasses in disbelief. Wait. Naruto, if that's the case, will Lord Kaguya, the god who sits in Wano country, also go out to participate in this expedition? If she goes out too? Kado suddenly sobered up half of his alcohol. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, she can get rid of the Big Mom pirates and Lin by herself, right? There is no need to mobilize a large army and summon 100,000 people for an expedition. Even though 3 years have passed, Kado still hasn't forgotten the horror of Kaguya. 3 years ago, that terrifying woman descended on Onigashima, severely injured him with a light touch, and defeated the entire Beast's pirates by herself. Therefore, the Beast's pirates still spread the horror of the goddess of the rabbit. At this time, other people were also thinking about this problem, but the Ninja Alliance didn't have so many doubts, because they knew the purpose of this war very well. The existence of Kaguya Otsutsuki can solve some powerful enemies. Apart from those troublesome guys, the remaining scattered enemies scattered around cannot rely on Kaguya's power. The 100,000 man coalition army bears this responsibility. Big Mom's sea area is very large. The ninja army. The fourth Raikijai's face flashed with anxiety, and he said with displeasure, how long will that woman take? I should have known that I should not have passed Narashikaku's plan. This has made us wait too long. It should be soon. Jiraiya touched his chin and said slowly, if we wait too long, someone will help to urge her. While a group of people were still discussing, a black space-time gate appeared in the air, and Kaguya Otsutsuki slowly floated out of the black gate. The moment Kaguya appeared, the entire coalition gradually quieted down. Narashikaku stood out from the crowd, looked up at Kaguya Otsutsuki in the air, and said loudly, Lord Kaguya, we can start. I know. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded slowly. The next second, the scenery in everyone's vision suddenly changed. They were instantly brought to the space of the primordial bowl by Kaguya. This method was really the first time they had seen it. This spatial ability, even better than Uehara and Naraku, right? At least such a simple method to transfer 100,000 coalition forces is indeed stronger than when Uehara and Naraku sent people from the ninja world to the sea. It is inevitable that people will think that Kaguya's spatial method is stronger. Just as the 100,000 coalition forces entered the primordial ball space, they saw another woman floating in the sky, who was also the highest authority in the entire Wano country, the Angel of God, Konan. The pair of paper wings behind Konan slowly flapped, driving her body to slowly fall in front of Narashikaku and others. Teacher Jiraiya, Mr. Shikaku, are you ready? Yes. Narashikaku nodded, with a bitter smile on his face. I really didn't expect that one day we would prepare such a large army. The scale of this coalition has even exceeded the number of the Fourth Ninja World War. 100,000 coalition forces. It's really unimaginable. The 60,000 ninja troops are the elite force of the entire ninja world. However, the combined forces of the Beasts, Pirates and Wano country are more than 40,000 people. This world is too huge. Of course, the threshold for samurai and pirates is not high, but the minimum threshold for ninjas is to have chakra. If it is just to raise a large army, the 5 major ninja villages are not impossible. By the way, what about Uehara Naraku? Jiraiya touched his chin and asked curiously, Conan, won't the little guy Uehara come out to participate in this war? Naraku shouldn't come for the time being. Conan frowned, shook his head and said, when I contacted Naraku, he was still on an empty island. TSK, that guy. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. Having such a lively disciple is really a headache. Fortunately, there was a touch of weirdness in Conan's voice. Because when Conan was in contact with Uehara Naraku mentioned that he would not participate in the war against Big Mom because he wanted to choose a gift for Conan. The gifts that Uehara Naraku gave were always a little unacceptable. Sky Island. This island located 10,000 meters in the sky. Uehara Naraku found the real treasure here. He looked up at a huge golden bell and slowly tapped the golden bell with his fingers. This gift should be pretty good. Uehara Naraku listened to the sound of the golden bell, nodded with satisfaction, and shook his head and said, it just feels a bit weird to give this gift. When he said this, Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at a man lying on the ground covered in blood and asked, forget it, Enelu, I think you should give your arc motto as a gift to teacher Conan. The man lying on the ground was called Enelu. Before Uehara Naraku arrived at Sky Island, Enelu was still a god revered by Sky Island, and he also relied on his powerful mind network ability to rule this Sky Island. Since Enel is the user of the Thunder Fruit, his mind net ability is the observation haki strengthened by the Thunder Fruit, which has almost reached the extreme of observation haki. Just in terms of range, it can cover the entire Sky Island. Therefore, when Uehara Naraku entered Sky Island, Enel immediately went to trouble Uehara Naraku, claiming that a divine punishment would befall him. As a result, this user of the Thunder Fruit was defeated by Uehara Naraku with the same ability. His condition was unprecedentedly miserable, with wounds all over his body. Now even if he wanted to use the fruit ability to escape, he couldn't do it. What's more, Enel couldn't escape either. Are you reluctant to give me your arc? Uehara Naraku glanced at Enel, squatted beside him, and slowly said, hey, you are a god. As a real god, you must learn to be generous. It's just an arc. Arsehole. Enel, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, and looked at Uehara Naraku with anger on his face, without the calmness that a god should have. The arc maxim was built by Enel after years of hard work. Precious gold was used as the material in many places. This is a real effort. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Uehara Naraku looked at the angry Enel, chuckled and said, an arc powered by lightning. TSK, I'm not interested in charging a ship every day. You just drive this ship to the infinite land. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Enel's eyes. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and continued with a smile. As the price of letting you go, I will send someone to find you after you rule the moon in the future. I hope that at that time, you will be able to give us the infinite land on the moon, just like you gave me Sky Island now. Enel's eyes gradually became a little depressed. It is understandable that Uehara Naraku wants to take away Sky Island. Enelu knows that he can no longer rule Sky Island, and he has no intention of staying in this small place of Sky Island. But what did this guy named Uehara Naraku just say? After he rules the moon, this bastard named Uehara Naraku will go to take over the moon. Is this still human language? Do you want the moon? Enelu stared at Uehara Naraku. Then tell me, are you the god who rules King Hei? HMM. Uehara Naraku frowned, and thought for a while, shook his head and sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, it should be in a few months. Are you interested in watching the ceremony? Second update. Chapter 546 Luffy, my grandfather, Vice Admiral of the Navy. Enelu, chose to go to the moon after all. This Thunderbolt fruit user wants to develop a lunar base. For Uehara Naraku and Akatsuki, no matter what Enelu chooses, the final result will be the same. Everything Enelu does will become Akatsuki's achievement. The moon. There are also many secrets in this world. So far, there are relics of past civilizations on the moon. Due to the lack of resources, the former moon people also arrived at the sea with advanced technology and civilization. Uehara and Naraku really doubts whether this world will be the same as the ninja world, where aliens in the universe bring devil fruits and their descendants rule the world. And by the way, they also resist the arrival of other aliens. For example, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who likes to plant trees. This is a communication ring. After Uehara and Naraku helped Enel heal his wounds, he casually threw a ring to Enel and whispered, "Occasionally I will take the initiative to talk to you. If one day I find that I can't stay on the moon anymore." Impossible. Enel interrupted Uehara and Naraku, took the ring with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. "As the price of failure in the god war, this sky island will be given to you. Don't ever say you are a god in the future." Uehara and Naraku patted Enel on the shoulder, sighed and said, "Generally, those who like to call themselves gods are always the ones who are defeated. When I return to the sea, I guess I will have to kill a lot of guys who like to call themselves gods." Enel's expression was a little stiff. "We are about to say goodbye, and you can't say something human." "I know." Enelu put on the ring that symbolized the members of Akatsuki and said in a cold voice, "But no one dares to laugh at a god. Last time, a guy named Kakuzu landed on Sky Island and mocked the majesty of God. I knocked that guy down to the White Sea. You both lose." Uehara and Naraku couldn't help but twitch his mouth, shook his head and sighed. "You'd better not be so stubborn. Kakuzu is also a member of Akatsuki. I know everything that happened between you." Enelu fell into silence again. The next moment, his figure turned into a lightning and disappeared. After a long time, a ship floating in the air was shining with lightning and flew towards the moon in the sky. It was Enelu's arc motto. Uehara and Naraku didn't stay on Sky Island for too long. Enelu was just a chess piece casually placed. On Gear Island under Sky Island, Monkey D. Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates were waiting for his return. This is the real top priority. Gear Island, Mogu Town Pier. The Straw Hat Pirates are still waiting for Uehara and Naraku here. The arrest and even upcoming public execution of Portgasti Ace has made Monkey D. Luffy feel more anxious. As sworn brothers who grew up together, it is impossible for Luffy to ignore such a thing. Nami looked at the somewhat decadent Luffy and provided a lot of information. After the Navy catches the pirates, they will be imprisoned in the big prison in Pelton. Will Ace also be imprisoned in Pelton prison? That would be more troublesome. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head and said, "Not everyone can enter the Impelton prison, and even if they can enter, they may not have a chance to escape. Then let's go to Impelton." Luffy clenched his fists fiercely, but after saying this, he interrupted himself. "No, I'll go by myself." Big prison? Chopper's body trembled. However, at this time, although Chopper had fear on his face, he still said, "Ace's people are very good, I'll go with you." Just when Luffy wanted to leave the Golden Mary, Zoro swung his scabbard and knocked Luffy to the ground and said in a cold voice, "Don't be silly, you are the captain of this ship. Calm down. If we want to go to Impelton, we must at least find out the situation." This idiot still wants to abandon his companions? Because he realizes the danger. He doesn't want everyone to take risks together. "I have guessed something." Nico Robin suddenly spoke to ease the situation, and everyone's eyes were attracted by Robin's words and fell on her. After saying this, Nico Robin continued, "If the Navy really imprisoned Mr. Ace in Impelton prison, they would not have specifically stated in the newspaper that they secretly imprisoned Mr. Ace. The Navy's purpose must be to prevent the Whitebeard pirates, where Mr. Ace is, from attacking Impelton prison before the public execution. If we want to rescue Mr. Ace, we still have to find out where Mr. Ace is imprisoned." When she said this, Nico Robin slowly closed her palms and whispered, "Perhaps Uehara does know where Mr. Ace is imprisoned." Usopp paced back and forth impatiently, suddenly raised his head to look at Nico Robin, then looked at Luffy, and then turned to look at Nami and Sanji. These people have all come into contact with Uehara and Naraku. Hey, Robin, Luffy, Nami, Sanji, do you really think that guy named Uehara and Naraku will really tell us about Luffy's brother? That guy's a vice admiral of the Navy. That guy should Luffy nodded slowly and responded a little uneasy. Uehara and I knew each other in the past. Although he has never done anything good in front of us, Sister Makino said that the guy's indeed a good person, and there is nothing wrong with being a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Indeed, Uehara's heart is still very kind. Nico Robin said something against her conscience, and suddenly looked at Luffy, and made another suggestion. By the way, Luffy, isn't your grandfather Vice Admiral Garp? If you can't wait for Uehara, maybe you can get news about Mr. Ace from Vice Admiral Garp. This suggestion is very pertinent, because Monkey D. Garp, as a senior Navy official, must know the place where Portgas D. Ace is imprisoned. He is a Navy hero. Grandpa. When Luffy mentioned Vice Admiral Garp, a trace of fear flashed across his face. No, Grandpa will probably kill me. He almost killed me countless times since I was a child. Now I have kept my promise with Shanks and become a pirate. Maybe if Grandpa sees me, he will really kill me. Vice Admiral Garp is not that bad. Just as Monkey D. Luffy was talking about Monkey D. Garp's bad behavior, a voice suddenly appeared in their ears. Uehara Naraku's figure appeared on their ship at some point. He whispered, if I'm not mistaken, Vice Admiral Garp should be accompanying Ace. I heard that Vice Admiral Garp has always treated Ace as his own grandson. Monkey D. Garp treated Portgas D. Ace no differently than his own grandson Monkey D. Luffy. Maybe it's even more special. The man known for his iron fist. Although his will is as strong as steel, he also has a soft side, especially when it comes to Portgas D. Ace. Garp truly treats Ace as a relative. And Portgas D. Ace also treats Garp as his grandfather. If the world government wants to capture Ace and sentence Portgas D. Ace, it will be impossible to hide it from Garp. Don't mention Grandpa. Luffy interrupted Uehara Naraku and said earnestly, Uehara, do you know how to save Ace? No. Do you know where Ace is imprisoned? Well, I know something. Uehara Naraku glanced at everyone present and said softly, but this matter must not be leaked out, and the place where Ace is imprisoned is more terrible than you can imagine. If possible, I hope you can go to Shabaodi first. I want to know where Ace is imprisoned first. Luffy shook his head and said in a deep voice, please, Uehara. After I rescue Ace, I will definitely go to that Shabaodi, Ensign Island. Uehara Naraku said the name of the place calmly and continued, before you go to Ensign Island, I suggest you go to Shabaodi and find Pluto Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Pirate King Goldie Roger, and ask for his opinion. The vice captain of the Pirate King. Everyone present couldn't help but be a little surprised. Luffy clenched his fists, shook his head, and finally showed a smile on his face. Although I really want to meet the vice captain of the Pirate King, but I will rescue Ace myself. Forget it. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. Before that, I want to remind you that there is only one chance to rescue Ace and Sabo. Because after the incident on Judicial Island, defenses will definitely be strengthened. Sabo? Luffy's expression was a little confused for a moment. The next moment, Luffy's expression changed drastically and became extremely ugly. Wait, Uehara, Sabo was also captured? This news, Luffy just found out. Because the news headlines have long been occupied by the arrest of Portgas D. Ace, the affairs of the Revolutionary Army have not attracted much attention, and now no one cares. But Luffy will definitely care about Sabo's safety. HMM. Uehara Naraku looked at Luffy in confusion. Speaking of which, don't you know about this? The news half a month ago has been talking about the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Has the time limit passed? No. Luffy shook his head and whispered, thank you for telling me this news, Uehara. I will rescue both Ace and Sabo. Now that they know the destination, they can start the next step of the plan, which is to go directly to the Judicial Island to rescue Ace and Sabo. This guy's really brave. His brain is not ordinary simple. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Pirates stopped the runaway Luffy. They decided to go to the direction of the Judicial Island while thinking about what they should do to enter the Judicial Island. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates left the Magic Valley town and rushed to the Judicial Island, a Vice Admiral in Marineford also confirmed from the person in charge, Kabuto Yakushi, that Ace had been imprisoned on the Judicial Island. It was Monkey D. Garp. In fact, Vice Admiral Garp was the last one among all the senior naval officers in Marineford to know about Ace's arrest and where he was being held. The third update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, The Judicial Island, where Ace is secretly imprisoned and the guests. Marineford. In the office of the Navy Admiral. After the news of the world government's arrest of Ace broke out, Vice Admiral Garp learned about the secret arrest of Portgas de Ace, and he also learned about the Navy's plan. Vice Admiral Garp stood in front of his desk, clenching his fist with anger on his face, looking at his old friend, Sengoku. If I hadn't seen the news, I wouldn't know that my grandson would be on the execution platform. But Sengoku kept his head down and said nothing. Kabuto Yakushi sat on the chair next to him, pushed his glasses, and said softly, Vice Admiral Garp, Portgas de Ace is imprisoned on Judicial Island. As for the previous, we kept the arrest of Portgas de Ace secret, because we hadn't made a decision whether to start this war. Now the execution is inevitable. If Vice Admiral Garp wants to visit him, he can go now. If Ace is willing to surrender to the Navy, I believe that the son of the Pirate King joining the Navy will bring far more benefits than executing him. Kabuto Yakushi said it made sense. If the son of the Pirate King chooses to surrender and join the Navy, it will indeed bring much greater benefits than executing him. Even the 5 elders will no longer want to execute Ace, and will even spare no effort to protect Ace. Unfortunately, everyone knows that this is impossible. Even Monkey D. Garp knows that according to Ace's stubborn character, Garp has hoped that Ace can join the Navy and become a Navy Admiral in the future. Even if he is Roger's son, he will definitely be able to live a safe life. But Ace chose to go to sea. He would rather die than join the Navy. I want to see Ace. After Monkey D. Garp finished speaking, he immediately left the office of the Navy Admiral without waiting for the answers of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Jiro. Garp has already received the news he wanted to know, and he will immediately take a warship from Marineford to Judicial Island. Yakushi Kabuto did not speak to stop him, but just looked at Garp's back as he left, slowly pushed his glasses, and raised the corners of his mouth. It's just right. When Vice Admiral Garp visits his grandson on Judicial Island, he may see another grandson who comes to the trap. I wonder if he will do it? The port dock of Marineford. Garp stood on the bow of his warship, looking at the busy port of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, and also looking at the naval troops saluting him. The old man's expression gradually became complicated. He is also a member of the Navy. He even dedicated most of his life to justice. Let's go to Judicial Island. Garp clenched his fists and whispered to his adjutant. The dog-headed warship sounded the whistle and slowly left Marineford. After Garp's warship left, Marineford was still bustling with ships and people. One after another, naval warships were moored at the dock of Marineford, and teams of naval soldiers lined up to disembark and entered the barracks of Marineford under the leadership of the non-commissioned officers. Because the target of this world war is the white bat pirates and the Revolutionary Army, and it may even include the red hair pirates, the scale is larger than any previous war. Even the Battle of God Valley and the Battle of Etwall more than 30 years ago were far less than the scale of this war. According to Kabuto Yakushi's plan, they will mobilize more than 100,000 elite naval departments in this war, almost emptying the elite navies of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Most of the vice admirals of the headquarters have also been transferred back to Marineford. In addition, there is also the CP department under Kabuto Yakushi. Most of the CP0 members near Mirajoa have been transferred to Judicial Island and Marineford in batches, and the defense of the Holy Land also looks extremely empty. Fortunately, Mirajoa is not too far from Marineford. Because the world government wants to rely on the victory of this battle to allow the world government to completely gain an advantage over the pirates and gradually end the Great Pirate Era from this battle. According to Kabuto Yakushi's calculations, Big Mob Pirates, the Beasts Pirates, and the Akatsuki Alliance declared war on each other, and the war between them will definitely be protracted. When these major forces are too busy to join the war, the Navy and the world government have almost a 100% chance of winning. Even not long ago, when Kabuto Yakushi reported this plan to the Five Elders, he also mentioned with interest the pirate war that broke out first. If the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates both lose, the Navy may be able to sweep the entire sea with a great victory and eliminate all the big pirates in one fell swoop. I have to say, the picture Kabuto Yakushi painted is very attractive, and everything is indeed developing in the direction of Kabuto Yakushi's plan. According to the information sent by CP0, the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization and the Beasts pirates are empty, and the entire Beasts pirates are out in full force to attack the Big Mom pirates. The CP agents who infiltrated the two pirate groups will keep monitoring the movements of the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates. This makes the world government feel relieved and concentrate on dealing with the Whitebird pirates and the Revolutionary Army. The only problem is Red Hair, that troublemaker on the sea. After Red Hair Shanks learned that the war between the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates had begun, he no longer worried that Kato, the Beasts, might disrupt the situation. Shanks no longer went to the Beasts Sea, but directly took the Red Force to the Holy Land Mirajoa, hoping that the Five Elders would release Portgas d'Ace. This request was naturally rejected. If Portgas d'Ace was released at this time, it would mean that the world government was weak against the Whitebird pirates, which would make the entire world government's prestige lose the ground. Moreover, the world government has already made full preparations and mobilized a large number of naval forces in advance. In order to win the war, it has made all the plans. It is absolutely impossible to release Ace now. The arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. However, out of consideration for the situation, the Five Elders made another suggestion to Shanks. They promised to secretly hold a trial on Judicial Island and directly judge Crocus not guilty, thus releasing Crocus, the former ship doctor of Roger's pirates. This was considered a gesture of goodwill to Red-Haired Shanks. Unfortunately, Red-Haired Shanks wanted to rescue Crocus and Portgas d'Ace. This guy wanted everything. Therefore, they naturally broke down the talks. After leaving Mirajoa, Red-Haired Shanks planned to take the Red Force to dive from Fishman Island to the first half of the Grand Line. Ben Beckman frowned while helping the boatman with the coating and said, "Shanks, it seems that your face is useless. This war is inevitable." Ha 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 ha. A group of pirates couldn't help but burst into laughter. Red-Haired Shanks scratched his hair and continued with a smile, "But it doesn't matter. I have found out where Ace is imprisoned. Then shall we tell Whitebird about this?" Ben Beckman put down his tools and lit a cigarette for himself. "By the way, why would the Five Elders tell you this secret? Before the public execution, the place where Portgas d'Ace is imprisoned should be top secret. If the Whitebird pirates secretly rescued Ace before the public execution by the world government's plan would be in vain. Of course, it might also start the war ahead of time. After all, the current navy is particularly concerned about the movements of the Whitebird pirates, and it is impossible for them to turn a blind eye when the Whitebird pirates are dispatched. I won't tell them." Shanks shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Although the world government is strictly guarding this news, the Celestial Dragon's settlement in Mirajoa is no secret. Let's go directly to Judicial Island." After the Red Hair pirates finished coating the Red Force, the pirate ship quietly dived into the sea. They will cross the Fishman Island on the seabed, bypass the Red Earth continent, and rush to the first half of the New World. Just as Red Hair Shanks left Mirajoa, a CP agent who was responsible for staying in Mirajoa immediately passed the news to the CP headquarters on Judicial Island. The intelligence has been sent out, and Red Hair Shanks has learned the place where Portgas d'Ace is imprisoned. On Judicial Island, this CP department's headquarters gathers many elite combat forces. Compared to Marineford, the defense here is just as strict, with CP agent Uchiha Madara, codenamed Madara, the second generation Mizuki Chizuki, codenamed Water, the third generation Reikijai, codenamed Thunder, the second generation Tsuchikage Mu, codenamed Earth, and the fourth generation Kazakage Rata. In addition, there are also Anbu ninjas from various countries in the ninja world who have joined the CP department. The number of elite ninjas has exceeded 50 teams, with more than 200 people, all of whom are elite jonins or special jonins. The army of impure world ninjas under Kabuto Yakushi, who are responsible for assisting these Anbu ninjas in battle, is the army of impure world ninjas under Kabuto Yakushi. Hundreds of undead impure world ninjas are hiding in the dungeons of Judicial Island. To put it bluntly, this is a force that is also enough to destroy a country. According to Kabuto Yakushi's plan for the CP department in recent years, this special agent force must ensure that it will not fall behind in terms of top combat power or balanced combat power. For this reason, Kabuto Yakushi completely purged the CP department, and all the agents of the entire CP department were ninjas, so as to ensure that no secrets would be leaked without permission. Now when Kabuto Yakushi is in Marineford, this CP department will be led by Hatake Kakashi and stationed on Judicial Island, responsible for guarding Port Gustiace, Sabo and others, and collecting and summarizing intelligence from all over the world. In the headquarters of the CP department, Hatake Kakashi put down a denden mushi, pulled his mask, and whispered, "Hey, Tenzo, open the gate of justice on Judicial Island. It should not be closed for the next few days. Several groups of our guests will be here soon." "Yes, Kakashi-senpai." A man sitting opposite Hatake Kakashi nodded slowly. It was Yamato, the would-release ninja from another world. His code name is now Tenzo. Tenzo nodded slowly and said softly, "Then the first person to come should be Vice Admiral Garp, right? Well, I'll go greet him myself." Hatake Kakashi scratched his head, stood up, and said slowly, "Be careful, no one should talk too much to avoid being discovered. I heard that this Navy hero once realized the danger of Uehara by looking at the photo." First update. Chapter 548. In the dungeon of Judicial Island, two brothers discuss escaping the prison. At the port of Judicial Island, the gate of justice has been opened. Hatake Kakashi and several CP agents have arrived here, waiting for the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp. After a long time, a dog-headed warship slowly sailed in along the current and docked at the dock. A sturdy old man jumped off the ship without waiting for the warship to dock. It was Garp, who hurried over from Marineford. Monkey D. Garp jumped to the side of Hatake Kakashi and walked quickly towards the Judicial Island. "Where is Ace? Take me to see him." Garp has never had a good impression of the CP department under Kabuto Yakushi because the bad things these agents have done are no less than some brutal pirates. These agents have always been doing dirty work for the world government. What's more, the CP department is also the main force in capturing Ace. It is said that when these CP agents were trying to capture Sabo in Rogue Town, they almost captured Luffy and the father and son of Dragon. If this really happened, Garp would really be sending off his son. Even if Garp is a kind-hearted person, he can't be so fond of CP anymore. Hatake Kakashi pulled his mask and followed slowly. "Well, Vice Admiral Garp doesn't need to worry so much. Port Gustiace is living well here because he met his brother here." Vice Admiral Garp's face became even uglier. If there is no need, Garp still doesn't want to pay attention to these CP agents. Hatake Kakashi didn't care and continued slowly. "If we hadn't captured them, they wouldn't have been reunited. But there's a new problem between Port Gustiace and Sabo." Huh. Garp frowned, couldn't help but glanced at Hatake Kakashi, and said coldly, "What's the problem? What happened to Ace? How should I put it?" Hatake Kakashi thought for a while, and continued softly, "Port Gustiace and Sabo have been talking about the past of the three brothers in the dungeon. Among them, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy seems to be missing. We have been discussing whether to capture Straw Hat Luffy and reunite the three brothers these days." Garp's face suddenly turned cold again. Is this white-haired agent talking human words? In front of his grandfather, are you going to capture your own grandson and the grandson you raised together and send them to the execution platform? He is really worthy of being a subordinate of that guy Kabuto Yakushi. In the dungeon of Judicial Island, during this period of time, Port Gustiace has been living a good life. The CP agents did not make things difficult for him and even prepared adjacent cells for him and Sabo. When Port Gustiace and Sabo first met in the dungeon of Judicial Island, the two brothers were a little surprised and a little sad for each other's experience. As a result, after staying there for a few days, It seems that Judicial Island is not a hell on earth. Hey, Sabo. Portgusty Ace held a straw in his mouth, glanced at the cell next door, and suddenly leaned over. What do you think Luffy is doing? I don't know. Sabo leaned against the wall with one hand supporting the back of his head, looked up at the ceiling above, and suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Maybe he is still clamoring to become the Pirate King. Now we can't compete with him. Yeah. Portgusty Ace smiled, and suddenly said, but I gave up becoming the Pirate King a long time ago. Now I think about it, I still feel a little sorry for Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Sabo nodded slowly and sighed softly. I've heard of his name. Ace, your companion is a very strong person. I heard that the Spade Pirates were the most likely to reach the top and become the new Four Emperors pirate group. It's been a long time ago. Ace knocked on the railing and asked, what about you, Sabo? Is there anyone you miss? How is the Revolutionary Army? It feels good. Sabo's mouth curled up into a smile, and a trace of nostalgia appeared on his face. I miss everyone, those like-minded partners. But, Curler doesn't have to look for me everywhere anymore, and she won't be angry anymore. Sabo missed a lot of people, especially his teammate Curler. Now trapped in the prison of Judicial Island, Sabo couldn't help but start thinking, how would Curler feel after knowing that he was arrested? Although Sabo said that Curler would not be angry because of him anymore, he knew in his heart that Curler must be very anxious now. Maybe she would cry. If you have nothing to do now, think carefully about Curler. That little girl once lost the instinct to cry because of fear, but sometimes she would cry for him. Just when Sabo was missing Curler, Portgusty Ace suddenly came over and whispered to Sabo, hey, Sabo, let's try to escape from prison. When Ace said prison escape, his eyes were full of hope. Just like when we were little, cooperate to escape from this cell. As long as you can unlock my Eastern chain, the two of us will definitely escape from here together. At least you have to escape. The two brothers still have dreams. Sabo hooked the corners of his mouth and whispered, don't worry, Ace, the two of us will definitely escape. At this moment, Sabo's innocent smile flashed across his face as a child. He glanced at his shackles and said with a smile, Ace, in fact, they don't know that I'm not a devil fruit ability user. I have been pretending to lose my strength because of the Eastern. A touch of joy flashed across Ace's face. Sabo raised a finger to signal Ace to be quiet. He looked around the cell and continued in a low voice, but I still want to slowly find out where the other cadres of the Revolutionary Army are. The head of the CP agent, Kabuto Yakushi, has captured many of our companions. This is exactly Sabo's plan. Since the moment Sabo was captured, he had thought of taking this opportunity to try to rescue other cadres of the Revolutionary Army who were captured by the CP agents. Who would have thought that before Sabo could find out where the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were imprisoned in the dungeon of Judicial Island, he met his good brother. There is no coincidence in the world. Just when Ace and Sabo thought that their conspiracy had succeeded, a sound of metal friction that made people feel gnashing suddenly came from the dungeon. The heavy iron door of the dungeon slowly opened. A sound of footsteps echoed in the gloomy dungeon. A group of people walked towards the cell of Portgusty Ace and Sabo. They were Garp who came to visit, and the accompanying Hatake Kakashi and others. Hatake Kakashi led the way, and Vice Admiral Garp walked behind him. The two slowly stopped outside the cell of Ace and Sabo. Grandpa. Vice Admiral Garp. When Ace and Sabo saw Garp, their expressions were slightly stiff, and they looked at the old man outside the prison a little at a loss. After all, Garp really had deep feelings for them. However, Ace and Sabo soon restrained their emotions, because they had just been fully confident of escaping from prison. When they escaped from here, I believe Garp's face would be very exciting at that time. Monkey D. Garp didn't know all this. The old man clenched his fists, glanced at Ace, then at Sabo, and gradually showed a trace of dejection on his face. He said almost weakly, give me the key to the cell. I want to go in and see them. Okay. Hatake Kakashi nodded. While searching for the key to the cell on his body, Hatake Kakashi slowly said, by the way, Vice Admiral Garp, there is something I need to tell you. Portgusty Ace is wearing 100% pure Eastern shackles, which will definitely make him the user of the flame fruit, lose his strength, and have no way to leave here. Hatake Kakashi took out the key and handed it to Garp, his voice slightly more serious, but the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo may not be the same, because he is not a devil fruit user, so the ceased we bound him is invalid. He may escape from prison. Sabo's expression changed instantly. Ace's expression was also a little unhappy. Even Vice Admiral Garp looked a little surprised. Sabo slowly calmed down his emotions, looked up at Hatake Kakashi and said, "You knew I wasn't a devil fruit user? Aren't you worried I would run away?" "No worries." Hatake Kakashi shook his head and said lazily, "No one can escape from the dungeon of Judicial Island, and no one can escape from our surveillance." This sentence not only refers to the CP department, but also to the Akatsuki organization behind the CP department. Hatake Kakashi looked at Sabo and continued slowly, "Well, by the way, Kabuto Yakushi told me something before he left. I've been busy recently, and I seem to have forgotten to tell you." Hatake Kakashi spread out his palms and said boredly, "If you escape secretly, even if you don't succeed in escaping, you will still have to pay a price for jailbreaking. All the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, including ordinary members, who were secretly arrested by us in the past will be immediately sentenced to death, and in the future, when we catch members of the Revolutionary Army, we will not leave any alive." Despicable. Sabo's expression suddenly changed. This group of CP agents are worthy of being the subordinates of Kabuto Yakushi. Their style of doing things is really disgusting. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi told this. Otherwise, Sabo really didn't know how much he would suffer if he had killed countless cadres and ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army because of his rash escape. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Ace again. "Portgusty Ace, your situation is the same. When Kabuto was besieging the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he captured many of your subordinates." Asshole. Ace's face also flashed with anger. When Kabuto Yakushi was besieging the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vice Admiral Garp was also there to help. The entire 2nd Division was captured by the Navy, leaving only Ace, Sasuke and Marshal D Teach. Even though the 2nd Division has been rebuilt, Ace still can't ignore the lives of his companions. After threatening Sabo and Ace, Hatake Kakashi looked at Vice Admiral Garp. "Well, I'll be leaving first. You guys can have a good chat. But I hope Vice Admiral Garp won't talk too long, because before you came to the Judicial Island, I received a message." Garp frowned, looked at Hatake Kakashi with dissatisfaction, and couldn't help but said, "What news did you CP bastards receive?" "Well, a piece of news that we are all very interested in." Hatake Kakashi slowly looked around at everyone present, and continued slowly. 2 hours ago, the Straw Hat Pirates hijacked a sea train in Water 7 City, and took the sea train towards the direction of the Judicial Island. Second update. Chapter 549. CP agents who stop the Straw Hat Pirates. Tenzo and Hinata Hanabi. The news about the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone present was very interested. However, the Straw Hat Pirates actually came to the heavily guarded Judicial Island at this time. There is no doubt that they are walking into a trap. Whether it is Monkey D. Garp or the brothers Ace and Sabo, everyone's face became even uglier when they heard the news that the Straw Hat Pirates came to the Judicial Island. Okay, this is the situation. Hatake Kakashi raised his wrist, glanced at his watch, and continued softly, "Vice Admiral Garp, according to our estimate, you still have 1 hour of visiting time before the Straw Hat Pirates come to the Judicial Island." Hatake Kakashi tapped his watch meaningfully. In 1 hour, the Straw Hat Pirates should invade the Judicial Island. The entire Judicial Island will be under martial law, the dungeon entrance will be closed, and everyone will go out to encircle and suppress the Straw Hat Pirates. Everything about the Straw Hat Pirates is under the surveillance of CP agents. When Monkey D. Luffy led the Straw Hat Pirates to seize a sea train and rush to Judicial Island had already received detailed intelligence. Even if Hatake Kakashi didn't need to elaborate too much, Garp, Ace, and Sabo already knew the fate of the Straw Hat Pirates. They couldn't defeat the CP department. Both Dragon and Uchiha Sasuke suffered a great loss at the hands of the CP agents. How could the Straw Hat Pirates win? Okay, everyone, please do as you please. I'm leaving first. After Hatake Kakashi finished adjusting everyone's mentality, he tapped his watch slowly with his fingers and left the dungeon, leaving it to Garp, Ace, Sabo and others. A flash of anxiety flashed across Ace's face, and his address returned to the old days. Hey, old man, we have nothing to talk about. Don't let Luffy come to Judicial Island. Vice Admiral Garp Sabo grabbed the iron bars of the dungeon and said with an ugly look, Vice Admiral Garp, can you please take Luffy away? He will be killed. But Garp didn't care about their thoughts. The Vice Admiral glanced coldly at the back of Hatake Kakashi leaving and turned to look at Sabo and Ace. Garp snorted coldly and said, today I'm here to see you. If that bastard Luffy really comes to Judicial Island, I will capture him and keep you company. Ace and Sabo fell into silence. But, whether it is Ace or Sabo, they don't have the heart to chat with Garp. Three brothers. Can't all be locked up. Vice Admiral Garp hugged his arms and looked down at Ace and Sabo in the dungeon. Without waiting for them to say anything, he interrupted them. This is Luffy's own choice. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, the only thing I can do is to arrest Straw Hat Luffy when that kid Luffy invades Judicial Island. Garp slowly closed his eyes, and the old man's voice became heavier. You three kids should have lived according to the life I arranged for you, instead of becoming pirates. Ha. Ace shook his head slowly, sighed. I don't want to be a Navy. I'm already a pirate anyway, even if it costs my life. Me too. Sabo gripped the railing tightly and said with a serious face, in order to change this twisted world, even if it costs my life. Shut up. Garp's fist suddenly clenched, and he punched the iron bars of Sabo's cell with a punch, and his fist instantly bent the iron bars. Garp's voice was full of anger. You little devil has been brainwashed by Dragon. Sabo took a few steps back in fear and said carefully, but Mr. Dragon saved me. Seriously, does Vice Admiral Garp really not think about his own education methods? Why, as a Vice Admiral and a naval hero, none of the children he educated became a Navy. No, or rather, this is not Garp's fault, it's the world's fault. Everything is because there is too much darkness in this world. In Sabo's view, as long as the world government does not change, whether it is Dragon, Luffy, Ace, or Sabo himself, they are destined not to live under the dark and suffocating rule of the world government, and they will never become Navy. Whether it is for themselves to be able to live freely, or for everyone in this world to be able to live freely. While Garp, Ace and Sabo were still chatting in the dungeon of Judicial Island, a sea train was coming towards them. This train was an experimental machine of a sea train, and it was also made by Fishman Tom, who once built ships for the pirate king Goldie Roger. The person who was driving the sea train now was Frankie, the second disciple of Fishman Tom. He was worried that the experimental machine left by Tom would be destroyed by the Straw Hat Pirates, so he personally came out to help. Speaking of which, are you really going to Judicial Island? Frankie turned his head curiously while operating the sea train and asked, that's the territory of Kabuto Yakushi, who even Iceberg dares not offend. The iceberg that Frankie mentioned was his senior brother, Ispargo, the mayor of Water 7, and the president of Karara Shipbuilding Company. He can be regarded as a big shot in Water 7. Kabuto Yakushi. Nami frowned and asked, I seem to have heard of this name from somewhere. Is this person scary? Isn't Judicial Island the place of the world government? He's not that scary. Frankie also frowned, thought for a while, shook his head and said, anyway, I only know that Iceberg doesn't dare to provoke him. In the past few years, since Water 7 and Judicial Island are close, Kabuto Yakushi would occasionally rush to Water 7, and naturally he had some friendship with the mayor of Water 7. I don't care. Luffy clenched his fists, staring at the scenery outside the sea train. His voice seemed very firm. No matter what, I will rescue Ace. On Judicial Island, the gate of justice is not closed. Monkey D. Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates drove the sea train directly into Judicial Island, broke through the port's defense line, and caused a commotion. The entire Judicial Island was in chaos. Rubber machine gun. Monkey D. Luffy's rubber arm instantly knocked over a group of Navy soldiers stationed on the Judicial Island and led the Straw Hat Pirates to the heights of the Judicial Island. Zoro slowly pulled out his sword and held it in his hand. Sanji slowly extinguished his cigarette, and the two of them protected Luffy on both sides. And behind them, Nami, Usopp, Frankie, Nico Robin, and even the ship's Dr. Chopper had already completed his animal form transformation. Monkey D. Luffy clenched his fists, looked down at a group of CP agents and Navy soldiers who surrounded him on the Judicial Island. A hint of gloom appeared in his eyes, and his voice became more firm. Tell me. The next moment, Luffy's expression suddenly became serious, and his voice released the depression he had been feeling since he learned that Ace had been arrested in the past few days. Where is Ace? Straw Hat Luffy. A white-haired man stood in front of a group of agents and Navy soldiers and said slowly, Port Gusty Ace and the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, are both in the dungeon of Judicial Island. Are you here to accompany them? It was Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi came here not to fight the Straw Hat Pirates, but to fight the last wave of guests coming to Judicial Island after the Straw Hat Pirates. Hearing what Hatake Kakashi said, Luffy couldn't help but frowned, staring at Hatake Kakashi. You said, Sabo is here too? Yeah. Hatake Kakashi nodded slowly, and said lazily, didn't you ask what Judicial Island is before you came? I know, thank you for telling me this. Luffy's teeth suddenly clenched, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Sabo and Ace are here, it can't be better. The next moment, Luffy suddenly dived towards the ground. Zoro and Sanji followed closely behind, and the Straw Hat Pirates swarmed up, facing enemies that were 100 times more than them, without any fear. Hatake Kakashi just glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates rushing over, turned around and left without looking back, and only ordered, Tenzo, treat them well. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. The CP agent wearing a patterned mask nodded slowly, and his arms instantly turned into countless wooden spikes, rushing towards Monkey D. Luffy. Would release bloodline from the ninja world. The next moment, a flash of knife light passed by. Countless wooden spikes were chopped up sharply. Three sword style 3000 worlds. Roronoa Zoro waved his quick sword to help Luffy resolve this attack, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you want to attack our captain, don't even think about using this kind of child's toy. Zoro, he's in your hands. Luffy's arms suddenly stretched out, and he was about to jump into the depths of Judicial Island. Have you been underestimated? Chien Zhang slowly frowned and raised his finger. His aura gradually became heavier. If you break through here, it would seem that we are too incompetent. Wooden vines surged out from the ground. In just a few seconds, these wooden vines turned into a wall, isolating the entire port area from the depths of Judicial Island. However, Luffy's body took off into the air with the help of rubber elasticity, and was about to jump over the dense wooden wall and rush directly into the interior of Judicial Island. At this moment, a crisp female voice suddenly came. 8 trigrams empty palm. On the ground, a masked little girl raised her palm, and a shockwave suddenly hit Luffy's body, knocking him down from the air. Lady Hanabi. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Chien Zhang's eyes shifted, glanced at the masked little girl, and slowly nodded and said, well done, Hanabi. It was the ninja that Konoha had recently sent to the sea, Hyuga Hanabi. Now she has only graduated from the ninja school for 3 years, and passed the Jonin exam at the age of 15. This age is already very young, and is no different from the age when her genius cousin Hyuga Niji became a Jonin. Because the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata, is still too young, Hyuga Niji stayed in the ninja world to help Hinata handle clan affairs. As the head of the clan, Hyuga Hanabi is the highest ranking person sent here by the Hyuga clan in Konoha village. Now, this Judicial Island has just become a battlefield for the young generation of the ninja world and the young generation of pirates on the sea. At least before the powerful guys of the red hair pirates come over, no one should come to disturb them. Hyuga Hanabi slowly took off her mask, walked slowly to Tenzo in wooden clogs, and raised her palm to the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hinata Hanabi looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with an indifferent expression. The veins around her eyes were exposed, and she said in a cold voice, if you want to pass through here, it's a bit too much. Pirates. I fell asleep last night. Chapter 550. 15-year-old Hinata Hanabi and 17-year-old Monkey D. Luffy. At the port of Judicial Island, a group of Navy soldiers swarmed back. After the CP agents showed up, ordinary Navy soldiers like them were no longer needed here. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates watched the retreating Navy soldiers warily, and from time to time they glanced at Tenzo and Hinata Hanabi who were blocking their way. Only 2 people. Are these guys so confident that they can take them down with just 2 people? That little girl. Nami was slightly surprised when she saw the veins on Hinata Hanabi's face. After she opened her Byakugan, her eyes looked weird. Luffy, who was knocked to the ground by Hinata Hanabi, turned over and climbed up, looking at Hinata Hanabi and tilting his head. Well, is she blind? Asshole, don't be so rude. Sanji cursed Luffy with an unhappy face, tidied his clothes, and then looked at Hinata Hanabi and said tenderly, "This lady is very cute. Don't mind what our idiot captain said. Those eyes are actually very beautiful." Hey, idiot curly eyebrows, that's the enemy. Hearing Sanji's words, Zoro couldn't help but curse Sanji. Just when Zoro wanted to continue scolding Sanji, Hinata Hanabi flew towards them. The 15-year-old girl took the initiative to attack them. Hinata Hanabi tapped her toes on the ground and flew towards Sanji. Her Byakugan instantly saw through the acupuncture points on Sanji's body, and her petite palm slapped Sanji. So cute. A blush flashed across Sanji's face. Be careful. Zoro couldn't help but remind her loudly, waving his quick sword and rushing towards Hinata Hanabi. He knew his companion's weakness. Sanji was simply impossible to attack a woman. Instead of letting Sanji fight a woman, it would be better to kill him directly. Zoro didn't have such concerns in his heart. As a person who aspires to become the world's #1 swordsman, a woman will only affect his speed of drawing the sword. What's more, Zoro had been beaten by Kina 2001 times. Therefore, fighting with a strong woman, Zoro really didn't feel any pressure in his heart. Anyway, it was just a matter of swinging a sword. Someone was one step faster than Zoro. Luffy's palm suddenly stretched out, grabbed Sanji and dragged him back. Hinata Hanabi looked at her palm falling into the air, frowned slightly, and stretched out 2 fingers towards Sanji's body, and her cold voice echoed on the dock. Flying finger gun. An air wave hit Sanji's body like a bullet. In an instant, Sanji, who had just been rescued by Luffy, was directly hit, and the whole person flew out and fell to the ground, and he couldn't even stand up. Hey, Sanji, are you okay? Usopp hurried forward and wanted to help Sanji up. Sanji's eyes couldn't help but turn around, just looking at the sky. The pain from all parts of his body made him a little powerless to move, and he could only make a sound through his throat. What's going on? I can't move. What a joke. I'm obviously not injured. Usopp pulled open Sanji's chest and only found a purple bruise on his chest, which didn't look like a big deal. I don't know. Sanji's throat made a hoarse sound, and a strange smile twitched on his face. But I am very satisfied to die at the hands of such a lovely lady. Hinata Hanabi used the extended finger gun technique from the Navy 6 styles to injure Sanji. As a ninja who has practiced physical skills since childhood, Hinata Hanabi has made rapid progress in practicing the Navy 6 styles, and can even use the extended skill flying finger gun now. Fortunately, Hinata Hanabi has only recently developed the flying finger gun on her own, and can only barely use the air bullets of the flying finger gun to hit the enemy's acupuncture points. Otherwise, Sanji's chest would have been pierced directly with a bloody hole. On the other side, Zoro swung his sword at Hinata Hanabi, and the 3 swords in his hands were like a whirlwind, constantly forcing Hinata Hanabi back. Hinata Hanabi frowned slightly, and then quickly relaxed after a moment. The 15-year-old girl with white eyes stepped back to avoid Zoro's sword, but her voice was still cold. I have seen through all your swordsmanship. While speaking, Hinata Hanabi dodged a blade. Her long hair swayed slightly in the air, making the girl's figure look extremely graceful. The next moment, Hinata Hanabi's white palm suddenly passed through the gap between the 3 swords, and the palm with chakra attached to it gently slapped Zoro's shoulder. Clang! A sword suddenly fell from Zoro's hand and fell to the ground. This scene surprised everyone, and even Zoro was a little surprised at the sudden feeling of weakness in his arm. What's going on? Zoro looked at the sword that fell in his hand in disbelief, and his face gradually became ugly. My arm has no strength at all. How can a swordsman put down his sword? But the next moment, Zoro's eyes suddenly became firm again. Even though one of his arms was broken, he could still hold a knife in one hand and bite another knife in his mouth, and continue to fight with the double sword style. Hyuga Hanabi didn't care about Zoro's actions at all, but dodged Zoro's attack expressionlessly, waving her palms and slapping Zoro's body one after another. Every time a palm landed on Zoro's body, Zoro felt that his body had lost some of its ability to move. Soft fist bag were 32 palms. Until Hyuga Hanabi shouted softly, the palm with chakra attached was about to slap Zoro's chest, completely defeating the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. A bullet suddenly flew over. Although this bullet may not be fatal, for the Hyuga clan members who pursue the ability to avoid all attacks, it should be a shame if they can't avoid it. Especially, Hyuga Hanabi is a member of the main family. The Byakugan of the Hyuga main family can see all attacks within 360 degrees, and there is no blind spot. Perfect Byakugan. The person who shot the bullet was none other than Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. When Zoro was about to lose the ability to resist, Usopp gritted his teeth, suddenly raised his slingshot, and shot a bullet at Hinata Hanabi's back. Hinata Hanabi tilted her head to avoid the bullet that attacked from behind, and then she finished off Zoro with the last of the Bagua palm. Clang, clang. The sound of the two swords falling to the ground was a bit harsh. Zoro fell to the ground, and all the meridian points on his body were hit. He completely lost the ability to move, and could only stare at the sky with his eyes wide open. In just a short while, the two main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were defeated by the Byakugan girl. If Sanji's failure is understandable, Zoro's defeat is obviously a bit incredible. How could his swordsmanship be so easily exposed? How is it possible? Usopp was even more surprised at the scene where Hinata Hanabi dodged the bullet. How did that girl know that someone was attacking her from behind? It should be her eyes. Nami looked at the veins on Hinata Hanabi's face and the strange white eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Those strange eyes may be her ability. Although I don't know what's going on, normal people definitely don't have such strange eyes. Those eyes must have some strange abilities." According to Nami's theory, it seems to be true. Normal people definitely don't have such strange white eyes, so those white eyes must have special abilities. After all, those strange things definitely don't grow like that inexplicably. Hinata Hanabi slowly walked towards the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Her white eyes stared at everyone, including Straw Hat Luffy, and she took a fighting stance. The faces of the other people present became slightly nervous. Especially Nami and Usopp looked a little scared, because this girl was very cruel. Both Zoro and Sanji were crippled by her. As for Nico Robin, her expression was somewhat calm, because Robin had seen Hinata Hanabi when she was working on Judicial Island, and was not surprised at the fighting power shown by Hinata Hanabi. Robin also knew very well that the identity of this little girl Hinata Hanabi was very unusual, and she must have a blood relationship with Kagura Otsutsuki of Wano country. Straw Hat Luffy. The girl's voice was still cold, and her face seemed to have no emotion at all. "I will not deliberately show mercy to you, just because your grandfather Monkey D. Garp is on this island. Fate never favors the weak. Ah, no need." Luffy stretched out his palm, lowered the brim of his hat, and said coldly, "I will defeat you. Defeat everyone on this island and rescue Ace." The next moment, Luffy looked up at Hinata Hanabi, his palm suddenly clenched into a fist, and smashed it in the direction of the white-eyed girl. Rubber machine gun. Fists one after another hit the white-eyed girl. However, no matter what, Luffy's fists could not touch Hinata Hanabi's body. The white-eyed girl just stepped lightly, as if dancing, and easily avoided all of Luffy's attacks. It seems that it can't hit at all. Nami looked at the white-eyed girl dodging the attack with astonishment, and looked at this scene with some disbelief. Luffy's attacks are all ineffective? Is that so? Usopp gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Hey, Luffy, that little girl's eyes look strange, as if she can see all the attacks. Your fist can't hit her at all." "I know." Luffy's fist suddenly retracted, and his feet slammed on the ground. As his calves were wrapped in breath and gradually surged upwards, Luffy's skin gradually turned red, and wisps of hot steam slowly emerged from his body. This was caused by his body strengthening, which accelerated the boiling of blood. In this way, it can increase the speed and strength of the body. A smile appeared on the corner of Luffy's mouth. His eyes were fixed on Hinata Hanabi, who was not far away. His voice became unusually firm. If the enemy dodges a punch, then make the fist so powerful that she can't dodge it. Gear 2. Gear 2 state. This is what Luffy has recently researched. This state consumes his physical strength extremely. Even if his body cannot maintain it in the extreme state, it may even reduce his lifespan. However, in order to resolve the battle as soon as possible, now is the time to fight desperately. The next moment, Luffy gritted his teeth and suddenly soared into the sky. His fist fell from the sky and was about to fall heavily on the ground. This punch was enough to shatter everything around. No matter what, even if Hinata Hanabi could dodge this punch, she couldn't dodge the residual impact of this punch. Can't dodge it? Hinata Hanabi frowned. Her body suddenly lowered, and streams of chakra airflow were released from her body. A light shout spread all around. 8 trigrams. Kaiten. A spherical airflow suddenly appeared. This was the Kaiten that could withstand all attacks, and it was also the secret technique of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Luffy's fist, however, brought with it an unparalleled momentum and smashed down directly. The shock wave instantly dissipated the chakra airflow of the Kaiten and smashed into Hyuga Hanabi's body. This was also his strongest attack. Just as Hyuga Hanabi felt that the Kaiten was violently broken by Luffy's fist, she hurriedly took a few steps back, trying to avoid Luffy's strongest attack in the second gear state. A sturdy figure suddenly appeared beside Hyuga Hanabi at an extremely fast speed. This sturdy figure swung his huge fist and slammed into Luffy's body, knocking Luffy to the ground in a more violent way. The power of this punch was so strong that it actually broke Luffy's defense directly. Luffy's body in the second gear state seemed to be leaking air, and he instantly wilted, and even his entire body was directly knocked unconscious. When everyone present saw the person who defeated Luffy, they couldn't help but look surprised. How could it be Vice Admiral Garp? Humph. Monkey D. Garp looked coldly at the unconscious Luffy and said in a cold voice, "You are really overestimating yourself. Do you think you can save Ace at the cost of your own life, Mr. Garp?" At this moment, a man's sighing voice came from the sea, and he continued softly, "But Luffy has tried very hard. When facing someone who works so hard, he should at least be rewarded, right? Update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.